Chapter 1907. Boom! With a loud bang, the third saint fell. The system notification rang in Yixian's head. A saint was dead. The third saint definitely did not expect to die here. Even Gu Tao did not expect to be able to kill the third saint. This was all thanks to Yixian. I didn't expect the third saint to be from the White Dragon Palace too. How many people did they send in? Gu Tao could not help but ask. Senior brother and the others went to chase after Chan Xian. Will there be any accidents? Yixian frowned. The original vice leader, Chan Xian, was also a spy from the White Dragon Palace. What if he deliberately exposed himself and lured Hu Feng into a trap? Right now, Hu Feng, a third-grade saint, was the strongest person in the Black Dragon sect. The mysterious leader had never shown himself. If Hu Feng died, the Black Dragon sect would probably be disbanded. Gu Tao immediately sent a message to Hu Feng, but he did not get a reply immediately. However, he got one after a while. Tisk tsk. Your leader Hu Feng has fallen. Today is the day you die. Yixian and Gu Tao were very familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the White Dragon Palace's spy, Chan Xian. Hu Feng was dead? Impossible. How could father? Gu Tao's eyes widened. He could not believe this fact. However, since Chan Xian had received the message, it meant that he had obtained Hu Feng's interspatial ring. Right now, there were only two possibilities. First, Hu Feng was severely injured by Chan Xian and his interspatial ring was taken. Second, Hu Feng was really dead. Release the other saint envoys. Yixian immediately said. Unfortunately, they were going to be disappointed. Don't bother. Other than the first and second saint envoys who surrendered, everyone else is dead. This voice was still Chan Xian's. It seemed that they were in trouble. A third-grade saint is indeed a threat to the White Dragon Palace. However, Hu Feng is dead. Your mysterious leader has never appeared. The Black Dragon sect is almost destroyed. You should surrender. When this voice entered Yixian and Gu Tao's ears, they both trembled. This was because this voice did not come from the communication token. It came from the sky. They abruptly turned their heads and discovered that there were 3 additional figures in the air. Chan Xian, the first and second Black Dragon emissaries. 1 third-stage saint and 2 first-stage saints. The Black Dragon sect was finished. Looks like we can only use the time reversal skill. However, we don't need to use it so soon. Let's wait and see. Yixian watched with a serious expression. Who would have thought that the third saint would fail? What a piece of trash. Chan Xian looked at the corpse on the ground and said, Gu Tao, the Black Dragon cult is almost annihilated. I'll give you a chance to surrender now, how about it? He did not know that Gu Tao was Hu Feng's son, so he extended an olive branch. After all, he was also a saint and was not weak. Don't even think about it. When Gu Tao heard this, he immediately replied. What a joke. Chan Xian had killed his father. How could he possibly submit to the White Dragon Palace? Since that's the case, there's no need for you to live. You two go and kill him. After Chan Xian finished speaking, he glanced at the first and second emissaries. These 2 people had just surrendered midway, which was why Chan Xian was able to kill Hu Feng. Since the first and second saint envoys had decided to surrender, they had to show their sincerity. Damn it! Gu Tao's expression changed drastically. He sent a voice transmission to Yixian. If I die in battle later, you can join the White Dragon Palace. If you have the heart, then grow up and destroy the White Dragon Palace to avenge us. He was already heavily injured. Moreover, the first and second saint envoys were stronger than him. In addition, there was a third-grade saint Chan Xian behind them. There was no way he could survive. However, Yixian was different. Yixian was so talented and had obtained the Dragon Soul inheritance. The White Dragon Palace would definitely focus on nurturing him. The reason why the White Dragon Palace did not destroy the Black Dragon cult was because of the Dragon Soul inheritance. Now that the Dragon Soul inheritance had been obtained, there was no need for the Black Dragon cult to exist. However, at this moment, the first and second saint envoys were about to attack when they suddenly sensed 4 powerful auras. They immediately stopped. Who's there? Chan Xian turned his head and saw 4 figures in the sky. These 4 people were all dressed in black, and only their eyes were exposed. Xiu! 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 Xiu. Before he could finish speaking, the four figures charged towards Chan Xian at the same time. Their speed was extremely fast, which made Chan Xian feel a little surprised. These four people were all second-grade saints. Where did you come from? You're courting death. Chan Xian's expression changed. He immediately transformed into his original form and charged forward. However, what was surprising was that the four of them were actually able to force him back. What a joke. He was a third-grade saint. How could he be forced back by four second-grade saints? Where did these four people come from? Chan Xian's expression changed. The next moment he transformed into his original form. The original vice leader of the Black Dragon cult was a third-grade saint. However, he had fused with many supreme-grade dragon scales and dragon souls. His strength was actually comparable to a fourth-grade saint. After transforming into his original form, his strength skyrocketed. Formation. Seeing that Chan Xian had transformed into his original form, the four of them immediately formed a sword formation. They were actually able to fight evenly with Chan Xian's original form. One should know that these four people were humans. However, they were facing a third-grade saint, Chan Xian, who had fused with countless supreme-grade dragon scales. Square sword formation? Seeing this, Chan Xian knew who they were. He exclaimed, "The four generals of the Four Directions Pavilion, what are you doing?" As soon as he said that, the battle instantly stopped. Since we've been recognized, there's no need to hide anymore. The leader took off his mask and revealed his true face. So it's you guys. Why did you stop me? Chan Xian couldn't help but ask. The pavilion master is also interested in the Black Dragon cult. Of course, he won't let the White Dragon Palace monopolize it, Feng Jiang said. Didn't the Four Directions Pavilion say that you won't interfere in this matter? Chan Xian asked again. Feng Jiang snorted coldly. Then you'll have to ask our pavilion master. Anyway, you can't touch anyone in the Black Dragon cult now. Just the four of you? Chan Xian's huge dragon eyes scanned the surroundings. Chan Xian willingly fused with the world-destroying dragon scale. I went from a noble white dragon scale to a disgusting black dragon scale. I've been waiting for this day. Now that you dare to stop me, don't blame me for not giving face to your pavilion master. That's your own problem. If you want to fight, then fight. When the time comes, don't blame us for not showing mercy and injuring you. Feng Jiang continued to snort. You're courting death. Chan Xian was furious and charged forward again. Below, Yixian and Gu Tao were at a loss for words as they watched the battle in the sky. Chapter 1908. The Four Directions Pavilion is also a part of the Dragon Slaughter Alliance? Yixian was astonished hearing this. However, he had already obtained the Dragon Soul inheritance. Perhaps it was still useful to the White Dragon Hall, but to the Four Directions Pavilion it was nothing. Could it be that they had taken a fancy to him, a genius with outstanding talent? In any case, Yixian didn't understand, so he decided to just wait and see. No, he couldn't just watch with folded arms. If Chan Xian won, Gu Tao would most likely die, and the Four Directions Pavilion would be better off compared to the White Dragon Hall. Thus, Yixian decided to make a move. Myriad Beasts diagram suppress for me. In an instant, Chan Xian's strength decreased by 70%, even weaker than his human form. What? Chan Xian widened his eyes in shock. In the next moment he saw his body being slashed by the four wind, lightning, rain and lightning generals. The pavilion master has ordered. His life is to be taken, behead. The wind general suddenly spoke, although he had no idea why Chan Xian's strength decreased. What, you dare? Hearing this, Chan Xian's eyes widened. Unfortunately, it was too late to save himself. His dragon heart was directly cut in half. Third-grade Saint Realm expert Chan Xian fell just like that. Chan Xian probably didn't expect that he would die here. After all, he was the White Dragon Hall Master's younger brother. However, no one knew about this. After Chan Xian died, the Four Directions Pavilion people collected his corpse and captured the two white-eyed wolf holy envoys. Then, the leading Wind General turned around, looking at Gu Tao and Yixian. Pavilion Master, please invite everyone from the Black Dragon cult. Invite everyone? Yixian was a little surprised. Before he could react, the four generals of Wind and Thunder slapped out with their palms, causing the ground to crack. Immediately after, a teleportation array rose up. Even Gu Tao didn't know about this transmission array. Why is there such a transmission array in the Black Dragon Institute? Where does it lead to? Gu Tao exclaimed in shock. No one in the Black Dragon Institute dared to be negligent, except for Gu Tao. However, the other side didn't seem to have any hostility, and they even helped him take revenge, so he didn't refuse, deciding to wait and see. Soon, everyone from the Black Dragon Institute stepped into the transmission array. Hua! The huge teleportation array began to operate. Due to the large number of people, the teleportation took some time. After an unknown period of time, the teleportation array finally stopped. At this moment, Yi Xian and the others were standing on top of a mountain peak. This is? Gu Tao asked in shock. Four Directions Pavilion. The Wind General replied. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. How could there be a transmission array under the Black Dragon Institute that connected to the four-way pavilion? How was this possible? Even Gu Tao didn't understand this. Greetings, Pavilion Master. At this moment, the four generals of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning suddenly cupped their fists and greeted him respectfully. Everyone looked over and discovered that a figure was slowly walking out of the clouds. This was a white-haired old man. He wore white clothes, but the aura on his body overshadowed everyone from the Black Dragon Church. So strong. The Pavilion Master of the Four Directions Pavilion? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He suddenly had a guess in his heart. The Black Dragon Institute was a place where the Black Dragon Church nurtured their elites. However, why would there be a transmission array under the Black Dragon Institute that connected to the four-way pavilion? Could it be that the Black Dragon Church was related to the four-way pavilion? On top of that, the four generals of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning's actions convinced Yi Xian. Let me introduce myself. I am the four-way pavilion master Qi Song. The white-haired old man paused for a second, then added, at the same time, I am also your Black Dragon Church's leader. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. This wasn't a joke, right? The four-way pavilion master was the Black Dragon Church's leader? How was this possible? In your impression, the Black Dragon Church's leader is very mysterious, but there's a reason for that. After all, it's not good for me to show my face in public. Thus, I accepted Hu Feng as a disciple to represent the Black Dragon Church. Qi Song added. Unfortunately, when he was sending me the message, he was killed by Chan Xan. Fortunately, the four generals of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning arrived in time, otherwise, the Black Dragon Church would have been annihilated. You're really the sect leader? Gu Tao found it hard to believe, and so did the others. After all, the four-way pavilion master was once the vice leader of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance. How could he be the one who established the Black Dragon Church? Unbelievable. Back then, I was indeed the vice leader of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance, but I tried to stop the White Dragon Hall and the Thousand Mountain sect, but I failed. Qi Song shook his head. Everyone found it hard to believe. If it weren't for the pavilion master, all of you would have been killed by Chun Xian. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have killed Chun Xian. Chun Xian was a third-grade saint, so his status in the White Dragon Hall must be high. Hence, the pavilion master didn't need to lie to you, Feng Jiang said. Indeed, the four-way pavilion master didn't need to do that. Now, all of you will join my four-way pavilion. After the four-way pavilion master finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and he said, You're Yi Xian, right? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Previously, you defeated the Black Dragon Tower I established, so I asked Hu Feng to take you in. However, the situation is different now. Are you willing to continue to be my disciple? Qi Song asked. Yi Xian was a little hesitant because he still didn't know what kind of power the four-way pavilion was. Everything had changed too quickly. It's fine. You don't have to answer so quickly. However, I have some things that I want to ask you in private. Qi Song turned and left after he finished speaking. Yi Xian paused for a moment before following him. After a while, Qi Song brought Yi Xian to the edge of a cliff and asked through voice transmission, You've already obtained the Dragon Soul inheritance, right? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. What about the Mark of Annihilation? Qi Song asked again. This surprised Yi Xian. He didn't expect Qi-Song to know about the mark of annihilation. It's also in my hands. Yixian replied directly. Qi-Song sighed and said, previously, I stopped the Dragon Slaughter Alliance because I wanted to see if the Black Destruction Dragon could control the Mark of Annihilation. Of course, I also wanted the Mark of Annihilation. However, I later found out that it's not something that humans can control. Even a great saint would find it difficult to control it. The one who obtained the Mark of Annihilation should be your Black Destruction Dragon, right? Faced with this question, Yixian nodded slightly. That's right. It fused with the Mark of Annihilation. Your Black Destruction Dragon should have the same bloodline as the Black Destruction Dragon. They should be of the same race, which is why they were able to fuse with it. Since it's already in your hands, I won't ask you for it. However, I have a condition. Chapter 1909. Hearing this, Yixian asked curiously, what's the condition? Qi-Song looked into the distance and said slowly, don't ever let the White Dragon Palace get their hands on it. Although Yixian did not understand why, he replied solemnly, this junior will definitely accomplish this. Good. Qi-Song nodded in satisfaction and continued, as far as I know, the White Dragon Palace has recently refined something called the Pool of Purification. It can purify the World Destruction Dragon scale and allow those white dragons to absorb it. I estimate that the White Dragon Palace's current strength has most likely surpassed the 4 square pavilions and the 1,000 Mountain sect. Just now, Chan Xian died at the hands of the 4 generals of wind, thunder, rain and lightning. Once the news reaches the White Dragon Palace, they will definitely take action. Then what should we do? Yixian frowned. The 4 square pavilions and the remnants of the Black Dragon cult may not be as strong as the White Dragon Palace, but they are not to be trifled with. After Qi-Song finished speaking, he summoned someone and asked him to arrange a residence for Yixian. Then Yixian stayed in the 4 square pavilions. Sure enough, within a few days, the people from the White Dragon Palace came looking for him. Qi-Song, come out. An explosive shout rang out in the sky above the 4 square pavilions. Chapter 1910. That's exactly what I was thinking. Qi-Song nodded. However, there's still an old man called Cui Ming in White Dragon Hall. He's the leader of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance. I wonder if he's a 4th-rank saint? A 4th-rank saint was 1 realm higher than him. Adding on the fact that he was a Shouyao, Qi-Song might not be able to beat him even with the Myriad Beasts diagram. Then let's wait for a while. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He was a true sovereign now. As long as he broke through again, becoming a 4th-rank saint would be a piece of cake. Okay, I need to organize my men. Qi-Song nodded. However, the White Dragon Hall Lord was dead and the Life Jade Tablet was shattered. White Dragon Hall would probably make a big move soon. Yixian didn't care too much and continued cultivating. During this time, people from the 4 Directions Pavilion would occasionally report on the situation. What was puzzling was that White Dragon Hall didn't come after the death of the White Dragon Hall Lord. It was as if nothing had happened, which was very strange. Could it be that they were afraid of an expert from the 4 Directions Pavilion, or that the old man was in seclusion? Ding! Host has broken through to 6th rank True Sovereign. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World-Destroying Ghostly Dragon Wei Zhentian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through to 1st rank Half-Step True Emperor. After more than 10 days, the World-Destroying Ghostly Dragon finally broke through to Half-Step True Emperor. If Yixian were to combine with the World-Destroying Ghostly Dragon and go all out, his strength should be at the saint level, right? If that was the case, he could go to White Dragon Hall alone. The White Dragon Hall Lord has been dead for so long, and they still haven't done anything. Might as well take the initiative. Yixian thought to himself. If he were to ally with the 4 Directions Pavilion, he would have to share the spoils with them. It was better to go alone. Let's go. Yixian didn't say anything else and directly left through the void. The old tree had left the 4 Directions Pavilion a long time ago. Yixian had also left through the void to locate them. Now, he was leaving the 4 Directions Pavilion under the protection of so many people. White Dragon Palace, I'm coming. Yixian narrowed his eyes as he recalled the Sovereign Dragon Soul's final wish. Destroy the White Dragon Palace. After a few teleportations, Yixian finally arrived at the White Dragon Palace's territory. Fortunately, he had the highest grade Pearl of Annihilation in his body. Otherwise, the White Dragon Palace would have discovered him. Lightstream Invisibility Cloak. Yixian concealed himself and headed towards the White Dragon Palace. After a while he stood outside the White Dragon Palace and sensed the powerful auras inside. The White Dragon Palace was much more powerful than the Black Dragon sect. Even though the Palace Master and 4 rank 1 saints had died, they were still powerful. Today, I'll give you an appetizer. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. He merged with his body and charged in. The appearance of this aura immediately alarmed the experts in the White Dragon Palace. Yixian's target was also these saint-level experts. He didn't wait for them to react before opening his mouth. Apocalyptic Roar. Boom! The power of this attack wasn't any weaker than Qisong's Wind Thunderclaw. With just one attack, it pierced through the dragon heart of a White Dragon Palace saint. Die! Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yixian's mind. This wasn't the end. Immortal Slaying Puppet. Immortal Slashing Arrow. Yixian kept summoning and instantly gained a lot of help. At the same time, the experts in the White Dragon Palace also charged out. Unfortunately, Yixian wasn't weak now. He could even fight against a rank 3 saint, let alone them. Apocalyptic Roar. Yixian didn't care about them and continued to attack. The corpses of the saints fell from the sky one by one. How dare you! Suddenly, a powerful aura spread. This aura made Yixian's heart palpitate. A rank 4 saint? The old guy from the White Dragon Palace had charged out. Today is the day that the apocalyptic ghostly dragon is about to unleash its apocalyptic divine might. I'll start with all of you. Yixian glared and directly flashed to the center of the White Dragon Palace hall with the eye of assassination. Then, apocalyptic divine might. Kaboom! A dazzling black light bloomed and instantly enveloped half of the White Dragon Palace hall. Although the apocalyptic ghostly dragon's current level was low, it had so many enhancements in the slaughter state. The power this time was probably no weaker than the apocalyptic black dragon's previous attack. Kaboom! In the blink of an eye, countless people in the White Dragon Palace hall were blown to smithereens. A huge hole appeared in the White Dragon Palace hall. Not only that, but many of the saints also died. Almost all the rank 1 saints nearby were killed, and the rank 2 saints suffered heavy casualties. However, the old palace master of the White Dragon Palace, Cui Ming, was unharmed. This is the apocalyptic mark? Cui Ming immediately recognized it. After all, he was the leader of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance back then. Good fellow, you're quite strong. Yixian also noticed him and thought to himself. Now, his priority was to destroy the White Dragon Palace hall because he was not short of money. The things in the devouring space were enough for him to break through 10 or 20 times. Once he finished breaking through, he would no longer be interested in the things in the White Dragon Palace hall. Old man, let's fight, Yixian said to Cui Ming. Junior, you're courting death. Cui Ming was furious. After all, Yixian dared to rush into the White Dragon Palace hall and unleash the apocalyptic mark. That attack just now killed more than 100,000 White Dragon Palace hall disciples, including his tribe. How could he not take revenge for this? Whoosh! Cui Ming immediately charged toward Yixian, but he did not transform into his original form. Yixian quickly used the death hunting order to mark his opponent, then controlled the immortal slaying puppet and the immortal eliminating arrow to attack Cui Ming. At the same time, his original body opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of air. Apocalyptic Roar. The apocalyptic roar that was infused with the apocalyptic mark was shockingly powerful. However, with Cui Ming's realm and strength, it would not be easy to kill him. Sacred Dragon Light of Purification. Facing this attack, Cui Ming threw out a punch, which collided with the apocalyptic roar. Although he had not transformed into his original form, he could use the sacred power in his body at any time. This attack actually dispersed the apocalyptic roar. It was not hard to imagine that if his original body had used the sacred dragon light of purification, he would have been able to attack Yixian directly. However, Cui Ming was afraid that if he killed Yixian in one hit, wouldn't the apocalyptic mark be gone? This old man is really strong. Even if I go all out, I won't be a match for him. I don't know if I can force his original body out. Yixian thought with a gloomy expression. He did not care too much and directly faced the attack. At the same time, he activated a formation. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Chapter 1911. Child's Play. Cui Ming coldly snorted. He was a 4th grade saint. Wouldn't it be humiliating if Yi Xian, who wasn't even a true emperor, hurt him? In an instant the two exchanged blows. A layer of white light appeared in Cui Ming's body, blocking the attacks of the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, the Immortal Slaying Puppets, and the Immortal Extinguishing Arrows. Yi Xian had heard that the White Dragon Palace had created a pond of purification that could purify the apocalyptic dragon scales and fuse them with the White Dragon. No one knew how many apocalyptic dragon scales Cui Ming had fused with, but his strength was terrifying. If such an expert were to attack the 4-Direction Pavilion or the Thousand Mountain Sect, they wouldn't be able to handle him. Old man, why didn't you transform into your true form? During the battle, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, do I need my true form to deal with you? Cui Ming coldly snorted. Ha ha ha, you must think that your true form is too ugly. To be honest, your true form is like a big white lizard, disgusting as hell. Yi Xian loudly mocked. His voice fell into the ears of all the survivors. How dare this guy provoke the old palace master? Bastard, if I don't skin you alive today, my surname isn't Cui. Cui Ming was furious. He transformed into his true form and prepared to deal with Yi Xian in one blow. Unfortunately, this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. You've finally transformed into your true form. Yi Xian looked at the huge white figure and his eyes lit up. He immediately summoned Wei Zhentian. Myriad Beasts Diagram Suppress. In an instant, Cui Ming's strength dropped by 70%. His speed, offensive power, and defensive power were all weakened. Moreover, the moment when he was surprised was the best opportunity for Yi Xian to attack. Apocalyptic Divine Might. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as a black light bloomed from his body. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly spread out. Fortunately, the White Dragon Palace had already suffered from the apocalyptic divine might. Moreover, it was in the air this time, so the damage wasn't as great as before. What surprised Yi Xian the most was that Cui Ming was actually able to block this attack. F***ck. He actually transformed into a human form to block the attack. Is he afraid that his original body will be too big and suffer too much damage? Yi Xian's expression darkened. It seemed that he had made a mistake this time. If he had known, he would have used Apocalyptic Roar directly. Moreover, after this incident, Cui Ming knew that his human form was even stronger than his original form. He wouldn't be able to transform into his original form so easily next time. This time I can't beat him. Since that's the case, let's meet again in a few days. Yi Xian snorted coldly and quickly tore through the void and left. This time he did not intend to use the time reversal skill. He wanted to teach the White Dragon Palace a lesson and let them live in the shadows. When Yi Xian made another breakthrough in his realm, he would come to the White Dragon Palace to cause trouble. As long as he could kill this Tier 4 Saint Cui Ming, the White Dragon Palace would be considered destroyed. Damn thing, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left the White Dragon Palace and was looking for a place to cultivate in seclusion. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently a Tier 7 True Venerable. Ding! Infernal Ghostly Lord, World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Skybreaking Ape God have made a breakthrough. Currently a Tier 2 Half-Step True Emperor. Finally a breakthrough in Realm. A few days ago, Yi Xian and Cui Ming were evenly matched in their battle. However, now that Yi Xian had made a breakthrough, Cui Ming would not be able to cause any more trouble. Therefore, Yi Xian immediately made a move. However, when he arrived at the White Dragon Palace again, he happened to see a group entering the White Dragon Palace. So strong. There are actually 2 Tier 3 saints and more than 10 Tier 1 and Tier 2 saints. Yi Xian was shocked. Where did these people come from? Only the Thousand Mountain Sect could have such a powerful cultivator in the nearby area. The Thousand Mountain Sect, White Dragon Palace, and the 4-Direction Pavilion had formed the Dragon Slaying Alliance. What were they trying to do in the White Dragon Palace now? Yi Xian did not understand the situation and decided to wait and see. However, he saw that the Thousand Mountain Sect people had entered the White Dragon Palace for half a day and nothing had happened. Therefore, He suspected that the White Dragon Palace had invited the Thousand Mountain sect people here to deal with the Four-Direction Pavilion. If it was the previous White Dragon Palace, one person would be enough to deal with the Four-Direction Pavilion alone. However, after Yixian caused great damage to them, only the old palace master, a Tier 3 saint, and a few injured Tier 2 saints were left. This would not be enough to deal with the Four-Direction Pavilion. I think the Thousand Mountain sect and the White Dragon Palace have joined forces. If that's the case, I'll kill you too. Yixian did not say anything. He directly merged with the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon and charged in. The White Dragon Palace and the Thousand Mountain sect had a total of 1 Tier 4 saint, 3 Tier 3 saints, and more than 10 Tier 2 and Tier 1 saints. Back then, Yixian could easily kill a Tier 2 saint. Now that he had made a breakthrough, even a Tier 3 saint was like an ant in his eyes. However, if these people gathered together, it would still be difficult to deal with. The appearance of his aura immediately attracted the attention of the White Dragon Palace and the Thousand Mountain sect experts. That brat has finally appeared. Today I'll take your life. Cui Ming was furious. He directly used the aura to sense Yixian. Too naive. Yixian smirked. He directly used the Death Hunt command to mark the Tier 3 saint behind Cui Ming. Eye of Assassination. Massacre Mode. Divine Aura of Annihilation. A dazzling black light bloomed. This scene had already happened twice a few days ago. This was the third time. Moreover, at such a close distance, even a Tier 3 saint would be blasted into pieces. Not only that, but the Thousand Mountain sect team was also not far from Yixian. The divine aura of annihilation also threatened them. Fortunately, they were gathered together and could still work together to resist. Other than the Tier 1 saints, the Tier 2 saints and above were only slightly injured. What a powerful attack. Is this the power of the Mark of Annihilation? Why do I feel like it's much stronger than before? This person's aura is only a Tier 2 half-step True Emperor. How can it be stronger than the Black Annihilation Dragon? Could it be? His bloodline is stronger than the Black Annihilation Dragons. We must not let him live. We must kill him. The Thousand Mountain sect experts were shocked. Yixian had become someone they must kill. The reason they came to the White Dragon Palace this time was to join forces with the White Dragon Palace and kill Yixian in the cradle. Unfortunately, things were not that easy. With the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's current state, it can only unleash its divine aura 3 times a day. This is the first time. I must make good use of the next 2 times. Otherwise, this trip will be a waste of time. Yixian thought to himself. In fact, with his current situation, it was not a big deal for him to wait a while longer to attack the White Dragon Palace. At that time, his strength would increase and even Cui Ming would be like an ant in his eyes. Chapter 1912. Immortal Slaying Puppet. Immortal Slashing Arrow. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Yixian used his trump cards one after another. The Immortal Slaying Sword Formation was activated and instantly surrounded the experts of the White Dragon Palace and the Thousand Mountain sect. Don't spread out. The leader of the Thousand Mountain sect hurriedly shouted. This sword formation was enough to pose a threat to a third-rank saint. It would be fine if they stayed together, but if they spread out, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, even if they did not spread out, would Yixian not be able to do anything to them? Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yixian directly marked one of the people in the middle, and then appeared behind him out of thin air. After being strengthened by the Eye of Assassination, the power of destruction was extremely terrifying. Boom! Black light bloomed, and the entire White Dragon Palace seemed to have fallen into night. Just now, that was how the third-rank saint of the White Dragon Palace died. Yixian used it again and this time no one survived. The Thousand Mountain sect team was completely wiped out. Now, only the powerful 4th-rank saint Cui Ming was left. Old man, it's just me and you left again. Yixian's lips curled up slightly. Cui Ming looked at Yixian with a gloomy expression and said coldly, What are you? Me? Of course I'm the inheritor of the Black Destruction Dragon. I've inherited his last wish, and that is to destroy the White Dragon Palace. Yixian replied. As long as I'm not dead, the White Dragon Palace will still exist. Cui Ming said. Is that so? Yixian grinned. The next moment, countless immortal-slaying puppets appeared out of thin air. There were at least 100 of them. The White Dragon Palace set off a storm of blood. Every time someone died, an immortal-slaying puppet would appear. There were fewer and fewer people. However, there were more and more immortal-slaying puppets. In addition, there was the assistance of the old tree, the sky-breaking ape god, and the others. There was no way to fight at all. "I'm going to kill you." Cui Ming looked at the White Dragon Palace that he had built being massacred by Yi Xian, and his eyes turned red. However, he had suffered a setback last time, so he didn't dare to transform into his true form again because that would make him weaker than his human form. As such, he could only maintain his human form and fight Yi Xian. Kill. Their fighting spirit had been ignited to the extreme. Today one of them had to fall. Otherwise, the battle would not end. If it were a few days ago, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat Cui Ming. However, after breaking through today, and with the help of so many immortal slaughtering puppets, Cui Ming was instantly at a disadvantage. The immortal slaying sword formation, the immortal slaying puppets, and the immortal extinguishing arrows kept Cui Ming busy. Could it be that today is truly the day of destruction for my White Dragon Palace? Cui Ming, who was covered in wounds, couldn't help but think. He suddenly recalled that the calamity countless years ago was caused by the world-destroying Black Dragon. In truth, the places that had been destroyed by the Black Destruction Dragon back then were all places with very few people. However, the White Dragon Palace had taken a fancy to the Black Destruction Dragon's World Destruction imprint, so they had formed the Dragon-Slaying Alliance. Today was their retribution. "Old man, it's time for me to send you to hell." When Yi Xian saw Cui Ming's expression, he knew that Cui Ming had given up. At this time there were already hundreds of immortal extinguishing arrows and hundreds of immortal slaughtering puppets. Cui Ming had no chance of surviving. "Let me finish you off with this attack." Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and prepared to use the world-destroying roar to kill Cui Ming. However, at this moment, buzz! Suddenly an aura spread out, and time seemed to stop in the entire White Dragon Palace. Everyone was unable to move, including Yi Xian and Cui Ming. "I really didn't expect." A voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Then a figure entered his sight. It was a middle-aged man with a pair of black bull horns. At this moment, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and he was sizing him up. An expert. A peerless expert. He could even suppress Cui Ming, who was a fourth-stage saint, to the point that he couldn't move. He was at least a high-level saint. Or perhaps a great saint. Who? Cui Ming and Yi Xian had never seen this horned middle-aged man before. However, Yi Xian felt a sense of déjà vu when he saw those horns. Is he a Zuyoist or a demon? Yi Xian frowned. Zuyoists had the ability to take human form. At the same time, they could also take incomplete forms, such as growing horns or covering themselves with dragon scales. However, Yi Xian felt that this horned middle-aged man's aura was somewhat similar to that of a demon. "I didn't expect to find the bloodline of the world-destroying demonic dragon here." The middle-aged man slowly spoke. Yi Xian and Cui Ming were puzzled at his words. Was the world-destroying demonic dragon referring to the world-destroying black dragon? Before Yi Xian could react, the middle-aged man glared at him. In the next moment, Yi Xian actually dispelled his fusion with the world-destroying demonic dragon. This is the will of the heavens. The world-destroying demonic dragon bloodline of the demonic dragon palace, and the sky-breaking divine ape bloodline of the divine monkey palace, both have the same master. What a joke! The horned middle-aged man said coldly. Demonic dragon palace, world-destroying demonic dragon, divine monkey palace, sky-breaking divine ape. When these words reached Yi Xian's ears, he couldn't help but tremble. This horned middle-aged man actually recognized the sky-breaking divine ape bloodline. Who exactly was he? Boy, have they all recognized you as their master? The horned middle-aged man suddenly asked Yi Xian. Faced with this question, Yi Xian could only nod slightly and say, yes. This horned middle-aged man was too powerful. He could kill him with a snap of his fingers. It was better to keep a low profile. In that case, you'd better dispel your contract with the world-destroying demonic dragon. Don't make me do it myself, said the horned middle-aged man. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. How could he possibly dispel the contract? Moreover, the horned middle-aged man recognized the sky-breaking divine ape bloodline. Why did he only ask to dispel the world-destroying demonic dragon? It seemed that the horned middle-aged man knew something, so Yixian asked, "Why?" "No reason. It's because his ancestor was my good friend, and now I need him." The horned middle-aged man said, "As long as you're willing to dispel the contract, I'll give you an opportunity that you can't imagine. You can easily break through to the saint stage, great saint stage, or even higher. What do you think?" Gulp. The one who swallowed his saliva wasn't Yixian, but Cui Ming. If he could easily break through to the great saint stage by giving him an opportunity, then what was the horned middle-aged man's cultivation level? "I don't want any opportunity," Yixian rejected directly. One had to know that he had already collected all the best dragon scales, and he didn't lack any worldly treasures. Nothing could tempt him. Moreover, without the world-destroying demonic dragon, his strength would be greatly reduced. He might not even be able to defeat a first-rank saint. How could he accept that? Chapter 19:13. "If that's the case, I'll do it myself," the bull-horned middle-aged man said. Yixian snorted inwardly. "Go ahead. I have the time reversal skill anyway. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" He didn't use it because he wanted to see what the bull-horned middle-aged man would say. After all, he might know the origin of the heaven-breaking ape god. However, Yixian's expression froze the next moment. Two black lights flashed and entered Yixian and the World Devastator ghostly dragon respectively. Then Yixian heard two system notifications. Ding! The World Devastator ghostly dragon has forcefully terminated its contract with the host. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Re-establish a contract with the World Devastator ghostly dragon. The bull-horned middle-aged man was powerful enough to forcefully terminate the contract between Yixian and the World Devastator ghostly dragon. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yixian subconsciously glanced at the time reversal skill when he heard the notification. F***ck, it can't be used? This is a tragedy. F***ck, this happened when I killed Jiang Tai at the Blood Flame Hall. Now it's happening again? Yixian's eyes widened. He had already cursed the bull-horned middle-aged man 1,000 times in his heart. If the time reversal skill couldn't be used, he wouldn't be able to return to the past. This way, the World Devastator ghostly dragon would be forcefully terminated. Before Yixian could speak, the World Devastator ghostly dragon shrank rapidly with the dragon's roar. Then the bull-horned middle-aged man put it into a bag. The World Devastator ghostly dragon had disappeared. "What are you doing? Return it!" Yixian shouted. "Kid, don't push it. I'm taking it away for your own good. Do you know what will happen to you if some people encounter it in the future?" The bull-horned middle-aged man snorted and turned his attention to the heaven-breaking ape god. He said, "This little monkey, you better be careful when you appear in the future. Otherwise, you'll be killed." "Killed? Kill your grandmother." Yixian scolded angrily. Their ancestors were all palace masters of the 12 mythical beast palaces, but they've all been sealed. I'm taking the World Devastator ghostly dragon away to undo the seal on its ancestors, the bull-horned middle-aged man said. The bull-horned middle-aged man said. However, he used voice transmission this time. "Then why did you only take it away?" Yixian couldn't help but ask. "That smelly monkey from the Divine Monkey Palace doesn't have a good relationship with me, so why should I help it remove its seal?" The bull-horned middle-aged man snorted and said, "If you want, then go to the Immortal Treasure Mountain yourself. If you can help that stinky monkey escape, then you will naturally be able to find me." After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared without giving Yixian a chance to reply. F***ck. Yixian gritted his teeth and scolded. He remembered the names of the 12 Divine Beast Palace, Celestial Treasure Mountain, Divine Monkey Palace, Demon Dragon Palace. However, at this moment, Yixian's expression suddenly changed. When the bull-horned middle-aged man appeared, he suppressed everyone, making them unable to move. Now that he had left and taken the World Devastator ghostly dragon with him, Yixian might not even be able to defeat a rank 1 saint. Keep in mind that Yixian couldn't use temporal reversal right now. If his avatar were to die, then it would be disastrous. However, when Yixian turned around in horror, he found that Cui Ming was already dead. Not only that, but the disciples of the White Dragon Palace were also the same. They were all killed by the pressure of the aura. Yixian couldn't help but shudder because he knew that if he didn't have the connection between the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon and the Sky-Splitting Divine Ape, then he would be dead as well. Long horns, huh? Wait until I find you, then I'll tear them apart. Yixian gritted his teeth and said. He was only this strong because of the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon. Now that the contract was forcefully removed, Yixian could no longer fuse with the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon, causing his strength to greatly decrease. Right now, he was a rank 7 true sovereign while the Old Tree and the Sky-Splitting Divine Ape were only rank 2 half-step true emperors. Their current strength was only at the true emperor realm at best. They might not even be able to beat a half-step saint. What the fuck? Yixian cursed again in his mind. Fortunately, the bull-horned middle-aged man had a death warrant on him. With this death pursuit order, it was still possible for Yixian to track down the bull-horned middle-aged man. However, strength was still the key. After all, the bull-horned middle-aged man was definitely stronger than a great saint. Screw it, I'll go back and cultivate in seclusion. Yixian snorted and cleaned up the battlefield before leaving the White Dragon Palace. The most important thing right now was to break through first, then track down the enemy. Soon, Yixian returned to the Four Directions Pavilion and told Qisong what happened. He then asked Qisong for help in investigating the 12 Divine Beast Palaces. Could the 12 Divine Beast Palaces be the 12 zodiac signs? Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig? Yixian suddenly thought of this when he returned to his mansion. The Demonic Dragon Palace and the Divine Monkey Palace corresponded to the dragon and the monkey. The bull-horned middle-aged man seemed to be an ox. Thinking about it this way, it was possible. No matter what, the most important thing is to improve my strength. Yixian raised an eyebrow and began cultivating in seclusion. Ding! Host has broken through to first-rank half-step true emperor. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, Wei Zhentian, and the Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through to 5th rank half-step true emperor. Somewhere in the Four Directions Pavilion, Yixian opened his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh when he heard the notification in his mind. This time seclusion didn't have much effect. He was just resting with his eyes closed. However, Luo and Black Horn used a large amount of natural treasures, and the space of 1,000 years to break through to the half-step saint realm. The supreme grade dragon scales were useless to Yixian, but they were still useful to Black Horn. At this time, Black Horn had transformed from a single-horned black python into a devouring black dragon. After the transformation, his devouring ability and battle strength had greatly increased. Unfortunately, he was a Xiaoyao and had signed a master-servant contract with Yixian, so he wasn't Yixian's slave. He could only be considered a hired thug. Luo and Black Horn are stronger than Old Tree and Skybreaking. However, I have those undead creatures now, so they aren't weak. No, I don't have the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon, so I can't control those undead creatures. Yixian frowned and thought to himself. At this time, someone suddenly landed outside his courtyard and transmitted a message. Yixian, I found something that you asked me to investigate. The visitor was the Four Directions Pavilion Master, Qisong. Previously, because the Thousand Mountain Sect's team had been annihilated by Yixian, the Thousand Mountain Sect had no leader, so they had long since been annexed by the Four Directions Pavilion. Qisong was very grateful to Yixian for this. What clues? Yixian immediately opened the door and asked after hearing Qisong's words. You asked me to send people to investigate the 12 Divine Beast Palaces, Demonic Dragon Palace, and Divine Monkey Palace, but I didn't find anything. However, I did hear of a faction called Divine Monkey Palace. Qisong replied. Chapter 1914. Divine Monkey Mansion? Yixian raised an eyebrow. What was the relationship between this Divine Monkey Mansion and the Divine Monkey Palace of the 12 Divine Beast Palaces? With such similar names, they might be related. Where is this Divine Monkey Mansion? Yixian asked. Hearing this, Qisong took out a map and handed it over to Yixian. This Divine Monkey Manor is much stronger than my Four Directions Pavilion. However, there are many teleportation arrays on the way. With my speed, I'll be able to reach the Divine Monkey Manor in about a year. A year? That long? Yixian was frightened. If it was before, He could reach the Divine Monkey Mansion quickly because he could continue to break through along the way. However, he had lost the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, and was not as strong as before. Even with Chisong's help, it would take a long time. Looks like I have to cultivate in seclusion for a while, Yixian thought to himself. He was now a first-grade half-step true emperor, and would probably reach the half-saint realm in 3 months. However, his speed was slower than a 9th-grade half-saint skeletal dragon. Looks like I have to break through along the way. At this thought, Yixian suddenly looked into the distance. There was a terrifying distance between him and the Scarlet Word. What realm was that bull-horned middle-aged man? Yixian immediately left the 4-direction pavilion. However, before he left, he asked Gu Tao to transform into his true form and escort him on the way. He then cultivated on Gu Tao's back. His realm began to increase rapidly, and he soon broke through to the true emperor realm. This strength was very good, but it was not enough in this area. The further north they went, the more dangerous it was because there were saints everywhere. It was almost impossible to reach the Divine Monkey Mansion safely. Yixian, there seems to be a few saint auras ahead. Should we go around? Gu Tao suddenly asked on the way. A few saint auras, huh? Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows. Gu Tao was the Black Dragon emissary of the Black Dragon sect, Hu Feng's son. His strength was considered good in the previous area, but after traveling north for a while, he was a little weak. There were many saints here. Along the way, Yixian had already encountered countless waves of saints. Some of them ignored Yixian, while others wanted to kill Yixian and Gu Tao, wanting to kill them and steal their treasures. Thus, along the way, Yixian continuously used his time reversal skill to avoid these saints as much as possible. Let's go take a look first, Yixian replied. He decided to take a look each time he encountered a saint aura, because they might ignore him. If they wanted to kill him, then he could just go around time. However, it was different this time because his strength had improved a lot. As long as it wasn't a mid-level saint, it shouldn't be a problem. When Gu Tao carried Yixian over, he discovered that there were 2 saints fighting, and 2 saints of the first rank were on their way. However, when the 2 saints saw Gu Tao and Yixian, they looked at each other. These 2 wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. Whether it was in the mortal world, the immortal world, or the holy world, there were many cases of people killing others to steal their treasures. Yixian, they met again today. If it was before, you 2 wouldn't have the right to mess around in front of me. Although the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon has been taken away, I'm not someone you 2 can mess with. Yixian's eyes flashed, and 2 people appeared beside him. Luo Luo and Black Horn. Luo Luo and Black Horn's realms had improved a lot while he was traveling. The former was a 6th-grade half-saint, while the latter was a 7th-grade half-saint. With the mystic divine armor, Yixian was not afraid of these 2 first-grade saints at all. Kill, Yixian ordered. Yes, boss. Luo Luo and Black Horn nodded slightly. The latter transformed into the devouring black dragon and charged toward the 2 first-grade saints. Although they did not speak, they both wanted the other to die. The 2 first-grade saints did not waste any time and attacked Black Horn. However, after Black Horn transformed, his combat power became very strong, and he had techniques that even Yixian was envious of. I'll devour. The devouring black dragon suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the attacks of the 2 first-stage saints into its stomach. Moreover, it was unscathed. What? The 2 first-grade saints were shocked. Devouring attacks? Their 2 attacks could even kill a first-rank saint, let alone a 7th-rank half-saint like Black Horn. Their attacks had penetrated his body. You 2 come in. Suddenly, Black Horn's mouth opened wide again, and an invisible suction force enveloped the 2 first-grade saints. Then, the 2 were sucked in without any resistance. That was not the point. The point was that the 2 first-grade saints who were sucked into Black Horn's body appeared in the planting space. This was a mutation that happened after Black Horn transformed into the devouring black dragon. The space in his body was connected to the planting space. Well done, Black Horn. Yixian nodded satisfactorily. Now that he was in the planting space, he could do whatever he wanted. It's not even my turn to do anything, Luo Luo shrugged and said helplessly. Yixian grinned. He had already robbed the 2 first-grade saints who were sucked into the planting space. The 2 first-grade saints did not have much. After all, Yixian had even destroyed the White Dragon Palace. However, he could not make ends meet now, so Yixian did not think that it was too little. Next, Gu Tao brought Yixian along as they continued on their way. Yixian estimated that Black Horn's speed would surpass Gu Tao's in a few days. Then, Gu Tao could return to the square pavilion. However, on the second day of Yixian's journey, Yixian, there are a few more saints ahead. They are at least second-grade saints, Gu Tao said to Yixian. It's fine. Let's go and take a look. Yixian said. Second-grade saints could not even withstand a single blow from Black Horn. Even third-grade saints were the same. Since that was the case, why take a detour? Perhaps the other party was here to give him benefits. However, when Yixian arrived, he saw two figures standing in the sky above a sect. These two figures had strange appearances. They were covered in golden hair and held two fine iron rods in their hands. They were confronting a group of saints from the sect. After seeing this scene, Yixian was slightly surprised. It was because the two figures looked similar to Heavenbreaker. They were completely like two large walking monkeys. I heard that the Divine Monkey Manor is made up of monkeys who can speak human language and use rods as weapons. Could these two be from the Divine Monkey Manor? Yixian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. He decided to wait and see. Hey, your time is up. Are you going to hand them over? If not, don't blame us for being merciless. Chapter 1915. Sir, please give us more time. We can't gather those items in such a short period of time. The sect leader pleaded. I don't care. Since you can't gather them, I'll do it myself. The small-eyed monkey soldier said as he charged toward the sect. There were only 4 first-grade saints in the sect. They were no match for the second-grade Saint Monkey Soldier. In the blink of an eye, the 4 saints were killed by the small-eyed monkey soldier, and their Qian Kuan rings were taken away. Everyone, hand over your Qian Kuan rings obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The small-eyed monkey soldier said coldly. Seeing that their sect leader was dead, the people in the sect did not dare to resist. They could only hand over their Qian Kuan rings. Yixian raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this from afar. These 2 monkey soldiers were actually also involved in the shady business of robbing houses. However, at this moment 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Their auras were not weak. 3 second-grade saints? The small-eyed monkey soldier turned around and said, They're probably sent by the Green Rock Pavilion. Big Head, if they dare to attack, kill them. Okay. The other burly monkey soldier nodded. Hey, you 2 stinking monkeys are so bold. How dare you act so recklessly in the territory of the Green Rock Pavilion? A young man shouted angrily. Bullsh *T Green Rock Pavilion. From now on, this territory belongs to the Divine Monkey Manor. We're just collecting protection fees. What does it have to do with the Green Rock Pavilion? The small-eyed monkey soldier replied. Since when did this become the territory of the Divine Monkey Manor? The young man in the lead asked. It wasn't before. From today onwards, it is. The small-eyed monkey soldier said. The Divine Monkey Manor has been arrogant for a long time. Now, you dare to behave atrociously in the territory of the Green Rock Pavilion. Today, I'll clean up the mess on behalf of your manor master. The young man in the lead took out his weapon. Although they had the advantage in terms of numbers, they had heard that the monkey soldiers and monkey generals of the Divine Monkey Manor were all invincible and had outstanding combat power. Moreover, the more they fought, the stronger they became. Therefore, they did not have much chance of winning this battle. They're just 3 good-for-nothings. Big Head smashed them to death. The small-eyed monkey soldier finished speaking and continued to collect the Qian Kuan rings. All right. The burly monkey soldier nodded. He gripped his iron staff tightly and swung it at the 3 Green Rock Pavilion saints. Dodge! The young man in the lead yelled in fright when he sensed the extraordinariness of the rod. However, the rod still smashed a saint from the Green Rock Pavilion who was too slow to dodge into minced meat. 1 strike insta-killing the opponent. So strong. The other 2 were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. They were both second-rank saints, but why was the gap between them so huge? Judging from his strength, he was at least a 3rd-rank saint, right? We can't fight them head-on. Inform the senior brothers. The young man in the lead immediately transmitted his voice, and at the same time retreated quickly. It was 3 against 1, and one of them had been killed instantly. Now that there were only 2 left, how were they supposed to fight? You think you can come and go as you please? The tall and sturdy monkey soldier said coldly. Then it smashed down with its stick again, directly smashing the young man into pieces. At this speed there was no time to react. As for the last one, he wouldn't have been able to escape far before being crushed to death. 3 second stage saints were smashed to death one after another by the monkey soldiers of the same level. This strength made Yixian's heart palpitate. The strength of this burly monkey soldier is quite strong, but Black Horn should be able to beat him. Yixian thought to himself. Black Horn was already a 7th rank half-saint. In addition, he had a special physique and had fused with countless dragon origins. Challenging someone of a higher level would be a piece of cake. Moreover, he had the help of Luoluo, a 6th rank half-saint, and the mystic divine armor. After the 3 of them died, the small-eyed monkey soldier's gaze landed on Gu Tao. You too hand them over too. Otherwise you know the consequences. Indeed, its target was Gu Tao. After all, Gu Tao was a 1st-rank saint. What if I don't hand them over? Yixian, who was on Gu Tao's back, suddenly said. If you don't hand them over, then die. Murderous intent flashed in the small-eyed monkey soldier's eyes. In the next moment, the tall and sturdy monkey soldier smashed its stick at Gu Tao. Black Horn. Yixian quickly summoned Black Horn. In his original form, Black Horn's dragon scales were extremely hard. When the stick hit Black Horn's body, it only made his huge body tremble violently. It didn't suffer any substantial damage. What? The small-eyed monkey soldier and the tall and sturdy monkey soldier were shocked. This stick was enough to seriously injure a 3rd-rank saint. However, it couldn't even kill a half-saint. The tall and sturdy monkey soldier wondered if it had just casually swung the stick. No, even a casual swing of the stick was enough to kill a saint, let alone a 7th-rank half-saint. This is impossible. The small-eyed monkey soldier and the tall and sturdy monkey soldier couldn't believe it. A half-saint blocked the attack of a 2nd-rank saint and didn't seem to be injured. This must be a dream. Before the other party could react, Luoluo, wearing the mystic divine armor, had already appeared at the side and attacked the small-eyed monkey soldier. Although Luoluo was only a 6th-rank half-saint, after wearing the mystic divine armor, her strength increased greatly. In an instant, Luoluo and the small-eyed monkey soldier fought. There was a difference of 5 ranks between them, but Luoluo wasn't weaker than the small-eyed monkey soldier. On the other side, Black Horn was fighting with the tall and sturdy monkey soldier. He was also not at a disadvantage. Not bad, not bad. My strength has finally recovered to its previous level. After seeing this scene, Yixian couldn't help but nod. Previously, when the World Destroyer ghostly dragon was forcibly taken away by the bull-horned middle-aged man, his strength had decreased greatly. Now he had finally recovered. However, this was not all of his trump cards. Don't fight with these 2 people. Kill them directly. Yixian immediately gave the order to the 2 people. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian directly transformed into the myriad beasts diagram. If Yixian was not wrong, these 2 monkey soldiers should be saint beasts. They only knew how to speak. As expected, once the myriad beasts diagram appeared, the small-eyed monkey soldier and the tall and sturdy monkey soldier's strength decreased by 70%. What? The 2 monkey soldiers were shocked. Why did their strength suddenly decrease by so much? Just now they could still fight one-on-one, but now that their strength decreased, how could they fight? Immediately, the small-eyed monkey soldier retreated rapidly. However, what he didn't know was that without the mystic divine armor, Luoluo's strength decreased by more than 70%. Bang! On the other side, after the tall and sturdy monkey soldier's strength decreased by 70%, he was directly hit by Black Horn's horn and died on the spot. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. At the same time, the small-eyed monkey soldier's expression changed greatly. The tall and sturdy monkey soldier, who was stronger than him, died. He probably wouldn't end up like this. Chapter 1916. I don't care who you are. Die. Yixian's eyes flashed as he gave the order. In the next moment, Black Horn turned into a black ray of light and pierced through the small-eyed monkey soldier's chest with his horn. Dead. 2 second-grade saints had fallen just like that. Good, well done. After they died, Yixian couldn't help but praise them. Then, he quickly kept the 2 monkey soldiers' corpses. Wei Zhentian's soul search. Yixian gave the order again. After a while, these 2 monkey soldiers are indeed from the Divine Monkey Manor. They were ordered by the Divine Monkey Manor's Manor Lord to expand their territory. Yixian thought to himself, these 2 monkey soldiers had already plundered a lot of resources before they met them. Hence they were quite valuable. However, what attracted Yixian's attention was that these 2 monkey soldiers each had a piece of life monkey fur. Yixian quickly found them. Then, he looked at the 2 pieces of life monkey fur and thought to himself, monkey soldiers who can condense life monkey fur have good aptitude. This Divine Monkey Manor might be related to the Divine Monkey Palace. The palace master of the Divine Monkey Palace is Potion's ancestor. If I give these 2 pieces of life monkey fur to Potion, there might be some effect. Then, he threw the 2 pieces of life monkey fur to Potion. Potion received the 2 pieces of life monkey fur and played with them carefully. In the end, what surprised Yixian was that these 2 pieces of life monkey fur were refined by Potion and grew on his body. Potion, you've become stronger? Yixian raised his eyebrows. Creak. Heavenbreaker nodded. These 2 life monkey hairs had increased his strength by more than a fold. It was a pity that Potion's realm was too low. Even if he doubled his strength and wore the mystic divine armor, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Luo Luo. Not bad, not bad. If I had more life monkey fur, Potion might be able to be like the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon. Thinking of this, Yixian's eyes lit up. However, there was a fundamental difference between Potion and the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon. That was fusion. Yixian could fuse with the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon, and he could only do so. Therefore, no matter how strong Heavenbreaker was, he was no match for the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon. In the future, I'll definitely be able to fuse with them again. I just don't know how to do it. Could it be that I'm going to get a random mission reward? Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. He decided not to think about it anymore and continued on his way. From the 2 monkey soldiers, it could be seen that the Divine Monkey Manor's Manor Lord was very ambitious and wanted to expand his territory. His strength was indeed very strong, but if he did so, it would only incur the dissatisfaction of the surrounding forces. After all, there were still a few forces with similar strength as the Divine Monkey Manor. However, this was a good thing for Yixian. After all, he needed some innate monkey hairs to strengthen his sky-breaking divine ape. What Yixian did not expect was that the sky-breaking ape god could sense the position of the monkey soldiers. This was great news for Yixian. Previously, the World Destroyer Ghost Dragon could sense the aura of the World Destroyer Dragon Scale. Now the sky-breaking ape god could sense the aura of the surrounding monkey soldiers. With the help of Heavenbreaker, Yixian quickly moved towards the monkey soldiers. The monkey soldiers sent by the Divine Monkey Manor's Manor Lord were at least at the saint level. However, given Yixian's current situation, it would be best for him to deal with the monkey soldiers at the saint level. Within a few days, Yixian had obtained more than 10 innate monkey hairs. As for the monkey soldiers, some were killed, some were suppressed, and some were swallowed into Blackhorn's stomach. In other words, they were kept in the planting space. Heavenbreaker's strength began to increase rapidly. Yixian had no way of tracking down the bull-horned middle-aged man. The distance between him and Yixian was as far as a human looking at the sun. Right now, he had to focus on increasing his strength. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 3rd grade true emperor. Ding! Infernal ghostly lord Wei Zhentian, sky-breaking divine ape have broken through. Currently a 7th grade true emperor. Currently old tree strength couldn't keep up with the pace. Only the sky-breaking divine ape could. With its strength, it would reach the half-saint level if it wore the 3rd grade profound divine armor. However, there were still 2 generals above it, Luo Luo and Blackhorn. If it wanted to surpass them, it would need a lot of innate monkey hairs. The reason why the monkey soldiers of the Divine Monkey Manor were stronger than the human geniuses was because of their innate monkey hairs. Moreover, each monkey soldier had more than 1 hairs. The more hairs they had, the better their aptitude. Yixian had encountered a powerful monkey soldier with 3 innate monkey hairs. At that time, with the suppression of the myriad beasts diagram, he was able to fight evenly with Blackhorn. His strength was quite good. However, in the end, He couldn't defeat Yi Xian and was killed on the spot. At this rate, Heavenbreaker's strength will be able to catch up with Luo Luo and Black Horn in a month's time. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. After all, the Heavenbreaker ape god was only a 7th grade true emperor, while Luo Luo was a 7th grade half-saint. The difference between the two was an entire realm. However, as Yi Xian was hurrying along, a powerful aura suddenly chased after him. Heavenbreaker sensed that it was at least a 4th grade saint. If it was before, Yi Xian might have been afraid. However, now that Black Horn had broken through to the 8th grade half-saint, as long as it wasn't a 5th grade saint, everything would be fine. Soon, the monkey soldier arrived in front of Yi Xian. He then looked at the mini Heavenbreaker and raised his eyebrows. A mere true emperor actually has more than 10 innate monkey hairs? How is this possible? The monkey soldier was frightened. He was too far away just now, so he suspected that his senses were wrong. Now that he was here, he was sure that his senses were correct. He wasn't even a half-saint yet, but he had already condensed more than 10 innate monkey hairs. His aptitude was too strong. My lord, may I know your name? The monkey soldier couldn't help but ask. Name? Heavenbreaker, who was standing on Gu Tao's back, couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. Just say that your name is Sun Patian. Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice to Heavenbreaker. The Heavenbreaker ape god originally didn't have a name. Back then, the people of Dragonfield called it Little Monkey. After being tamed by Yi Xian, he was given the name Heavenbreaker. However, the bull-horned middle-aged man had mentioned the Heavenbreaker ape god's bloodline, so Yi Xian quickly added the name Sun. In Yi Xian's memories, whenever a monkey was mentioned, he would think of a classic character. Adding the name Sun was very appropriate. Squeak! Heavenbreaker opened his mouth. Ordinary people wouldn't understand these words, but the monkey soldier in front of Heavenbreaker did. What? His surname is Sun? This 5th stage saint-level monkey soldier was extremely shocked. Chapter 1917. Strange, why can't Lord Sun speak the human language? The monkey soldier frowned but didn't think too much about it. Lord Sun, let me follow you. Follow? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Having a 5th rank saint as a fighter wasn't a bad idea. After all, this 5th rank saint also had 3 vital monkey hairs. After receiving Yi Xian's approval, Heavenbreaker nodded in agreement. Thank you, Lord Sun. This 5th grade saint-level monkey soldier was already grinning from ear to ear. Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward and said, Let me introduce myself. I am Yi Xian, Lord Sun's servant. Since you are following Lord Sun, there will be many benefits in the future. Yes. The monkey soldier quickly nodded. In terms of cultivation, Yi Xian was 4 levels lower than Heavenbreaker. Moreover, he was still a human. Thus, the monkey soldier believed that Yi Xian was deeply trusted by Heavenbreaker. As a follower, he didn't dare to underestimate Yi Xian. Without waiting for the monkey soldier to speak, Yi Xian continued. Since you are following Lord Sun, take one of your vital monkey hairs and give it to Lord Sun. What? The monkey soldier raised an eyebrow. It took him a lot of effort to refine these 3 vital monkey hairs. Taking one out now would cause him great heartache. Moreover, he was the one who refined them, so it was useless to give them to others. What did Lord Sun want these hairs for? Don't ask too many questions. Lord Sun's abilities aren't something you can guess. If you want to follow Lord Sun, do as he says and you will know what to do next. Yi Xian reminded him. The monkey soldier hesitated after hearing this. Being able to refine more than 10 vital monkey hairs at the true emperor level couldn't be faked. Moreover, Heavenbreaker's surname was Sun, so he must be a big shot in the Divine Monkey Mansion. Although he was a 5th rank saint, he was still at the bottom of the hierarchy. If he could hug a big thigh now, his future would be boundless. After thinking about it for a while, the monkey soldier decided to do as he was told. It reluctantly plucked a strand of monkey fur from its body and tossed it to Heavenbreaker. Heavenbreaker grasped the strand of fur in his hand and absorbed it. This scene caused the monkey soldier to be extremely shocked. Lord Sun can actually absorb the life-bound monkey fur of others. Isn't this too heaven-defying? The monkey soldier's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He reckoned that this Lord Sun before him was most likely related to the Manor Head. Perhaps, he might even be the Manor Head's disciple. With this kind of ability, He would definitely surpass the manor head in the future. God, what a great deal! From today onwards I, Hou-Bai, will follow Lord Sun's lead and be at your disposal. The monkey soldier cupped his fists and said. When he said this, Yixian almost laughed himself to death. Hou-Bai Jing. What a good name. Good, very good. Yixian nodded in satisfaction and said. Next, gather the other monkey soldiers around you and call them over. Remember, Lord Sun sneaked out this time, so don't speak carelessly. Yes, yes, yes. Hou-Bai Jing hurriedly nodded. Next, Yixian found a place to rest and prepare for seclusion. As for Hou-Bai Jing, he began to gather the monkey soldiers nearby and asked them to come over quickly. In less than 3 days, more than 10 monkey soldiers were gathered. Most of them were low-level saints, and only 2 were mid-level saints. For these people, Yixian also took a strand of monkey fur from each of them. TSK, TSK, TSK. If we gather more people, we will become a strong force. Yixian grinned. These people all thought that Heavenbreaker was related to the manor head of the Divine Monkey Manor, and that his surname was Sun, so they all hugged his thigh. In this way, Yixian had a group of super strong reinforcements. Let's go and grab more cultivation resources. Yixian narrowed his eyes and ordered his subordinates to form groups of 3 and loot the sect. In addition, he also asked them to keep gathering monkey soldiers around so that they could worship Heavenbreaker. 10 people, 20 people, 30 people. Heavenbreaker's followers were increasing. There were already more than 5 mid-level saints, and one of them was a 6th-level saint. This strength was already very good. While these followers were looting, Yixian's cultivation level increased again. At this time, Yixian was already a 6th-level true emperor, and as for Heavenbreaker, he had already broken through to the 1st level of the half-saint realm. As a 1st-level half-saint, his combat strength was not inferior to a 3rd-level saint. If he wore the mystic divine armor, his strength would be close to that of a high-level saint. However, just as they were enjoying the fruits of Heavenbreaker's work, someone suddenly transmitted a message to Yixian. Lord Yixian, this is bad. The Green Rock Pavilion has organized a large group of people and is chasing after us. This voice belonged to Heavenbreaker's first follower, Hou-Bai Jing. I'll be there soon. Yixian immediately replied. After all, Hou-Bai Jing was Heavenbreaker's first follower, so he naturally had to take care of him. Immediately, Yixian led the experts to rescue Hou-Bai Jing. Coincidentally, Yixian had marked the area where Hou-Bai Jing was. Whoosh! The void door opened and Yixian went in. Not far ahead, there was Hou-Bai Jing and the other monkey soldiers. Behind them, there was a group of mid-level saints. Go, don't leave a single one alive. Yixian immediately ordered. In the next moment, the 6th-level saint beside him and 2 5th-level saints directly attacked. Among the pursuers from the Green Rock Pavilion, there were 2 6th-level saints, and more than 10 5th-level and 4th-level saints. However, Yixian was not afraid at all. Black Horn Heavenbreaker, the 2 of you go as well. Yixian ordered the 2 of them. Okay. Black Horn responded and directly transformed into his true form to attack. When the experts from the Green Rock Pavilion saw that reinforcements had arrived, they immediately formed a formation. Immediately, the 2 sides began to fight. Rumble. A series of loud sounds rang out continuously. The battle was very intense. Yixian was currently unable to participate in a battle of this level. After all, he was only a true emperor, not a half-saint. However, the heaven-breaking divine ape with the mystic divine armor on was very strong. Heaven-startling 36 rod strikes. The heaven-breaking divine ape with the mystic divine armor aimed at a 6th-level saint and attacked with all his might. It's the Prefecture Lord's heaven-startling 36 rod strikes. Lord Sun must be the Prefecture Lord's disciple. Otherwise, how could he have learned the heaven-startling 36 rod strikes? That's too powerful. He sent the opponent flying with 1 strike. Lord Sun has only become a half-saint recently. That group of monkey soldiers was extremely shocked. Heavenbreaking's talent, surname, and the heaven-startling 36 rod strikes convinced the monkey soldiers that he was a close relative of the Divine Monkey Manor's Prefecture Lord. Chapter 1918. There were quite a few people with the surname Sun in the Divine Monkey Manor, but none of them were close to Heavenbreaker, let alone the Divine Monkey Manor's Manor Lord, who had only mastered the 36 staff strikes of the heavens. With Heavenbreaker joining the battle, the group of experts from the Green Rock Pavilion was utterly defeated. Some died while others fled. In the end they were all killed. A complete victory. That's amazing. Lord Sun is awesome. Following Lord Sun will definitely lead to success. Keep a low profile. We must keep a low profile. Don't let the Green Rock Pavilion discover us. Otherwise they will definitely send experts to kill Lord Sun. What are you afraid of? When they come, Lord Sun's strength will definitely rise to another level. Whoever comes will die. The monkey soldiers were full of fighting spirit. They were all flattering Heavenbreaker. As Heavenbreaker's servant, Yixian quickly collected the corpses of the experts from the Green Rock Pavilion. TSK. What a huge haul. With such an army of monkeys, we can definitely sweep the surrounding forces. Yixian was overjoyed. At first he only killed 2 monkey soldiers. He didn't expect to have so many monkey soldiers following him. It was unbelievable. However, just as he was about to leave, what a powerful aura. Lord Sun is a high-grade saint. The 6th grade saint couldn't help but exclaim. 7th, 8th and 9th grade were all high-grade saints. Therefore it was at least a 7th grade saint. If it was a 7th grade saint they could still fight. However, if it was an 8th grade saint things would be troublesome. Yixian quickly collected the unrelated people. After all, they couldn't participate in a battle of this level. Soon that aura approached them. A 7th grade saint? No, an 8th grade saint. An 8th grade saint? I'll fight with him first and see Heavenbreaker's current strength. Yixian thought to himself. Heavenbreaker's current strength was infinitely close to a 7th grade saint. However, he hadn't fought with his full strength yet. This 8th grade saint was a good punching bag. Even if he couldn't win, Yixian could use time reversal and come to rescue Yuan Pijing earlier. This 8th grade saint was dressed casually, so he was obviously a member of the Green Rock Pavilion. He glanced at Yixian and the others before his gaze finally landed on Patian. Although Heavenbreaker was only a first-stage half-saint, he could sense many life-bound monkey hairs on his body. Damn divine monkey manner, you're courting death. The 8th-stage saint didn't say anything and immediately launched an attack on Heaven Crushing. Bang! With just one strike Heavenbreaker was sent flying. At the same time, the mystic divine battle armor that Wei Zhentian had transformed into shattered. Fortunately, Heavenbreaker's true form was a Heavenbreaker divine stone. And his defensive power was strong, so he only suffered a small injury. Don't forget, Yixian shared the immortal divine phoenix bloodline with all of his subordinates. This gave Heavenbreaker extremely powerful regenerative abilities. Not dead. The 8th grade saint was astonished. His attack was powerful enough to kill even a 7th stage saint, yet it was only able to injure Heavenbreaker. Moreover, Heavenbreaker had immediately recovered. This little monkey was not simple. Kill. The 8th stage saint prepared to attack with all his might. Lord Yixian, what should we do? The 6th stage saint could not help but look at Yixian. Don't worry, Lord Sun still has a big move that he hasn't used yet. Yixian said with a smile. Big move? How could he have one? Heavenbreaker had always only had one move, and that was the Heaven Startling Staff technique. The big move he was referring to was his time reversal technique. Hearing this, the 6th stage Saint Monkey Soldier also heaved a sigh of relief. Boom! Crack! A crisp sound could be heard from afar. Yixian could not help but sigh as he watched this battle. This was because if the World Destroyer Ghostly Dragon had not been forcibly taken away, it would definitely be able to kill the 8th stage Saint easily. What a pity! In the distance, the 8th stage Saint from the Green Rock Pavilion could not help but frown when he saw how difficult Heavenbreaker was to deal with. A first stage half-saint could actually block his attack and not die. What would happen if he grew up? Therefore he had to kill Heavenbreaker today. However, although Heavenbreaker was constantly being beaten up, his expression was not that serious because he could sense an aura rapidly approaching him. This aura also had a lot of life monkey fur on its body. It was a saint from the divine monkey manor. Very soon, this aura was also sensed by the rank 6 Saint Monkey Soldier. This aura is great. It must be Monkey Jiang. The monkey soldier's eyes lit up. The Monkey Jiang of the divine monkey manor was at least a saint. As long as a 7th stage saint came, It would be enough to deal with the 8th stage saint from the Green Rock Pavilion. Soon a figure entered everyone's sight. Oh no! It's Monkey Jiang from the Divine Monkey Manor. The 8th stage saint from the Green Rock Pavilion turned to look, and his expression changed drastically. What's going on? Monkey Jiang, who had just arrived, turned to look at the 6th stage Saint Monkey Soldier. We're being chased. Lord Sun is helping us. The monkey soldier explained. Lord Sun? Monkey Jiang was slightly surprised when he heard this. He carefully sensed Heavenbreaker and realized that he was only a 1st stage half-saint. His aptitude was heaven-defying. Who is this Lord Sun? Monkey Jiang couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure. Lord Sun is called Sun Patian. He snuck out of the Divine Monkey Manor. The monkey soldier shook his head. In the Divine Monkey Manor, every Monkey Jiang was given the surname Sun. However, this surname couldn't be inherited. Only the descendants of the Monkey Jiang couldn't bear the surname Sun before they became a Monkey Jiang. Other than the Monkey Jiang, only the 4 great sages and the Manor Lord's family were qualified to bear the surname Sun. There were only so many monkey generals and he had some impression of them. However, he had never heard of Sun Patian. It seemed like he was the descendant of the 4 great sages or the Manor Lord. At the thought of this, Monkey Jiang took out his weapon and shouted, Lord Sun, I'm here to help you. There wasn't a second person with Heavenbreaker's aptitude in the Divine Monkey Manor. Therefore, Monkey Jiang thought that Heavenbreaker was secretly nurtured by the Divine Monkey Manor. If anything happened to him, all the monkey generals wouldn't be able to pay for it. With the addition of Monkey Jiang, the 8th stage saint from the Green Rock Pavilion's face sank. He quickly retreated. Squeak! When Heavenbreaker saw that someone had come to his rescue, he couldn't be bothered to attack. He shouted and Megatron instantly disintegrated. Gotcha! The Mystic Divine Battle Armor was put on the 7th grade Saint-level Monkey General. After wearing the Mystic Divine Armor, the 7th stage Saint's strength increased tremendously. His attack speed also increased significantly. Bam! The Rod Shadow landed on the 8th stage Saint from the Green Rock Pavilion and turned him into minced meat in an instant. Instant kill. So strong. Monkey Jiang couldn't believe that he had killed an 8th stage saint from the Green Rock Pavilion in a single strike. He knew that it must have been the work of Lord Sun's armor. After the 8th grade saint from the Green Rock Pavilion died, Heavenbreaker quickly rushed over and threw the corpse to Yixian. After that, Yixian put it away without the slightest trace of politeness. Greetings, my lord. Chapter 1919. Squeak? What's your name? Heavenbreaker exclaimed. Sunlay. A monkey general under the scorching sun sage. The monkey general introduced himself. Yixian had searched the souls of 2 monkey soldiers before, so he knew that there were 4 great sages and 1 prefecture master in the Divine Monkey Prefecture. The scorching sun sage was one of the great sages, so there was no need to elaborate on his cultivation level. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Heavenbreaker continued. This was what Yixian wanted him to say. He wanted the monkey general not to tell the higher-ups about him or else. Yes, I understand. Sunlay nodded hurriedly. I'm willing to follow you, my lord. Squeak! Heavenbreaker nodded satisfactorily. Just like that, Yixian had another super fighter in his team. With him around, Yixian could do whatever he wanted as long as he did not meet any great sage-level experts. After all, he still had the Mystic Divine Armor. However, things were not that simple. Sunlay said that he would not tell the higher-ups, but he felt that Heavenbreaker's status was too honorable to let anything happen to him. Therefore, he risked Heavenbreaker's punishment and secretly sent a message to the higher-ups. However, what surprised him was, when the Scorching Sun Sage found out, he reported this to the Prefecture Master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture. However, the Prefecture Master said that there was no such person as Sun Patian. There was no name, and there was no first-stage half-saint super genius who could condense dozens of vital monkey hairs. Sun Patian was not from the Divine Monkey Prefecture. As Sunlay's cultivation level was high, Yixian did not notice. When Sunlay found out about this, he was so shocked that he could not speak. He looked at the heaven-breaking ape god wearing the mystic divine armor and hesitated. Just now, the scorching sun sage had sent him a message asking him to capture the heaven-breaking ape god, and bring it back to the Divine Monkey Prefecture. What made him hesitate was that Heavenbreaker had broken through to the second stage half-saint at this time. A first-stage half-saint like Heavenbreaker had killed a sixth-stage saint, and could fight a seventh-stage saint head-on. Even the prefecture master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture was amazed by this talent. Therefore, Sun Lei was not confident that he could capture Heavenbreaker, so he secretly contacted the two monkey generals nearby. Lord Sun, I found two more monkey generals. They're on their way. Sun Lei suddenly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Squeak. Well done." Heavenbreaker grinned and jumped onto Sun Lei's shoulder. Soon the two monkey generals arrived. They were both 7th grade monkey generals and had condensed more than 15 strands of life-bound monkey fur. They were very powerful, comparable to 8th grade saints of the Green Rock Pavilion. "Greetings, Lord Sun," the two monkey generals respectfully said. However, they had already learned of this matter. Thus, they wanted to first worm their way into becoming friends with Sun Lei, and then join forces with him to capture Patian. Since nothing had happened before, Yixian did not think too much about it and accepted the two of them. While he was still rejoicing over the addition of two more generals, Sun Lei and the two monkey generals who had just joined suddenly surrounded Heavenbreaker. "What are you doing?" Yixian could not help but ask. He was only a true emperor, so they didn't give a damn about him. The three immediately attacked. What? Heavenbreaker was also shocked. He didn't expect that Sun Lei and these two would collude to capture him. No way. In an instant, Heavenbreaker unleashed a powerful force. However, his strongest move was the heaven-startling 36 staves. Now that he was restrained, he could not attack. What are you doing?" Heavenbreaker asked in surprise. When Sun Lei heard that, he replied, "My apologies, Lord Sunday. The Prefecture Lord has asked you to return." The Prefecture Lord. When this word entered Yixian and Heavenbreaker's ears, they understood that the matter had been exposed. How could they know the Divine Monkey Prefecture Lord? It seems that someone secretly reported to the Prefecture Lord. It should be Sun Lei. Yixian immediately reacted. He had been fine before, but after Sun Lei arrived, something unexpected happened. Of course, it was also possible that someone else had reported to the Prefecture Lord. Sun Lei and the other two monkey generals had secretly infiltrated the Prefecture Lord. No matter what, the matter had been exposed. Even if Heavenbreaker was a 2nd grade half-saint, he was no match for 3 7th grade saints, let alone now that he was restrained. Although Yixian could directly put Heavenbreaker away and escape, these three monkey generals each had more than 10 strands of life-bound monkey fur. How could he let them go so easily? Time reversal. With no other choice, Yixian used time reversal and returned to the day before he met Sun Lei. Today, Monkey Beijing had not encountered the experts of the Green Rock Pavilion, so it was enough time for him to use time reversal. Next, the same thing will happen again. At that time, I can't let Sun Lei report to the Prefecture Lord. I must send him into the Prefecture Lord's space. Yixian thought to himself. He wondered if Sun Lei already knew about it when he met him. If he didn't, then it meant that Sun Lei had reported to the Divine Monkey Prefecture. At that time, Sun Lei should listen to Heavenbreaker. As long as he entered the Prefecture Lord's space, Yixian would be able to restrain him and lure out the other two monkey generals. Of course, if Sun Lei already knew that Heavenbreaker was a fake when he met Heavenbreaker, then they would have to fight directly. No matter what, Yixian wanted to test this situation first. He wanted to see if Sun Lei already knew that Heavenbreaker was a fake when he met Heavenbreaker. Lord Yixian, bad news. The Green Rock Pavilion has organized a large group of people and is chasing after us. News came from Ho Pijing. Before this, Yixian had already asked Wei Zhenqian to search the souls of all the monkey soldiers in the Prefecture Lord's space. These people all obeyed his orders and did not report this matter. At that moment, Yixian once again broke through the void and killed all of the pursuers from the Green Rock Pavilion. Then, the 8th grade saint from the Green Rock Pavilion arrived and gave Heavenbreaker a beating. Then, Sun Lei appeared and killed the 8th grade saint instantly with the help of the mystic divine armor. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I think you're not bad. Be my follower. Heavenbreaker said to Sun Lei. Sun Lei's eyes lit up as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, I'm willing to do anything for you, Lord Sun. Squeak, squeak, squeak. If that's the case, then don't resist. As Heavenbreaker spoke, a wave of energy enveloped Sun Lei. When Sun Lei saw this, he resisted at first but gave up in the end. The next moment, he appeared in the Prefecture Lord's space. Here, even if he was a 7th grade saint, he was still at the mercy of Yixian. At this moment, Yixian had already taken Ho Pijing and the others in and began to search their souls one by one. However, he found nothing. Nothing. It seems like Sun Lei reported it later. Yixian thought to himself, "My lord, what is this place?" Sun Lei asked curiously. Chapter 1920. In the next instant, Sun Lei was shocked. Heavenbreaker had refined all the intrinsic monkey hairs, and his aura had increased tremendously. "Lord Sun Yu?" Sun Lei looked at Heavenbreaker in astonishment. It was the first time he had heard of refining other people's intrinsic monkey hairs. What's so strange about that? Lord Sun is extremely talented. How can you understand him? Yixian snorted and said, "Next, find the monkey generals nearby and gather them here. You will be rewarded handsomely in the future." Sun Lei hesitated. If Lord Sun could continuously refine other people's intrinsic monkey hairs, his strength would easily surpass the prefecture masters. At that time, the divine monkey prefecture would become even more powerful. Yes, Sun Lei nodded. Then, Yixian let him out and looked at the monkey generals around him. "You have done well. Follow Lord Sun and you will become a great sage in the future," Yixian said with satisfaction. "Yes," Sun Lei said respectfully. Indeed, he felt that way too. After refining those intrinsic monkey hairs, Lord Sun's aura had increased tremendously. When he broke through to the saint level, he would be able to fight against a great sage, which was more difficult to break through from the half-saint level to the saint level or from the saint level to the great sage level. Naturally, it was the saint level to the great sage level. There was no doubt about that. Very quickly, the 2 monkey generals arrived. Then Yixian took the 2 of them and fused with his life monkey fur once again. The 3 monkey generals' intrinsic monkey hairs were all refined by Heavenbreaker. Their strength was greatly reduced, and they probably could not challenge those of a higher level. However, after wearing the Mystic God armor, Heavenbreaker's strength increased by another level. Back then, he had killed a 6th stage saint as a 1st stage half-saint and then took the attack of an 8th stage saint head-on. Now that he had broken through to the 2nd stage half-saint and refined so many intrinsic monkey hairs, he should be able to defeat an 8th stage saint. Very good. Continue. Remember, do not tell the 4 great sages and the prefecture master. Otherwise, Lord Sun will be enraged and may even kill you, Yixian said to the 3 7th grade saint-level monkey generals. Next, like before, they continued to expand their group and continued to collect more lifebound monkey fur. However, just as he expanded his team to 5 monkey generals, he suddenly received a message. Yixian took out the communication crystal in his hand, and his expression changed drastically. The Divine Monkey Manor is under attack from 3 major powers. Quickly return and provide support. This was the message that the Great Sage of the Burning Sun transmitted to all the monkey generals and monkey soldiers. The Divine Monkey Manor was besieged. How unfortunate. If we wait a little longer, not to mention the 3 great forces, even the 10 great forces wouldn't be able to stop Padian. Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. Yixian reckoned that the Divine Monkey Manor was related to the Divine Monkey Palace of the 12 Divine Beast Palaces. If it was destroyed, it would not be good. Right now he had 2 plans. The first option was to head to the Divine Monkey Manor to provide support. Along the way, Pation should be able to break through to the 3rd stage half-saint. At that time, he would be considered an invincible existence under the Great Sage realm. The second was to attack the Green Rock Pavilion directly. The Green Rock Pavilion was one of the 3 great forces. If there was a fire at their rear, they might retreat and provide support. Since I have the time reversal skill, I'll go to the Divine Monkey Manor first to check out the situation. If it doesn't work out, I'll think about it. Yixian thought to himself and immediately ordered a monkey general to bring him to the Divine Monkey Manor. As for the Black Dragon Saint Gu Tao, Yixian had already ordered a mid-level saint to escort him back to the 4 Directions Pavilion. Divine Monkey Manor, hang in there. Don't be destroyed before I arrive, Yixian thought to himself. After a few days, He finally entered the territory of the Divine Monkey Manor. At this time, he was already a 9th-grade true emperor, and was only a step away from becoming a half-saint. At the same time, the godly ape had also broken through to the 4th-grade half-saint, and could be said to be invincible under the Great Saint realm. A few days ago, the great sage of the Burning Sun sent a message to the monkey generals and monkey soldiers outside to quickly return to the Divine Monkey Manor. On the way, Yixian met many of them who were willing to join Potion's team. Potion's strength also increased by a lot. At this time, there were experts from the Green Rock Pavilion, the Extreme Upper City and the Long Rainbow sect in the territory of the Divine Monkey Manor. As soon as Yixian entered the territory of the Divine Monkey Manor, he was blocked by many people. Among these people there were also high-level saints, but these people were nothing in front of Yixian. Yixian overcame all the obstacles and finally arrived at the vicinity of the Divine Monkey Manor. At this time the Divine Monkey Manor was surrounded by the 3 great forces. Countless monkey soldiers and monkey generals were guarding the place and facing each other. "Smelly monkey, I think you should just surrender lest we start a massacre," a green-robed elder said. He was the pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion, a 2nd-grade great saint. "Smelly monkey, you're too ambitious. Don't think that you can do whatever you want because you're strong," the sect master of the Long Rainbow sect said. "That's right. Although the 3 of us are not as strong as you, it's not that easy to deal with us if we join forces. If we really fight, we'll definitely suffer heavy losses. Why don't we make peace?" the city master of the Extreme Upper City said. These words fell into the ears of an armored monkey in the Divine Monkey Manor, but it was a little funny. The soldiers of the Divine Monkey Manor are born to fight. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why talk so much nonsense? The Divine Monkey Manor master snorted coldly. He was already prepared to fight to the death. If they really fought, he was 80% confident that he could kill the leaders of the 3 great forces, but he was afraid that his monkey soldiers and monkey generals would suffer heavy losses. This was not something he wanted to see. Therefore, both sides were in a stalemate. Yixian, who was far away, observed the current situation and felt that the Divine Monkey Manor was under a lot of pressure. Even if he joined in, he might not be able to turn the situation around. After all, the humans had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. Therefore, he hesitated. However, he did not directly use the time reversal to attack the Green Rock Pavilion's nest, because both sides might continue to be in a stalemate. As long as the sky-breaking ape god broke through again, he was confident that he could turn the situation around. It just depended on when both sides would fight. In the next few days, the 3 great forces of the Green Rock Pavilion kept pressuring the Divine Monkey Manor. However, the monkey soldiers and monkey generals of the Divine Monkey Manor stood their ground, because they still had a plan. As long as the monkey soldiers and monkey generals returned, their combat strength would at least double. At that time, their chances of winning would be greatly increased. It was not certain who would win and who would lose. However, on the 3rd day after Yixian arrived, "We're not waiting anymore. Since this smelly monkey is not willing to compromise, then let's do it," the Green Rock Pavilion master said. Chapter 1921. Hearing this, the city lord nodded slightly and said, "Since both of you have made up your mind, I will do my best to help you. But don't forget our agreement when the time comes." The agreement was that after the Divine Monkey Mansion was annihilated, the 3 parties would share the spoils equally. In the Divine Monkey Mansion, the lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion immediately roared when he saw the killing intent of the 3 great sovereigns. The great battle was coming. It's still too slow. Yixian shook his head helplessly, but he still wanted to join the battle. Who knows, there might be a miracle. Just as he was thinking about it, the Lord of Green Rock Pavilion gave the order. Attack! Kill! The experts of Green Rock Pavilion, Long Rainbow Sect, and Extreme Upper City immediately surrounded the Divine Monkey Mansion. The storm was finally coming. The Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion held the long rod in his hand tightly, aiming at the 3 2nd-grade great saints, and launched an attack. Although the 4 of them were 2nd-grade great saints, the Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion had condensed many natal monkey hairs, which gave him superior combat strength. He had no problem fighting 3 of them alone. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them began to fight fiercely. As for Yixian, who was hiding in the distance, no one noticed him because he was alone. After all, he was not even a half-saint. Alright, Patian, make your move. Yixian summoned the divine ape. Patian, who was wearing the profound divine armor, had reached his peak combat strength. Kill. At this moment, Yixian was helping the divine monkey mansion, so the myriad beasts diagram was useless. If he was helping the Green Rock Pavilion, Long Rainbow Sect, and Extreme Upper City, the divine monkey mansion would definitely be annihilated. The 4th grade half-saint little monkey turned into a ray of light and rushed into the crowd of Green Rock Pavilion. Heaven startling 36 rod strikes. Patian only knew this move, so he could only use this move. With a strike of the rod, it turned into 36 rod shadows and killed a large number of experts of Green Rock Pavilion. However, its appearance had attracted the attention of the other great saints of Green Rock Pavilion. You still have a trump card? You're courting death. One of the great sages from the Green Rock Pavilion noticed Heaven Breaker and immediately rushed over to fight him. Patian was considered to be invincible under the Great Saint realm. The Divine Monkey Manor's Manor Lord was also watching this battle. After all, it was unbelievable that Heaven Breaker had over 100 fundamental monkey hairs on his body. Yixian couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my! Is this the transformation of a scion after seeing the moon?" After the transformation, the Divine Monkey Manor's strength increased sharply and easily suppressed the 3 Green Rock Pavilion masters. However, the Green Rock Pavilion, Long Rainbow Sect, and Zenith City had more than 10 great saint experts besides the 3 leaders. They had the advantage in terms of numbers. Even if the Divine Monkey Manor was good at fighting, it was useless. Yixian was only here to check the situation. If the Divine Monkey Manor won this battle, he might not need to use the time reversal skill. But if they lost, he would have to go back in time and plan to save the Divine Monkey Manor. Rumble. A series of loud sounds echoed. The battle was very intense and people kept falling. If not for his lack of strength, Yixian would have collected the monkey soldiers and monkey generals' corpses. That way, Patian would be able to reach a higher level. The Divine Monkey Manor's Manor Master's strength increased sharply after the transformation. However, the 3 human experts were not to be trifled with. They resorted to guerrilla warfare because they knew that the transformation had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, the Divine Monkey Manor's Manor Master would not be able to recover. Indeed, the 3 of them were right. They succeeded in stalling for time, and the Divine Monkey Manor's Manor Master's body began to shrink. What happened next was needless to say. The Divine Monkey Manor's Manor Master died in battle, and the Divine Monkey Manor was divided. The situation is fixed. Looks like I have to take action. Yixian squinted his eyes and used the time reversal skill. Hua! In the blink of an eye, he returned to the time when he received the Sun Sage's message. Let's go to the Green Rock Pavilion and set their backyard on fire. Yixian squinted his eyes and asked Sun Lei to bring him to the Green Rock Pavilion. As long as something happened to the Green Rock Pavilion, the Green Rock Pavilion team would definitely not sit idly by and would most likely retreat. As long as they retreated, even if the Long Rainbow Sect and the Extreme Upper City worked together, they would not be able to do anything to the Divine Monkey Manor. Yixian's previous location was about the same as the Divine Monkey Manor's time. If they were to compare, the Green Rock Pavilion would be faster. After a few days, Yixian finally arrived at the Green Rock Pavilion. Along the way, he had overcome many difficulties and directly killed his way into the enemy camp. The Green Rock Pavilion, the Long Rainbow Sect and the Extreme Upper City had discussed and brought many experts. Therefore, there was only one great saint in the Green Rock Pavilion this time. Although the time reversal skill was used, Yixian had broken through to the 9th grade True Emperor realm, and the heaven-splitting Divine Ape had returned to the 4th grade Half-Saint realm. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Yixian directly said to Heaven-Splitting. The great saint in the Green Rock Pavilion would be held back by Heaven-Splitting alone. As for the others, they would be dealt with by Black Horn. During this period of time, Yixian had obtained a large amount of heavenly treasures. Therefore, Black Horn had also broken through to the 3rd grade Saint realm. It was not a problem for him to fight someone 6 levels higher. Roar! After Black Horn appeared, he roared at the sky and charged toward the Green Rock Pavilion. Enemy attack! The guards of the Green Rock Pavilion immediately shouted when they saw Heaven Splitting and Black Horn. Since Heaven Splitting and Black Horn were 4th grade half-saints and 3rd grade saints respectively, they did not attract the attention of the great saint in the Green Rock Pavilion. However, after the front gate of the Green Rock Pavilion was lost, the great saint noticed them. "Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in my Green Rock Pavilion?" The human great saint leaped into the sky. At this time he saw a figure charging toward him. It was Heaven Splitting. Heaven startling 36 strikes. Without saying anything, Heaven Splitting raised his hand and smashed down with his staff. Bang! The attack was blocked by the great saint of the Green Rock Pavilion. Although there was a huge gap between them, Heaven Splitting still made the opponent feel pressured. Is this the trump card of the Divine Monkey Manor? Chapter 1922. The great saint of Green Rock Pavilion knew that the pavilion master had brought experts to the Divine Monkey Mansion. Now that they were being attacked by the monkeys, they would definitely think of the Divine Monkey Mansion. "You think you can kill me?" The great saint of Green Rock Pavilion snorted. What he didn't know was that Heavenbreaker didn't want to kill him. He just wanted to hold him back. Black Horn had also charged into Green Rock Pavilion and was fighting the 9th grade saints. Heavenbreaker's battle time is limited. We have to end it quickly. Yixian narrowed his eyes and told Heavenbreaker to act according to plan. Boom! 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 Heavenbreaker, who was fighting with the great saint of Green Rock Pavilion, suddenly turned around and attacked the 9th grade saints with 36 strikes of the rod. Bam! 36 shadows of the rod smashed into 3 9th grade saints, killing 2 and injuring 1. Heavenbreaker's defense was amazing. He didn't need to defend against the great saint of Green Rock Pavilion's attacks. However, the great saint of Green Rock Pavilion couldn't stop Heavenbreaker from attacking the others. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "I'll devour." Black Horn took advantage of the fact that the remaining 9th grade saint was severely injured to open his mouth wide. A force enveloped the severely injured 9th grade saint and sucked him into Black Horn's body along with the 2 corpses. In the next moment, the severely injured 9th grade saint was devoured by Black Horn and sent into the planting space. Once in the planting space, they couldn't do anything even if they were saints. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Green Rock Pavilion only had 1 great saint and 3 9th grade saints. Now that 2 of the 3 9th grade saints were dead and 1 was missing, who else could stop Black Horn? Black Horn devour everyone, Yixian said. Yes, boss. Black Horn answered and opened his mouth again. If even a 9th grade saint was devoured by Black Horn, the others couldn't possibly escape. After a few times, these people were swallowed by Black Horn. Even the buildings were swallowed by Black Horn. Green Rock Pavilion was completely annihilated. No, it was more like they were completely annihilated. There was only 1 great saint left. You devoured them all? The great saint of Green Rock Pavilion asked Black Horn with wide eyes. Of course not, they are not dead yet. Black Horn shook his head and said, I advise you to stop. Otherwise, I can't guarantee their lives. You. The great sage of the Green Rock Pavilion dared not attack again. Seeing this, Heavenbreaker also quickly distanced himself from his opponent. What do you want? The great sage of Green Rock Pavilion asked. It's very simple. I want you to send a message to your pavilion master to stop them from attacking the Divine Monkey Manor. Black Horn replied. That's impossible. The Divine Monkey Manor has gone too far. How much of my Green Rock Pavilion's land has they already seized? The great sage of the Green Rock Pavilion gritted his teeth as he spoke. Black Cove said, That's none of my business. Anyway, I've delivered the message. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, don't blame me for being heartless. You? The great sage of the Green Rock Pavilion angrily pointed at Black Cove, but he dared not refuse. After all, what if the other party decided to fight to the death? The Divine Monkey Manor was destroyed in the end, but the Green Rock Pavilion was also destroyed in the end. What was there left to play? Among the people who had been devoured by Black Horn, there were the Pavilion Master's family and his family. How do I know they're still alive? The great sage of the Green Rock Pavilion asked. Then I'll show you. Black Horn opened his mouth again and spat out some saints and half-sages. They were the people he had devoured previously. Damn it. The great sage of the Green Rock Pavilion cursed. Now, he was completely in a passive position. 3, 2. Just as he was thinking, Black Horn suddenly started counting down. The great sage of the Green Rock Pavilion hesitated. If he did not follow the other party's instructions after the countdown ended, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had no choice but to take out a communication token and send a message to the pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion, who was near the Divine Monkey Manor. What? The Green Rock Pavilion was attacked and everyone except you was captured? The pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion was shocked when he heard the news. Pavilion master, what should I do now? The great sage of the Green Rock Pavilion asked softly. Pass the communication token to him. I'll talk to him. The pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion said. When the great sage of Green Rock Pavilion heard this, he threw the communication token in his hand to Black Horn. Who are you? What do you want? The pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion asked. You don't have to ask. I only have one request, which is to see you. Once I see you, I'll let them go. Black Horn said. See me? The pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion reacted immediately. The other party wanted him to give up on attacking the Divine Monkey Manor. I'm not a patient person. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. If you don't retreat after 3 seconds, you'll have to bear the consequences. Black Horn said. These words were what Yixian wanted him to say. He did not change a single word. Fine, I'll retreat. The pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion gritted his teeth and ordered the retreat. After all, there was no other way. In the entire Green Rock Pavilion, other than the people he brought with him, only the great sage was left. Outside the Divine Monkey Manor, the city lord of the extreme upper city and the sect leader of the Long Rainbow sect were shocked when they saw what the Green Rock Pavilion did. Pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion, what are you doing? The sect leader of the Long Rainbow sect asked. I've miscalculated. Someone took advantage of the time when I was leading the attack and took control of the people of the Green Rock Pavilion, forcing me to retreat. The pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion said. What? The city lord of the extreme upper city and the sect leader of the Long Rainbow sect looked at each other. Their hometown was tricked? Let's put this matter aside for now. The two of you better send a message back to ask about it. After the pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion finished speaking, he led the experts of the Green Rock Pavilion and retreated. The Divine Monkey Manor sect leader was puzzled. He did not understand why the Green Rock Pavilion would retreat at this juncture. What happened? After the Green Rock Pavilion left, the extreme upper city and the Long Rainbow sect did not dare to stay any longer and retreated immediately. The crisis of the Divine Monkey Manor was resolved. The pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion retreated. Initially, he could have rushed back to the Green Rock Pavilion alone. However, he was worried that the Divine Monkey Manor sect leader would come after him. Hence, he had to escort these people back. As such, it would take a few days for them to return. Yixian knew this and hence, he wanted to meet the pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion. Few days later. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently a first-grade half-saint. Ding! Yanming Ghostly Lord Wei Zhentian Skybreaking Ape God have made a breakthrough. Currently a 5th-grade half-saint. Near the Green Rock Pavilion, 2 system notifications rang in Yixian's mind. Now that skybreaking strength had increased again, he was no longer afraid of a first-grade great sage. However, he did not ask skybreaking to take action immediately as he felt that the pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion would be back soon. Chapter 1923. I've already retreated according to your instructions. Are you still not going to release the captives? The pavilion master said to Black Horn. I can release the captives, but only 1/10 of them today. Black Horn said as he opened his mouth and released more than 10,000 captives. If he released 1/10 of them in one day, he would release all of them in 10 days. After 10 days, potion's cultivation level would increase again. At that time, would he still be afraid of the pavilion master? 1/10. The pavilion master raised an eyebrow. He did not understand what Black Horn was planning. Why would he release a little bit every day? However, releasing 1/10 of the captives was better than nothing. What is this guy planning? The pavilion master and the other experts of the Green Rock Pavilion were puzzled. When they first met, Black Horn released 1/10 of the captives. On the second day it was another 1/10. On the third day it was still 1/10. The captives of the Green Rock Pavilion were slowly released by Black Horn. However, the Green Rock Pavilion would not do anything until all of them were released. A few days later, Yixian broke through to the 2nd grade half-saint, and the sky-breaking ape god reached the 6th grade half-saint. At this time, Black Horn had already released more than half of the captives. Patian was in the planting space, so the people of the Green Rock Pavilion did not know. Very quickly, another few days passed. Today was the 10th day since Black Horn met the pavilion master. Today is the 10th day. Why are you still not releasing the captives? The pavilion master asked Black Horn. Don't be anxious. Wait a little longer. Black Horn grinned. After a while, ding! The sky-breaking ape god has broken through to the 7th grade half-saint. A system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Finally, he broke through. Okay, Black Horn, release the captives. Yixian sent a sound transmission to Black Horn. Understood. Black Horn nodded. Then, he opened his mouth and released the remaining captives of the Green Rock Pavilion. Now there was not a single captive left. The people of the Green Rock Pavilion did a quick count and found that no one was missing. However, the Green Rock Pavilion had lost 2 9th grade saints that day. They had to take revenge. What do you want to do? The Green Rock Pavilion master could not help but ask. Over the past 10 days, Black Cove had released 1/10 of its people every day. Apart from robbing the interspatial rings, no one had been hurt, which surprised the people of Green Rock Pavilion. Nothing. I'm just stalling for time. Black Cove replied. The pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion narrowed his eyes and decided not to ask any more questions. Wouldn't he know once he caught Black Horn? Back then, you killed 2 9th grade saints of my Green Rock Pavilion. Now that you've released everyone, do you think you can still escape? Said the pavilion master of Green Rock Pavilion. Escape? Why would you want to escape? Black Cove asked. Go and capture him. The pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion ordered. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 great sages rushed forward. For the past 10 days, Black Horn had been waiting outside, so he did not enter the planting space to cultivate. His strength was still that of a 3rd grade saint. With his current strength, facing a 9th stage saint was already his limit. Now that there were 2 great saints, he had no chance of winning at all. However, he was not alone and without help. He opened his mouth and in the next moment a mini-figure appeared. It was the sky-splitting divine ape god wearing the mystic divine armor. Black Horn's body was connected to the planting space, so the sky-splitting divine ape god could also come out of his mouth. Oh no! The great saint from the Green Rock Pavilion was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, Heaven-Splitting attacked. 36 rod strikes of the sky. Heaven-Splitting did not hold back at all. He split his rod into 36 rod shadows and smashed them toward the 2 great saints of the Green Rock Pavilion. Bam! Bam! This scene happened so suddenly that even the pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion did not expect it. In the blink of an eye, the 2 great saints of the Green Rock Pavilion fell from the sky. More than 10 days ago, Heaven-Splitting had fought with the 1st great saint guarding the Green Rock Pavilion as a 4th grade half-saint. Although he was at a disadvantage, he still exchanged a few blows with the 1st great saint guarding the Green Rock Pavilion. More than 10 days later, Heaven-Splitting had broken through to the 7th grade half-saint. It was very normal for him to kill a great saint in one blow. One had to know that Heaven-Splitting had advanced by 3 grades. How is this possible? The pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion was shocked. There were only 5 first great saints in the Green Rock Pavilion. Now that 2 of them had died, it was a huge blow to their foundation. That was not the main point. The main point was that they were killed by a half-saint. How was this possible? After today, there will be no more Green Rock Pavilion. A cold voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. They discovered that the speaker was a 4th stage half-saint. Who? Without waiting for them to ask, Heaven-Splitting attacked again. 36 rod strikes of the sky. No one present could withstand this move, not even the pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion. The pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion seemed to see the shadow of the Divine Monkey Manor Lord in Heaven Splitting. No. Heaven Splitting's heroic appearance was not something the Divine Monkey Manor Lord could compare to. Rumble. Although Heaven Splitting was only a 7th grade half-saint, he challenged the entire Green Rock Pavilion alone. After 3 strikes, there were no more great saints in the Green Rock Pavilion. Even the pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion had fallen. After today there would be no more Green Rock Pavilion. Everyone come in. Blackhorn suddenly opened his mouth wide. Under Heaven Splitting's pressure, the saints of the Green Rock Pavilion did not have the heart to resist and were swallowed by Blackhorn into the planting space. The Green Rock Pavilion was destroyed. 15 days ago, I couldn't even deal with a 1st grade great saint. 15 days later, the entire Green Rock Pavilion was destroyed. The immortal grade devouring system is really scary. Yi Xian could not help but shudder. At this moment he suddenly recalled a terrifying memory. It was the owner of the Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline. If he had died in the hands of the other party, the immortal grade devouring system would have been taken away by the other party. Fortunately, he had successfully killed the other party. Otherwise, he would have become the host. Now that the matter was settled, Yi Xian had to rush to the Divine Monkey Manor. Just in case he decided to take his time. This way, he would have a 100% chance of defeating the Divine Monkey Manor Lord when he met him. After Heaven Splitting broke through to the 8th grade half-saint, Yi Xian arrived near the Divine Monkey Manor and summoned Heaven Splitting. Where is the Divine Monkey Manor Lord? Yi Xian shouted loudly. When Heaven Splitting appeared, everyone in the Divine Monkey Manor was shocked. In the entire Divine Monkey Manor, only the 4 great saints and the Divine Monkey Manor Lord could do that. Who could it be? Soon Yi Xian saw the Divine Monkey Manor Lord rush out. He glanced at Heaven Splitting, who was on Yi Xian's shoulder, and said, "You are. Why do you think the Green Rock Pavilion retreated?" Yi Xian said with a half-smile. The Divine Monkey Manor Lord was stunned. "You did it?" Chapter 1924. The Green Rock Pavilion was no more. The Divine Monkey Manor Lord was slightly shocked when he heard this. However, the Divine Monkey Manor could also destroy the Green Rock Pavilion, so this was not a big deal. However, Yi Xian and the rest were not even great sages. What right did they have to destroy the Green Rock Pavilion? How did you guys do it? The Divine Monkey Manor Lord could not help but ask. You don't need to know how I did it. I helped you because I don't want the Divine Monkey Manor to be destroyed. I have something to ask you. As Yi Xian spoke, he glanced at Patian and said, Manor Lord, have you heard of the Divine Monkey Palace of the 12 Divine Beast Palaces? 12 Divine Beast Palaces. Divine Monkey Palace. Hearing this, the Divine Monkey Manor Lord trembled and said directly, Never heard of it. Of course he had heard of it before. However, Yi Xian's background was unknown, so he would not tell Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the Divine Monkey Manor Lord's subtle movements and his eyes lit up. It seemed that the Divine Monkey Manor Lord knew something. Divine Monkey Palace, Divine Monkey Manor. These names were very similar. In addition, the Divine Monkey Manor Lord also knew shocking staff techniques. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that he knew about the Divine Monkey Palace. Manor Lord, you are not being kind. I helped you to solve the crisis and just wanted to ask you something. Why are you not telling me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. I didn't ask for your help. Moreover, I don't know what the 12 Divine Beast Palaces and Divine Monkey Palace are. The Divine Monkey Manor Lord shook his head. Is that so? Yi Xian smirked and said, Manor Lord, don't blame me for not warning you. If I can destroy the Green Rock Pavilion, I can also destroy your Divine Monkey Manor. Don't make a mistake. You? The Divine Monkey Manor Lord's face suddenly turned cold. The Divine Monkey Manor was the strongest in this area. They were the ones who bullied others. Who dared to threaten him? Even when facing the Green Rock Pavilion, the Long Rainbow Sect, and the extreme upper city, the Divine Monkey Manor Lord had no fear. What's more, Yi Xian and the others were juniors who hadn't even reached the Saint Realm. However, his intuition told him that Yi Xian and the others were not simple. After all, the one who spoke was Yi Xian and not Blackhorn, a 4th grade saint. What caught the attention of the Divine Monkey Manor Lord the most was the mini monkey wearing armor on Yi Xian's shoulder. Supreme Sage Scorching Sun, go up and meet them. The divine monkey manor lord suddenly spoke. Yes. A red-haired monkey answered and walked out. Heavenbreaker also understood that it was time for him to take the stage, so he stepped forward. Are you sure you want to fight me? I'm afraid I'll kill you with one hit. Great Sage Burning Sun said. Creak creak. Then why don't you try and kill me? Seeing Heavenbreaker's mocking expression, Great Sage Scorching Sun took out his red staff and mercilessly swung it at Heavenbreaker. Gotcha! This attack landed accurately on Heavenbreaker's body. However, it was blocked by the Mystic Divine Battle Armor first. The Mystic Divine Battle Armor only cracked a little. The Mystic God Armor was transformed by Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian was now an 8th grade half-saint like Heavenbreaker. In addition, it was a 3rd grade Dharma treasure, so its defense was very strong. Great Sage Scorching Sun's attack could not even break the defense of the Mystic God Armor, let alone Heavenbreaker. What? How is this possible? My strike couldn't even break through his armor? Supreme Sage Burning Sun was shocked. Among the 4 great sages of the Divine Monkey Manor, his attack power was the strongest. In addition, he had condensed hundreds of fundamental monkey hairs, so his strength was stronger than a 2nd grade great sage. However, this was Creek. My turn. Just as Supreme Sage Scorching Sun was overwhelmed with shock, Heavenbreaker struck with lightning speed. 36 Staves of the Heavens. Bam! When the staff landed on Supreme Saint Scorching Sun's body, it actually caused his shoulder to cave in. That was not the main point. The main point was that Heavenbreaker did not use his full strength. He only used about 30% of his strength. Even if it was only 30% of his strength, it was enough to kill Great Sage Scorching Sun instantly. If he had hit Great Sage Scorching Sun's chest, his heart would have exploded. So strong. Everyone was in shock. Great Sage Scorching Sun's eyes widened. He had smelled the scent of death just now, but he did not expect death to be so close to him. He knew that Heavenbreaker had held back. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into minced meat. Horrifying, this was too horrifying. Was this really just an 8th grade half-saint? Gulp. The other 3 great sages and the Divine Monkey Manor Lord swallowed their saliva one after another. This strength was probably above that of the Divine Monkey Manor Lord. Where did this little monkey come from? The Divine Monkey Manor Lord was stunned. He estimated the opponent's strength. If they all attacked together, they might be able to fight. Go capture him. The Divine Monkey Manor Lord shouted. In the next moment, the other 3 great sages moved together and attacked Heavenbreaker together with the Divine Monkey Manor Lord. You overestimate yourselves. Yixian coldly snorted and gave the order to Heavenbreaker. Heavenbreaker was already an 8th grade saint. He had even killed the Green Rock Pavilion Lord. Moreover, when he came to the Divine Monkey Manor, his cultivation level had increased again. These people were no different from the Green Rock Pavilion Lord in front of him. 36 rod strikes of the sky. Soon the battle was over. Everyone, including the Divine Monkey Manor Lord, was defeated. Black Horn Devour. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian quickly ordered. The Divine Monkey Manor Lord fell to the ground with heavy injuries. Before he could react, the monkey soldiers and monkey generals were devoured by Black Horn and sent into the planting space. This was a huge fortune. With so many monkey soldiers and monkey generals, there would at least be a strand of origin monkey hair. You, who are you? The Divine Monkey Manor Lord could not help but ask when he saw the monkey soldiers and monkey generals that he had painstakingly nurtured being devoured by Black Horn. If you had answered my question earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this. But don't worry, these people are not dead. They are very safe. Yixian grinned. The planting space was indeed very safe. However, after the monkey soldiers and monkey generals were sent in, their origin monkey hair was directly plucked out. At the same time, Heavenbreaker was also taken in by Yixian, and then quickly summoned out again. At this time, the number of origin monkey hairs on Heavenbreaker's body had reached 1,000. Although Yixian had obtained more than 1,000 origin monkey hairs this time, Heavenbreaker's cultivation level was not high enough. At most, he could refine 1,000 origin monkey hairs. As long as he continued to break through, he could continue to refine them. This was not the main point. The main point was that these monkey soldiers and monkey generals would be Heavenbreaker's backyard army in the future. Yixian wanted them to continuously refine origin monkey hairs and give them to Heaven Breaker. If that's the case, then take me in too, the Divine Monkey Manor Lord said. All right, as you wish. Chapter 1925. In that case, these people would be at the mercy of Yixian, and there would be no more Divine Monkey Mansion in the future. At that moment, Yixian was projected into the plantation space and appeared before the Divine Monkey Mansion Master. Can we have a good chat now? Yixian asked the Divine Monkey Mansion Master. I have indeed heard of the Divine Monkey Palace that you mentioned. The Divine Monkey Mansion Master nodded. However, I heard about it from my father. Who is your father? Yixian asked. This Divine Monkey Mansion was built by my father. It is said that my father was once a monkey soldier of the Divine Monkey Palace. The Divine Monkey Mansion Master replied. If your father was a monkey soldier of the Divine Monkey Palace, why did he leave the Divine Monkey Palace? Yixian asked again. The Divine Monkey Mansion Master replied. That is because the 12 Divine Beast Palaces were destroyed. The 12 Palace Masters either died in battle, went missing or were sealed. Therefore, the 12 Divine Beast Palaces were disbanded. Has it been destroyed? Yixian muttered in his heart. What about your father? My father was once saved by the Palace Master of the Divine Monkey Palace, so he wanted to go to the Celestial Treasure Mountain to save the Palace Master of the Divine Monkey Palace. The Divine Monkey Mansion Master replied. Celestial Treasure Mountain? Hearing this name, Yixian suddenly thought of a person. That was the bull-horned middle-aged man who had forcibly taken the World Devastator ghostly dragon away. He had also mentioned the Celestial Treasure Mountain. It turned out that that was where the Palace Master of the Divine Monkey Palace was sealed. Where is the Celestial Treasure Mountain? Yixian asked curiously. The Divine Monkey Mansion Master shook his head. I am not sure. Perhaps the mysterious Great Sage Startling Heaven will know. Who is the Great Sage Startling Heaven? Yixian asked. The Great Sage Startling Heaven is said to be a very important person in the Divine Monkey Palace. After the 12 Divine Beast Palaces were disbanded, he hid himself in the Thousand Spider Mountain and became a hermit expert. My father found out the location of the Celestial Treasure Mountain from him. The Divine Monkey Manor Lord paused and said, I don't know the location of the Celestial Treasure Mountain, but I do know where the Thousand Spiders Mountain is. After that, he took out a map and handed it to Yixian, indicating the location of the Thousand Spider Mountain. Thousand Spider Mountain? Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. This place was quite a distance away from him. Even if he used the teleportation array continuously, it would still take him more than 10 days to get there. However, this was nothing. At least he had found a clue. Yixian immediately set off for Thousand Spider Mountain. This part of the journey was very boring. They did not encounter anything special. There were only a few groups of robbers who thought that Yixian was a pushover. These people were either dead or sent into the planting space by Yixian. About half a month later, Yixian arrived at the foot of the Thousand Spider Mountain. During this time, Yixian had broken through to the 7th grade Half-Saint Realm. Patian had also broken through to the 2nd grade Saint Realm. His current strength was probably enough to deal with a mid-level Great Saint. Yixian had learned about the dangers of the Thousand Spider Mountain on his way here. It was said that even a mid-level or high-level Great Saint would be in danger of dying if they went up there. The owner of the Thousand Spider Mountain was called Lady Thousand Spider. She was the wife of the Great Saint who shocked the heavens. It was said that if someone could find the Thousand Spider Mountain, they would be able to obtain the Great Saint's staff technique inheritance. This staff technique was very powerful, so it attracted many people to climb the mountain. Yixian looked at the Thousand Spider Mountain that was constantly emitting a terrifying aura. After taking a deep breath, he climbed the mountain. Flying was not allowed on the Thousand Spider Mountain because there were a large number of high-level Great Saint flying thunder spiders in the air. Once one flew, one would be attacked by these spiders. Therefore, one had to climb the mountain on foot. Yixian let Blackhorn in. Blackhorn was now a 9th level saint. His strength had surpassed that of the Divine Monkey Prefecture's master. He was roughly a 5th grade Great Saint. With him leading the way, there would not be any problems. Those who climbed the mountain were at least mid-level saints. However, it was rare to see someone like Blackhorn who would bring a burden up the mountain. The Thousand Spider Mountain is full of spider saint beasts. With the myriad beasts diagram and heaven breaker, the chances of reaching the peak are very high. Yixian thought to himself. Even if it was not possible, he could use time reversal and wait for a while to come back. Brat, you dare to come in as a mere 9th grade saint? You must be tired of waiting. Yixian and Black Horn had not gone far when they heard a discordant voice. They turned around and saw a few 4th grade great saints. Swallow them. Yixian saw that the other party was not friendly and said directly. In the next moment, Black Horn turned into a devouring black dragon. He opened his mouth and sucked the 4th grade great saints into his planting space. They were overestimating themselves. Yixian was not surprised by this kind of people. Black Horn was also used to it. They continued to climb the mountain. Along the way, many great saint beasts attacked them, but they were all swallowed by Black Horn without exception. As they continued to climb the 1,000-spider mountain, the saint beasts they encountered were of higher realm. In less than 2 days, they had reached the mountainside of the 1,000-spider mountain. They were almost halfway up the mountain. Next, we might encounter high-level saint beasts. We have to be careful. Yixian thought to himself. However, just as they continued to move forward, a figure suddenly flew into the sky. There was someone who wanted to climb the mountain by flying. He was courting death. Buzz! Buzz! The flying thunder spiders in the sky noticed the figure and immediately released countless lightning bolts to attack the person. What was unexpected was that this figure was quite fast and actually dodged this wave of attacks. Yixian hurriedly looked over and discovered that this was a teenage girl. Her strength had already reached the 5th grade of the Great Sage. However, the flying thunder spiders in the air were in groups, and they were constantly attacking the girl. Although the girl was fast, she could not avoid so many attacks. In the end, she was hit, but she did not die. Instead, she fell from the sky. However, the flying thunder spiders were not going to let her go. They immediately chased after her. What a blessing! Black Horn, swallow her. Yixian immediately said. Black Horn heard this and turned into his original form. He opened his mouth and a force enveloped the girl, then swallowed her. The 1,000-spider mountain had been climbed by countless people. Although the flying thunder spiders were terrifying, they would not attack as long as they did not exceed a certain distance from the ground. After Black Horn swallowed the girl into his planting space, the flying thunder spiders lost their target and gave up their chase. Where is this? In the planting space, the girl looked around and could not help but ask. This is my space. I saved you. Yixian suddenly appeared in front of the girl. Of course, it was just a projection. Chapter 1926. You're only a 5th-rank great saint. It's impossible for you to reach the peak and enter the 1,000-spiders palace. You should give up. Yixian shook his head. Who said that? I know a shortcut that leads to the peak, said the girl. Hearing this, Yixian was slightly surprised and asked, Then why did you need to fly just now? That's because I was too lazy to walk. I wanted to fly to the shortcut, but I accidentally encountered the flying thunder spiders, said the girl, somewhat ashamed. Yixian was skeptical of her words. After all, ordinary people wouldn't dare to fly. Even high-level great saints wouldn't dare, let alone a mid-level great saint like her. However, Yixian was very surprised that the girl didn't suffer any injuries after taking the attack of the flying thunder spiders. All right. I saved your life just now. If you bring me to the peak, consider it as returning the favor. Yixian said to the girl. This girl was only a 5th-rank great saint, so Yixian wasn't very interested in her. On the way up, Yixian had killed many 5th-rank great saints, so this wasn't a big deal. Immediately, he let the young girl out. I'm Xiaogu. What about you? Asked the girl. Yixian, replied Yixian. Are you also here to learn the heaven-startling great saint's heaven-startling staff technique? Asked Xiaogu. In her opinion, Yixian's cultivation level was a bit too low, but his strength was still quite strong. However, in this 1,000-spiders mountain, even high-level great saints would be in danger of dying if they were unlucky. Faced with this question, Yixian couldn't help but pause. He shook his head and said, Not entirely. Even the divine monkey Manners Mannerlord had mastered the heaven-startling staff technique to the level of 36 staff strikes. This heaven-startling great saint should have surpassed him. If that was the case, he might be able to guide Patian. Not entirely. Could it be that you're looking for the heaven-startling great saint for some other reason? Asked Xiaogu in surprise. Yixian wasn't prepared to answer. He directly said, "Lead the way." Oh. Xiaogu didn't ask any more questions and turned around to leave. The shortcut was not far ahead. Xiaogu quickly led Yixian to it and walked in. "There are no holy beasts in this shortcut," Xiaogu suddenly said to Yixian with a smile. Yixian frowned and asked, "How did you find this place? If this shortcut was exposed, then others could use this shortcut to reach the peak and find the heaven-shocking great sage to learn the heaven-shocking staff art." "Naturally, someone told me." Xiaogu giggled and continued to lead the way. Without the holy beasts pestering them, Yixian and Xiaogu were able to travel very quickly. A day later they came out of the shortcut. After traveling for a while longer, they arrived at the peak of the Thousand Spider Mountain. At this moment, there were already many people waiting outside the Thousand Spiders' palace. What's going on? Why hasn't the great sage come out yet? Could he be in seclusion? Let's wait for a while. Something might happen. A group of high-level great sages were discussing softly. There was no lack of 9th grade great sages among them. The great sage was actually also a 9th grade great sage. However, his strength was extremely shocking. He relied on the heaven-shocking staff art. Therefore, even 9th grade great sages wanted to learn it. However, just as Yixian and Xiaogu approached, the door of the Thousand Spiders' palace suddenly opened. Then a young man walked out. "Sorry for making everyone wait for so long," the young man said guiltily. Then he explained, "I am the disciple of the great sage. Unfortunately, my master has gone out recently. Therefore, I ask everyone to wait for a while." "How long do we have to wait?" someone asked. "This I am not very sure. My master did not tell me." The young man shook his head. "Fine, then we will wait here. There are no holy beasts on the peak anyway. Let's wait. As long as we can learn the heaven-shocking staff art, it is worth waiting for so many years. Who knows, we might even be able to receive guidance from the great sage. This is extremely rare." The group continued to discuss. However, Yixian could not help but frown when he heard this. The great sage was not here? What should he do? He had come to find the great sage to ask about the celestial treasure mountain. Now that the great sage was not here, could he only wait for him to return? However, the disciple of the great sage had said that he did not know when the great sage would return. What if it was in years? At this moment, Xiaogu, who was beside Yixian, suddenly said, "I know where the great sage is." Hearing this, Yixian turned his head in surprise and asked, "How do you know?" "I just communicated with him through voice transmission." The great sage went to the White Bone Mountain to look for Madame of Bones. Xiaogu replied, "White Bone Mountain, Madame of Bones." Yixian paused for a moment and continued to ask, "Why did he tell you? Do you even need to ask?" "I know him, so he told me. Not only that, I am also very familiar with the great sage," Xiaogu said with a smile. "Oh." Yixian was shocked again. This girl in front of him was actually very familiar with the great sage. This was beyond his expectations. However, if what Xiaogu said was true, then it was normal that she knew the shortcut to the Thousand Spiders Mountain. Yixian suddenly thought of something and asked, "White Bone Mountain, Madame of Bones. What is your relationship with her?" Xiaogu was silent for a moment before she finally said slowly, "Madame of Bones is my mother. The great sage is my father." "Parents?" Hearing this, Yixian could not help but recall that Madame of Bones was also the great sage's wife. "I understand." Yixian nodded. "I snuck out to look for my father, but I didn't expect him to go to the White Bone Mountain as well. If you want to look for him, you can come with me," Xiaogu said. "All right, let's go to the White Bone Mountain then." Yixian nodded. Then he led Xiaogu through the shortcut and returned to the foot of the Thousand Spiders Mountain. Then they headed toward the White Bone Mountain. The White Bone Mountain was a little different from the Thousand Spiders Mountain. The Thousand Spiders Mountain Saint Beasts were all spiders, while the White Bone Mountain Saint Beasts were all undead creatures. It was said that the Madame of Bones of the White Bone Mountain was a bone demon. Her original form was a skeleton. This was very rare. Several days later, Yixian finally arrived at the White Bone Mountain. Since Xiaogu was the daughter of the Madame of Bones, The rest of the journey should not be too difficult. Of course, during the journey, Yixian had broken through to the 3rd rank of the saint level. Even if he had to climb the mountain alone, he was not afraid. The White Bone Mountain is my territory. No undead creature dares to touch me. Let's go. After saying this, Xiaogu led Yixian up the mountain. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, the White Bone Mountain shook violently. Countless undead creatures were startled. What's going on? Yixian and Xiaogu were surprised. They both looked up and saw 2 figures suddenly appear on the mountain peak. Chapter 1927. Father? Mother. Xiaogu was very surprised when she saw this because the 2 figures fighting were actually Madame of Bones and the Great Sage. Why were the couple fighting? Yixian was not surprised by this. They were all on the same side, so they probably would not fight to that extent. However, he was wrong this time. The 2 of them were really fighting for real. Old monkey, we've been husband and wife for so many years, but today you want to take my natal bone source. You're really ruthless. Madame of Bones said angrily. With your natal bone source, I can break through to the Saint Spirit realm. At that time, I'll help you recover your cultivation base. The Great Sage said. Bastard. Madame of Bones continued to curse. I didn't expect you to say such a thing. You clearly know that if I forcibly take out my natal bone source, there's an 80% chance that I'll die. The Great Sage needed the natal bone source to break through the shackles of the Great Sage and break through to the Saint Spirit realm. However, if Madame of Bones forcibly took out her natal bone source, there was an 80% chance that she would die. Otherwise, Madame of Bones would be willing to give her natal bone source to the Great Sage. However, she did not expect the Great Sage to be an ingrate. It's only an 80% chance. After so many years, I've escaped death so many times, but I'm still alive. The Great Sage snorted coldly. You! Madame of Bones was so angry that she almost exploded. The Great Sage could actually say such a thing. Madame of Bones only felt that she had misjudged him back then. She actually fell for such a person. Cut the crap. I won't give you my natal bone source. If you want it, come and kill me. Madame of Bones shouted angrily. Do you think I don't dare? The Great Sage widened his eyes, revealing his killing intent. Madame of Bones could not help but shiver when she felt the killing intent. The Great Sage actually wanted to kill her. Good, you're very good. If I don't die in a few days, everyone will know that you used those people to condense the heaven-shocking rod seed, and then killed them to refine the heaven-shocking rod seed to improve yourself. Madame of Bones shouted angrily. When the Great Sage heard this, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He shouted coldly. In that case, you must die today. The 2 of them instantly clashed again. Great Saint Startling Heaven was a 9th grade Great Saint, but Madame of Bones was also a 9th grade Great Saint. In terms of cultivation base, she was slightly higher than Great Saint Startling Heaven and was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, the Startling Sky Great Sage's Startling Sky Staff technique was extremely powerful, directly beating Madame of Bones into retreat. Yixian and Xiaogu were both dumbfounded as they stared at the empty space before them. Father, you actually want to kill Mother? Xiaogu was stunned in place, not expecting this kind of situation. Yixian was the same. He didn't expect the Startling Sky Great Sage to kill his own wife. He was truly deranged. However, Madame of Bones was no pushover. Smelly monkey, even if I die today, I won't let you get the natal bone source. At this moment, Madame of Bones suddenly shouted, and her aura began to surge. At the same time, her figure began to change. Madame of Bones' true form was a skeleton. She was originally a human, but after she died, she underwent a mutation and cultivated the body of a bone demon. The Startling Sky Great Sage was powerful. She had no choice but to use her trump card, or she would be dead meat. Madame of Bones, who had transformed into a giant skeleton, became much more powerful. She began to fight the Startling Sky Great Sage. This battle was very intense. Those undead creatures are coming to help. Yixian suddenly realized something. The Bone Mountain was Madame of Bones' territory after all. Since the boss was being beaten, the underlings naturally had to help. Damn it, the Startling Sky 9 Rod strikes. The Startling Sky Great Sage's expression changed as he attacked with all his might. However, There were too many undead creatures, and he couldn't finish them all. In addition, with Madame of Bone's true form, the startling Sky Great Sage began to feel a little powerless. "Old man, have a taste of this," Madame of Bones suddenly shouted. The startling Sky Great Sage, who was surrounded by the undead creatures, looked up and saw a huge bone fist smashing down. Bang! This punch was extremely fast and violent. It made the startling Sky Great Sage vomit blood and fall from the sky. Madame of Bones could have followed up with another attack, but she didn't kill him because of their old friendship. "From now on we'll sever all ties. Get lost," Madame of Bones shouted angrily. The startling Sky Great Sage, who was smashed to the ground, widened his eyes. After coughing out a mouthful of blood essence, he quickly got up from the ground and said in shock, "D***man woman, you used your natal bone source?" The power of that bone fist was beyond imagination. If the startling Sky Great Sage didn't have a trump card, he would have died long ago. Therefore, the startling Sky Great Sage felt that Madame of Bones had fused her natal bone source into that move. To put it simply, the natal bone source was already gone. Get lost. Madame of Bones didn't answer this question. She only cursed angrily. If the natal bone source was forcefully removed, she would be in danger of dying. However, if it was consumed, that possibility would be eliminated. D***man woman, you win. The startling Sky Great Sage gritted his teeth and cursed before turning around to leave. That punch had seriously injured him, and his strength was less than 60%. If he continued to fight, he would definitely be beaten to death by Madame of Bones. This battle could be said to be a double loss. Not only did he not obtain the natal bone source, but he also ended up seriously injured. Looking at the fleeing figure of the startling Sky Great Sage, Xiaogu immediately flew into the sky and asked worriedly, "Mother, how are you?" "I'm fine." Madame of Bones transformed back into her human form and shook her head. Xiaogu looked like a young girl, but she was no longer young. She knew the reason from the conversation between the startling Sky Great Sage and the startling Sky Great Sage. "Mother, why is father like this? He doesn't care about mother's safety. He must obtain the natal bone source," Xiaogu said with a frown. "He has been stuck in the Great Sage realm for many years and has lost his mind. I'm afraid that I've cut off his path to becoming a saint." Madame of Bones shook her head. "Then mother, your natal bone source." Xiaogu frowned. She had heard the startling Sky Great Sage say that Madame of Bones had used up her natal bone source. Madame of Bones shook her head and said, "I didn't fuse that move with my natal bone source. Instead, I used it at the cost of regressing my cultivation level. Xiaogu, I'll pass my natal bone source to you. Then find a place to hide." Natal bone source? Isn't that? When Xiaogu heard this, her petite body trembled violently. "Don't worry. If I forcefully remove my natal bone source, I will indeed be in danger of dying. However, I won't pass it to you. Now he thinks that I've used up my natal bone source and won't come back." Chapter 1928. Xiaogu wanted to say more, but Madame of Bones forcefully locked him in place. Then, a light came from Madame of Bones' body, passing from her hand to Xiaogu. In the next moment, Xiaogu's aura started to skyrocket. 6th rank Great Saint, 7th rank Great Saint. In the end, it stopped at 8th rank Great Saint. Even Madame of Bones did not expect this scene. "I didn't expect your 1,000 bones physique to be so heaven-defying. You only slightly refined your natal bone source and it rose to this level. I estimate that your current strength is probably no weaker than your father's," Madame of Bones said with relief. If she had known this earlier, she would have passed her natal bone source to Xiaogu long ago. She would not have waited until today. Xiaogu sensed it and found that it was countless times stronger than Jiqiang. However, this was not attractive to her. "Mother, what about you?" Xiaogu asked. "I will live in seclusion on White Bone Mountain," Madame of Bones said. "I guess that your father became like this because he listened to that woman too much. So I only have one wish. If there is a chance in the future, capture that woman for me." "Mother, you mean Madame Thousand Spider?" Xiaogu asked. Madame of Bones nodded and said, "That's right. With your current cultivation level, it is enough to deal with her. It would be best if you could bring her to me. I have a way to torture her." If it was the previous Xiaogu, she would definitely not agree. However, she had seen her father fight against her mother with her own eyes. Her heart was filled with hatred. Okay, I will go capture her now and let mother punish her, Xiaogu said. There's no rush. Wait until you refine my natal bone source. Although your father is heavily injured, he is on Thousand Spider Mountain. You lack battle experience, so you probably can't do it. You should find a place to completely refine your natal bone source. At that time, you should be able to break through to 9th rank Great Saint. Only by reaching this level will you be qualified to go to Thousand Spider Mountain, Madam of Bones said. Okay, then I will find a place to cultivate in seclusion first. Xiaogu nodded in agreement. Go, don't worry about me. Although my natal bone source is gone, and my cultivation level has dropped to 8th rank Great Saint, I won't let him go on the mountain next time, Madam of Bones said. Mother, I will send you back, Xiaogu said. After that, Xiaogu sent Madam of Bones back to the mountain before returning. You want to go to the Thousand Spider Mountain? Yixian couldn't help but ask when he saw Xiaogu come down. Father must have been instigated by Madam Thousand Spider, and that's why he came to ask for his natal bone source from mother. Humph, I'll definitely make that woman pay the price, Xiaogu said. Just in time. I also have something to ask your father. Let's go together, Yixian said with a smile. All right. Xiaogu nodded. In her memories, Madam Thousand Spider was also an 8th rank Great Saint. Now that she had obtained her natal bone source, she had also broken through to the 8th grade Great Saint. Although she hadn't fought Lady Thousand Spider yet, she felt that her strength should be above Lady Thousand Spider. At that moment, Yixian and Xiaogu headed for the Thousand Spider Mountain together. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th stage half-saint. Ding! Yanming Ghostly Lord Wei Zhantian and Heaven-Breaking Ape God have broken through. Currently rank 4 saint. On the way back to Thousand Spiders Mountain, Yixian and Heaven-Breaker's cultivation levels increased again. Now Yixian was confident that Heaven-Breaking Great Saint would be able to defeat him. After all, Heaven-Breaking Great Saint was heavily injured, and he still had the Myriad Beast's portrait as a trump card. Soon Yixian and Xiaogu returned to Thousand Spider Mountain. According to the Death Hunt warrant, Heaven-Breaking Great Saint is at the center of Thousand Spider Mountain. It seems that he is in seclusion to heal his injuries, Yixian thought. Although Heaven-Breaking Great Saint was heavily injured, he wouldn't die. Therefore, Yixian decided to help Xiaogu capture Madam Thousand Spider first. After arriving at Thousand Spider Mountain, Yixian and Xiaogu took a shortcut and arrived at the peak of the mountain. At this time, those people were still waiting outside the Thousand Spider Mountain. They didn't know that Heaven-Breaking Great Saint had returned. Madam Thousand Spider should be in the Thousand Spider Mountain. However, this is her territory. If we make a move now, I'm afraid we will be surrounded. Xiaogu looked at the Thousand Spider Mountain and said softly. When he heard this, Yixian had a new evaluation of Xiaogu. Although the latter was very angry, he still maintained his rationality. Indeed, if they made a move now, Madam Thousand Spider would control those saint beasts to attack them. Moreover, those experts outside the Thousand Spider Mountain might help Madam Thousand Spider as well. Then what do you think we should do? Yixian asked. Mother told me that father is using these people to refine the Heaven-Breaking Rod seed. After that, he will secretly kill these people and obtain the Heaven-Breaking Rod seed to increase the might of the Heaven-Breaking Rod technique. Xiaogu paused for a moment and said, So, I want to mobilize these people to help us deal with Madam Thousand Spider. That's right. That's a good idea. Yixian nodded with satisfaction. He had thought of this before, so he had prepared evidence. The evidence he spoke of was the floating image crystal that Wei Zhantian had extracted from his memories on the way back to Thousand Spider Mountain. This floating image crystal recorded the conversation between Madame Whitebones and Heaven-Breaking Great Saint. Once this was exposed, Heaven-Breaking Great Saint's glorious image would immediately crumble. In order to break through, he had to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. In order to increase the might of the Heaven-Breaking Rod technique, he had to borrow the strength of others to refine the Heaven-Breaking Rod seed. These 2 points were enough to sentence Heaven-Breaking Great Saint to death. At that moment, Yixian took out the floating image crystal and directly enlarged it. Old monkey, we've been husband and wife for many years. Today you want to take my natal bone source. How cruel. With your natal bone source I will be able to break through to the Saint Spirit realm. Then, I will help you recover your cultivation. I didn't expect you to say something like that. You clearly know that there is an 80% chance that I will die if I forcibly extract my natal bone source. It's only an 80% chance. After all these years I've escaped death so many times, but haven't I still managed to survive? Cut the crap. I won't give you my natal bone source. If you want it, then come and kill me. You think I won't dare? Good, you are very good. If I don't die in a few days, the fact that you used those people to condense the heaven-shocking rod seed, and then killed them to refine the heaven-shocking rod seed to improve yourself will definitely be known to everyone. If that's the case, then you must die today. The conversation in the sky above White Bone Mountain fell into the ears of this group of people. These people who had come to see heaven-breaking great saint were all stunned when they saw the floating image. What? Heaven-breaking great saint is so deranged that he even wants to kill his own wife? Heavens, he's using us to improve his heaven-breaking rod technique. Bastard, we were all fooled by them. Chapter 1929. All of a sudden, the group of great saints stood up angrily. Some of them even attacked the Thousand Spiders' palace. Rumble. The Thousand Spiders' palace rumbled under the attack. The door of the Thousand Spiders' palace opened and a woman walked out. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the Thousand Spiders' mountain? This woman wasn't Madame Thousand Spiders but her disciple. Unfortunately, she was only a 7th-rank great saint. As soon as she appeared, she was surrounded by 2 8th-rank great saints and was captured alive. Madame Thousand Spiders, get the hell out here. The voice was deafening and resounded through the sky. In the next moment, many experts rushed out of the Thousand Spiders' palace. They were Madame Thousand Spiders' subordinates. What are you doing? The disciple of the great saint startling heaven also came out. He couldn't help but ask when he saw the group of people acting arrogantly. What are we doing? See for yourself. The young man's face darkened when he saw it. Even he didn't know about this. He thought that the great saint startling heaven was a virtuous person who taught the startling heaven staff technique to strangers. Now, it seemed that the great saint startling heaven staff technique had ulterior motives. If that was the case, his disciple was also in danger. Before he could react, he was captured by an 8th-rank great saint nearby. Kill our way into the Thousand Spiders' palace and capture Madame Thousand Spiders. In an instant, the group of experts rushed into the Thousand Spiders' palace and started a great battle. At this time Yixian and Xiaogu, who triggered the battle, were watching from afar. These people were already used as cannon fodder. Yixian planned to let these people fight Madame Thousand Spiders first, then lure the great saint startling heaven out. Yixian wasn't interested in Madame Thousand Spiders at all. However, the great saint startling heaven was Xiaogu's father, so Yixian had to be merciful when the time came to kill him. Xiaogu, don't transform into your true form in the battle later, reminded Yixian. Why? Asked Xiaogu, puzzled. Watch this. After saying that, Yixian summoned Wei Zhentian. Myriad Beasts diagram suppress. In the next moment those Zuyoist true bodies directly lose 70% of their power. Even though there are also Zuyoists on the subjugator side, almost all of them in the Thousand Spiders' palace are Zuyoists. Moreover, there are also holy beasts. Therefore, as soon as the Myriad Beasts diagram starts to suppress the Zuyoists, the subjugator's side immediately gains an advantage. The Thousand Spiders' palace had suffered heavy casualties. How dare you? At this time a terrifying aura suddenly spread out, and a woman in black appeared. With a wave of her hand a huge white spider web fell down, directly trapping the Crusaders. Madame Thousand Spider had finally appeared. Lady Thousand Spiders, you are in cahoots with the heaven-startling great sage. Today I will eliminate this evil for the people. A middle-aged man shouted as he raised his saber and charged towards Madame Thousand Spiders. He was the only 9th-grade great saint, one level higher than Madame Thousand Spiders. Madame Thousand Spiders still did not understand the situation. She did not understand why the people outside would suddenly go berserk and charge into the Thousand Spiders' palace. However, since the people in front of her were already here, she had no choice but to act. Bang! She exchanged a single blow with her opponent, and both of them were knocked back. Ninth grade great saint? The middle-aged man was shocked. He did not expect Madame Thousand Spiders to have broken through to the ninth grade great saint. This was troublesome. You all deserve to die. Madame Thousand Spiders' eyes shone brightly as she let out a sharp scream. The next moment, the Thousand Spiders Mountain began to tremble. She was the master of the Thousand Spiders Mountain, and all the saint beasts were under her control. Be careful, she is summoning those saint beasts. The middle-aged man reminded. This was the terrifying thing about the Thousand Spiders Mountain. If all the saint beasts came, not many of them would be able to escape. After all, there were still flying thunder spiders in the sky. No, those flying thunder spiders were the first batch to charge into the Thousand Spiders Palace. Quick, capture Madame Thousand Spiders, or everyone will die. Everyone rushed towards Madame Thousand Spiders. At this time, in a corner of the Thousand Spiders Palace. This woman, we can't let her die like this. Xiaogu snorted coldly and prepared to attack. Don't be anxious. She has broken through to the ninth grade great saint, and she has the help of so many saint beasts. She won't die so easily. Moreover, everyone just wants to capture her. Don't be in a hurry to attack. Yixian reminded them. Then what should we do? Just watch? Xiaogu asked. Let's kill all these saint beasts first. Otherwise, when all these people are dead, it will be troublesome. Yixian said. Okay. Xiaogu had no objections and attacked directly. With the myriad beasts diagram, these saint beasts were no match for Xiaogu at all. Originally, Yixian wanted Heavenbreaker to attack. However, Wei Zhentian had transformed into the myriad beasts diagram to suppress the saint beasts, so he could no longer transform into the mystic divine armor. In this case, Heavenbreaker might not even be able to defeat Madame Thousand Spiders, so Yixian did not let him come out so early. He was afraid that he would run out of energy and need to return to the planting space to sleep. Yixian could not participate in a battle of this level, and so could Black Horn. Therefore, Yixian could only watch. Without the myriad beasts diagram, the subjugation party would definitely be besieged to death. However, with the myriad beasts diagram, those saint beasts were no longer a threat and were killed directly. This way they would be besieging Madame Thousand Spiders. Stupid monkey, those who came to learn the heaven-startling staff technique from you have all gone crazy. Why don't you come out now? Madame Thousand Spiders felt that she could not control herself and hurriedly transmitted her voice. What's going on? Startling Sky, who was hiding in the center of Thousand Spiders Mountain to recuperate, heard this and hurriedly asked. How would I know? Madame Thousand Spiders raised her eyebrows. They said that you used them to improve your heaven-startling staff technique. So they attacked. Damn it, that old witch actually said it. Startling Sky cursed angrily. Come quickly, I can't hold on much longer. Madame Thousand Spiders shouted. In the next moment she transformed into her true form. However, as soon as her true form appeared, she was directly affected by the myriad beasts diagram and had 70% of her strength suppressed. In the blink of an eye, she was heavily injured by the middle-aged man and 3 8th rank great saints. If she was not still useful, she would probably be dead. Madame Thousand Spiders, where is Startling Sky? The 9th rank great saint middle-aged man could not help but ask. Don't worry, he will come out soon. When that time comes, none of you will be able to escape. Madame Thousand Spiders snorted coldly. However, what she did not know was that Startling Sky had been seriously injured in the battle with Madame of Bones, and his combat strength had decreased greatly. Even if Startling Sky was powerful, he could not stop so many experts. The situation was set. Everyone waited for a while, but they did not see Startling Sky. They could not help but feel strange. Don't wait anymore. Startling Sky was seriously injured in the battle with Madame of Bones. He should be recuperating in seclusion somewhere in Thousand Spiders Mountain. Someone suddenly said. Chapter 1930. What? He's seriously injured? Madame Thousand Spiders' expression changed drastically when she heard that. This meant that Great Sage Startling Heaven might not come to save her. Stupid monkey, come out now. Madame Thousand Spider immediately transmitted her voice, but she did not get any response. Her expression finally sank to the bottom of the valley. What a heartless bastard! Madame Thousand Spider cursed. I'll bring you all down. When everyone heard that, they understood that Madame Thousand Spider had also been taken away by Great Sage Startling Heaven. Madame Thousand Spider led everyone to a hidden place in Thousand Spider Mountain. Then, she opened a secret door that led to the center of Thousand Spider Mountain. However, Xiaogu and Yixian left immediately. This was because Yixian sensed that Great Sage Startling Heaven was leaving Thousand Spider Mountain. After all, he had a death warrant on him. Madame Bones had wanted Xiaogu to capture Madame Thousand Spider, but Xiaogu decided that it would be better to capture his father and bring him to the Church of Repentance. Thus, Xiaogu left Thousand Spider Mountain with Yixian and chased after Great Sage Startling Heaven. Great Sage Startling Heaven was seriously injured, so his speed was not very fast. Yixian put on Xiaogu's immortal ascension steps and quickly caught up. "Father!" Xiaogu could not help but call out when he saw Great Sage Startling Heaven. Great Sage Startling Heaven sensed the aura of an 8th-rank Great Sage. He originally wanted to kill him, but when he saw that it was Xiaogu, he stopped. "Why are you here?" Great Sage Startling Heaven asked in shock. Of course, what surprised him even more was that Xiaogu had broken through to the 8th-rank Great Sage. How was that possible? "Father, come back to Whitebone Mountain with me," Xiaogu said. "I see." Great Sage Startling Heaven immediately understood. He guessed that Madame Bones had not used her natal bone source before, and had given it to Xiaogu. Only then did Xiaogu break through to the 8th-rank Great Sage. He was thinking that if he could extract the natal bone source from Xiaogu, his injuries might be healed and he might even break through. After all, his injuries were caused by Madame Bones. "Xiaogu, come with me," Great Sage Startling Heaven said. Xiaogu narrowed his eyes. "Father, you've been bewitched by Madame Thousand Spider. It seems like you won't go back with me so easily. What are you trying to do?" Startling Great Sage was stunned. In the next instant, Xiaogu condensed a bone sword. When the Great Sage saw this, he said in shock, "Stupid girl, you dare to attack me?" "Father, I'm sorry for the offense." Xiaogu didn't say anything further, and directly charged toward Great Sage Startling Heaven. "Humph! Do you think you can contend against me just because you've broken through to 8th grade Great Saint?" Great Sage Startling Heaven snorted coldly, but in the next moment his expression changed. He felt that his strength had dropped again. Myriad Beasts diagram suppress. Originally, Great Sage Jingtian was already heavily injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. Now that he was suppressed by the Myriad Beasts diagram, he was like an elephant that had shrunk into a puppy. If it was before, he still had some confidence, but after seeing Xiaogu's strength, he did not have the slightest confidence. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-shocking Great Sage was like a ball, being hit back and forth by Xiaogu. He was already heavily injured, and now that his injuries had worsened, he would probably die if he continued to fight. "Damned girl, you want to beat your father to death? Why aren't you stopping?" The heaven-startling Great Sage shouted. However, Xiaogu didn't stop because of this. She continued to attack. Seeing this, Yixian hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Xiaogu. "Xiaogu, that's enough. Restrain your father. I'm going to take him in." The heaven-startling Great Sage, who was on the verge of death, was restrained by Xiaogu, and had almost no ability to resist. Yixian summoned Black Horn, and then directly devoured the heaven-startling Great Sage, who was no longer able to resist. Now that he was in the planting space, the heaven-startling Great Sage couldn't die even if he wanted to. "I'm going to take that Madame Thousand Spiders in too," Xiaogu reminded him. "Are you using it as a prison?" Yixian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm just borrowing it for a while." Immediately, Yixian broke through the void and returned to Thousand Spiders Mountain. At this time, the group of Great Sages was still searching for the heaven-startling Great Sage, and had turned Thousand Spiders Mountain upside down. "Madame Thousand Spiders, tell me, where is the heaven-startling Great Sage?" The middle-aged man saw that the heaven-startling Great Sage had disappeared, and asked loudly. "He has been in seclusion in Thousand Spiders Mountain. Just now, I sent a voice transmission to him, but then there was no sound," Madame Thousand Spiders said. She understood that she had also been taken by the heaven-startling Great Sage, so there was no need to protect him now. "Humph, it seems that the heaven-startling Great Sage's character is extremely bad." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. In that case, why don't we kill her and then go down the mountain? The heaven-startling great sage probably won't come back. Someone at the side said. That's right. This time we also obtained a lot of good things. Let's divide it up. This trip is not in vain. Kill her. Madame Thousand Spiders trembled in fear when she heard that. Back then, she was the queen of Thousand Spiders Mountain. If she wanted to, even a 9th stage great sage wouldn't be able to reach the peak of the mountain. But now, she had become someone else's prisoner, and was in danger of dying. Since that was the case, why not risk her life? You bunch of trash want to kill me? Madame Thousand Spiders shouted loudly and transformed into her black spider form again. Humph, you're seriously injured and you still want to resist? You're courting death. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. However, this time Madame Thousand Spiders was determined to die. She raised her head and let out a sharp shriek, and her body began to rapidly expand. Bang! With a muffled sound, the giant black spider suddenly exploded, and black venom and poisonous fog spread out. Oh no! The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around and left. Madame Thousand Spiders self-destructed, and before she died, she dragged many people down with her, including 2 8th-stage great sages. This attack killed 2/3 of the subjugation team, and even the 9th-stage great sage middle-aged man was injured. However, he wouldn't die yet. Humph, she poisoned many people to death before she died. Now we can get more. After the survivors heaved a deep sigh of relief, they smiled. Coincidentally, Yixian and Xiaogu, who had hurried back, saw this scene. Madame Thousand Spiders self-destructed. It seems that we can't capture her, muttered Yixian. She's really lucky. Since that's the case, let's go. Xiaogu snorted softly. Let's go back to Whitebone Mountain. After Yixian finished speaking, he broke through the void again. After a few times, he arrived at the foot of Whitebone Mountain. Under Xiaogu's lead, Yixian easily reached the peak of the mountain and saw Madame Whitebones. When Madame Whitebones saw Xiaogu, she asked in surprise, Xiaogu, why are you back? Mother, I've brought father back. Xiaogu said directly. What? Madame Whitebones was shocked. What was going on? Chapter 1931. Of course, Yixian had Wei Zhentian search Great Sage's soul after he was sucked into the plant dimension. At first, the Great Sage tried to resist, but the soul-absorbing bell turned into a soul attack. Yixian tortured him for a while before the Great Sage finally succumbed to the soul-absorbing bell, and was forcibly searched. Thus, Yixian already knew what he wanted to know, so the Great Sage was of no use to him. Madame of Bones would deal with the rest herself. Xiaogu, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Yixian suddenly transmitted to Xiaogu. Aren't you going to stay here for a few days? Xiaogu asked. Although she hadn't known Yixian for long, they had already become friends. This time it was all thanks to Yixian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to succeed so quickly. No, I already know what I want to know. There's a friend waiting for me to save. Until next time. Yixian shook his head. After tossing a transmission token to Xiaogu, he turned around and left. Oh, we'll meet again if fate wills it. The Great Sage was beaten to the brink of death. His cultivation had also fallen to the 8th rank of the Great Sage. As long as Madame of Bones restricted his healing, the Great Sage shouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Moreover, Xiaogu was a powerful fighter. Yixian had seen the battle between Xiaogu and the Great Sage. He felt that Xiaogu's strength had already surpassed the 9th rank of the Great Sage, and was infinitely close to the Holy Spirit realm. If Xiaogu wasn't a Zuyoist, Yixian would have considered subduing her. Unfortunately, Xiaogu was a Zuyoist, so Yixian gave up on this idea. I'll come back and take a look after finding the world-destroying ghost dragon. Yixian thought to himself as he flew north. Previously, when Wei Zhentian searched the soul of the Great Sage of Heaven Shaking, Yixian found out that the Great Sage of Heaven Shaking was a monkey soldier of the Divine Monkey Palace. Before the upheaval in the 12 Divine Beasts Palace, he almost became a monkey general. After the 12 Divine Beast Palaces changed, the Divine Monkey Palace fought a great battle with their enemies. Some died while others fled. Then, the heaven-shocking Great Sage also left, coming to this remote place to establish himself as the king. According to his memories, The 12 divine beast palaces were located in the northeast of the Thousand Spider Mountain. As for the Immortal Treasure Mountain, it was near the old site of the 12 divine beast palaces. In that battle back then, because the enemy could not kill the palace master of the divine monkey palace, who had a strong defense, they chose to seal him. Great Sage Heaven-Shocking's ring of interspatial rings contained many more heaven-shocking staff types, Yang Qi said. After refining them, Heavenbreaker was able to reach the 9 heaven-shocking staff strikes of the 36 heaven-shocking. Yixian couldn't help but think as he hurried along. In addition, Yixian plucked all of Great Sage Shock Heaven's Anima Destiny monkey hairs for Heavenbreaker to refine. This time Yixian spent more than 10 days on the journey. He did not expect the Immortal Treasure Mountain to be so close. However, there was no Immortal Treasure Mountain on the map, only an Immortal Treasure City. This Immortal Treasure City was built at the foot of the Immortal Treasure Mountain. At this moment, Yixian had already entered the Immortal Treasure City. I heard that the Immortal Treasure Mountain has been sealed by an expert. If you want to enter to search for treasures, you have to win a spot. Yixian thought to himself. There was an auction in the Immortal Treasure City. If you want to enter, you have to report first and bid for a spot in the auction. After asking around, Yixian went to find the auction. However, just as he was about to reach Pahang, a sudden shout entered his ears. "Hey, how dare you steal in broad daylight?" This shout attracted Yixian's attention. Out of curiosity, he strode over. What year was it now? How could someone steal things? How was this possible? After all, everyone had an interspatial ring, which was usually worn on their hands. How could someone steal? When Yixian arrived, he saw a group of people in front of him. In the middle of the crowd there were 2 figures. Of these 2 figures, one was a burly man, while the other was a short, middle-aged man with a shifty-eyed appearance. At this moment, the short, middle-aged man was lifted up by the burly man, as if he was carrying a chicken or a duck. "How dare a mere great saint try to steal from me? Do you want to die?" The burly man scolded. As he spoke, his saliva flew and sprayed on the short, middle-aged man's face. The short, middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and said, "My lord, you know that I'm only a great saint. How dare I steal from you?" This burly man was a saint spirit that surpassed the great saint. He was a second-grade saint spirit. Naturally, he could see the short, middle-aged man's realm at a glance. Just now, he clearly felt the short, middle-aged man's hand slide across the back of his hand. At the same time, the interspatial ring loosened a little. If he had not reacted quickly, the interspatial ring might have been lost. Crack! Hearing this, the burly man did not say much. He directly clenched his big fist and punched the short, middle-aged man's face. In an instant, the short, middle-aged man's nose was broken, and 2 streams of blood flowed out from his nose. "And my lord, I really didn't want to steal from your interspatial ring. I just accidentally touched it when I was passing by," said the short, middle-aged man timidly. But in the next moment he suffered again. Slap! The burly man directly slapped the short, middle-aged man's nose and face were bruised and swollen. "My lord!" Slap! The burly man slapped the short, middle-aged man again. This interspatial ring contained all his belongings. If it was stolen, all his hard work over the years would be in vain. So, he did not listen to the short, middle-aged man at all. He raised his hand and slapped the short, middle-aged man again. Slap! At this moment, a man with a sense of justice suddenly stood up and said, "Stop it. He's just passing by. He's only a 9th-grade great saint, and you're a 2nd-grade saint spirit. Even if you're asleep, he can't steal it." Hearing someone speaking for the short, middle-aged man, the burly man immediately glared at him and said, "What do you know? This man's height is very different from mine. My shoulder is much taller than his head. How can he touch my hand when he's walking?" His words and his unreasonable manner made many passers-by feel disgusted. However, the burly man's words made some sense. The burly man was a head taller than the short, middle-aged man. Logically speaking, it was impossible for their hands to touch. As soon as the burly man said this, the others fell silent. Even the man who had just stood up did the same. It was better to have less trouble than more trouble. "How dare you steal from me? See if I don't kill you." Seeing that no one stood up for the short, middle-aged man, The burly man continued to slap the short, middle-aged man's face. A series of crisp slaps were heard. "Stop hitting him. The city guards will be here soon." Suddenly, someone reminded him. "Cut the crap. Are you his accomplice?" The burly man suddenly turned his head and asked. Chapter 1932. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Then shut up. I'm from the Yi clan. Let's see who dares to meddle in my business. The strong man's words stunned the surrounding people. Although he was only a second-grade Saint Spirit, he was from the Yi clan in the Immortal Treasure City. He was not someone the surrounding people could afford to offend. In the Immortal Treasure City, the Yi clan was one of the 3 major clans. Almost all of the weapon shops in the Immortal Treasure City belonged to the Yi clan. If the forces in the Immortal Treasure City were to be ranked, the Wang clan of the City Lord Manor would be ranked first, followed by the Yi clan and the Lin clan. Then, the 2 people silently retreated into the crowd and watched the short middle-aged man spurting blood. Slap! 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 The strong man slapped the short middle-aged man 3 more times before throwing him to the ground. Looking at the short middle-aged man's swollen face, he could not help but say, "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. Get lost." When the short middle-aged man heard this, he did not bother to wipe the blood off his face and quickly squeezed out of the crowd. The surrounding people were secretly cursing the strong man for using the Yi clan's background as an accomplice. At this moment a scream suddenly rang out. "My Qiankuan ring is gone." This scream entered everyone's ears. When they heard it, they did not immediately turn their heads away. Instead, they subconsciously touched their fingers. "Ah, where's my Qiankuan ring? Impossible, I always have my Qiankuan ring with me. How could it be gone? Damn it, who stole it?" Screams continued to ring out. Without exception, the surrounding people's Qiankuan rings were stolen. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. "Ha ha, you bunch of idiots, I told you he's a thief. My Qiankuan ring." Before the strong man could finish his words, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He saw that his hands were empty. The Qiankuan ring on his hand was also gone. "Bastard, that person must be a bait to gather us here, and then take the opportunity to steal the Qiankuan ring with his accomplices. Damn it, did anyone see where he went? Go after him, that's all my Qiankuan ring. We must find him." Yixian shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he listened to the roars of the people in front of him. To be able to steal so many people's cosmos rings under the watchful eyes of so many people, this gang of thieves was very sharp. He subconsciously glanced at his hand, only to find that the interspatial ring on his hand had disappeared. "What? Mine is gone too?" Yixian was extremely shocked. However, he was only a rank 2 saint, which was a very low rank. Even a second-rank Holy Spirit had his interspatial ring stolen, so it was normal that he did not notice. Forget it. The interspatial ring is just a decoration anyway. Thinking of this, Yixian shook his head. He was not angry. Instead, he was gloating. The group of people began to discuss countermeasures, but no one noticed the short middle-aged man's whereabouts, so they could only organize and report to the city lord's mansion to arrest the short middle-aged man. This was just a small episode that did not harm Yixian's interests, so Yixian could not be bothered to turn back time to find out who stole from him and these people. Then, he directly left and went to the entrance of the Immortal Treasure auction house. What a coincidence. Tomorrow is the annual auction. I'll come and take a look then, Yixian thought to himself. However, to enter the auction one needed a ticket. Although the ticket was not expensive, even an advanced great saint might not be able to afford it. Moreover, those who wanted to enter the Immortal Treasure Mountain to search for treasures were at least in the Holy Spirit realm. It was impossible for a great saint to compete with them for a spot. If he missed this auction, he would have to wait another year. After all, the Immortal Treasure Mountain only opened once a year. Yixian went to buy a ticket to the auction house and then left. The attendant at the auction house was a little surprised. Yixian was only a rank 2 saint, but he was able to buy a ticket. Could he be a disciple of a big family? Very soon a day had passed. The next day, Yixian arrived at the auction house and directly entered the venue. He only bought an ordinary ticket, which was one of the 10,000 low-level seats in the auction house. Above that, there were intermediate, superior, and various levels of private rooms. The audience entered one after another, and the seats were quickly filled. Yixian could not help but sigh. It was so easy to make money. Just the ticket alone could make him a lot of money. However, the strength of the Immortal Treasure City's city lord was extraordinary. The money might be a drop in the ocean in his eyes. The auction begins. The treasures that were being auctioned were nothing more than sacred artifacts, martial arts, heaven and earth treasures, so Yixian was not interested in the first few items at all. Many people were like Yixian, quietly watching. They were only there to broaden their horizons. About half a day later. All right, I'm sure everyone can't wait any longer. Next, let's start the auction for the Immortal Treasure Mountain spots. An old man suddenly walked up to the auction stage. As soon as he said that, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Was it finally time to start the auction for the Immortal Treasure Mountain spots? As usual, the first round of 50 spots. The starting price is 1 million saint stones, and each bid must be at least 10,000 saint stones. Begin. As soon as the old man finished speaking, someone immediately raised the price. 1,500,000. Only one of the three great families of the Immortal Treasure City, the Yi family, could be so generous. They immediately raised the price by half. The price of 1,500,000 for 50 spots was equivalent to 30,000 saint stones per spot, which was considered a normal price. In the past, most of the spots were sold at this price. All right, let's begin the second round of the auction. There are 40 spots and the starting price is 800,000. Old Wang, don't say so much. 1,200,000. An old voice came from a treasure chest. It was the representative of the Lin family, one of the three great families of the Immortal Treasure City. The unit price was also 30,000 saint stones per chest, which was about the same as the Wang family. In the previous auctions, it had become a tradition. The first two spots were for the Yi family and the Lin family. Although there were many external forces, they had all heard of the saying that a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its own territory. Next, there were 30 spots, 20 spots, and 10 spots. The first two spots were priced at around 30,000 saint stones, but the later spots were priced at 35,000, 40,000, and even 50,000 saint stones. One spot cost 50,000 saint stones. Even a second-grade saint spirit would not be able to take out that much easily. However, if Yixian pulled together, he could still take out that much. Immediately, Yixian began to raise the price. In the end, he won a spot for the Immortal Treasure Mountain at a price of 53,000 saint stones. Chapter 1933. There were about 500 slots in this auction, and they were won by all kinds of people. Yixian was one of them. In about a week, the Immortal Treasure City would organize people to escort them into the Immortal Treasure Mountain, and then they would begin to search for treasures. Soon all the slots were won. Then it was time for other things. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to leave. The slots in the Immortal Treasure Mountain are not the last auction item. At this time, the auctioneer's old man suddenly said. Many people wanted to get up and leave, but after hearing this sentence, they sat back down. Over the years, the slots were always auctioned last, but now there was a final auction item. What was it? After everyone sat down, the old man went over and brought a plate up. This plate was covered with a layer of red cloth, and no one knew what was under it. However, many people felt that this auction item was probably not the same as the ones they had seen before. Its aura made many people's hearts palpitate. What is that? I feel that it should be a magic treasure. What kind of item would be the final auction item? Tisk tsk tsk. This ticket is not a loss. The audience looked on excitedly, but the old man did not remove the red cloth, deliberately keeping people in suspense. Everyone can't wait, right? Well, I'll show it to everyone. After the old man finished speaking, he removed the red cloth. What entered everyone's eyes was a pair of gloves. This pair of gloves was obtained when the Immortal Treasure Mountain opened last time. It is a sage ruler weapon, but it seems to be a little damaged. However, it is also the most precious auction item in the history of the auction. The old man said slowly. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Sage ruler weapon. It was actually a sage ruler weapon. Heavens, someone actually found a sage ruler weapon. How lucky is this? A sage ruler weapon is a weapon used by a sage ruler expert. If I can get it, I can definitely kill enemies above my level. Such a good item, why didn't the city lord keep it for himself? Nonsense, the city lord uses a sword. Why would he need a pair of gloves? The audience was in an uproar. Although it was a little damaged, it was still a sage ruler weapon, which was much better than a spiritual saint weapon. This was no longer something that an ordinary person could touch. The city master has already evaluated it. This king-class saint weapon is about 80% damaged, so the price won't be as high as you think. However, it's still more valuable than a top-quality spirit-class saint weapon, said the old man. He couldn't help but glance at the clans. Only these big shots could afford such a thing. Alright, the starting bid for this king-grade saint artifact is 50 million saint stones. Each bid must be at least 1 million saint stones. Begin. Surprisingly, none of the great clans and powers present made a bid. The entire place suddenly fell silent. This was a pair of gauntlets. It was considered a relatively common weapon, so it should be quite popular. However, the reason why the various clans did not increase the price at this time was because they knew that this auction would be very intense. A king-grade saint weapon could greatly increase a person's strength. If it fell into the hands of a leader of a great force, it would definitely be able to lead a force. Those people were calculating how many saint stones they could afford and how high the price of the king-grade saint weapon would be. Since no one is willing to make the first bid, let me do it, said an old voice. It was the person in charge of the Yi clan. 100 million saint stones. The Yi clan was very generous. They immediately doubled the starting bid of the king-grade saint weapon. If 100 million saint stones were used to buy a place to enter the celestial treasure mountain, they could buy at least 300 places. This was already a lot. After all, even great clans like the Yi clan and the Lin clan might not be able to enter the celestial treasure mountain every year. The Yi clan leader is very generous. However, I am also a martial artist. This king-grade saint weapon, I can't give it away. 150 million. The person who spoke was the Lin clan leader. Since that's the case, the highest bidder will get it. 200 million. 250 million. 300 million. The Yi clan and the Lin clan began to fight. Everyone knew that the Yi clan leader and the Lin clan leader must have received news of the king-grade saint weapon in advance for them to appear here. In the past, they would at most send someone to participate in the auction. The clan leader would never appear. Therefore, everyone began to watch the show one after another. In the blink of an eye, the price had risen to 500 million. It was a very terrifying number. TSK. It was not easy for me to spend 50,000 to buy a place, but they just casually offered 500 million. It's so infuriating to compare oneself to others. Yi Xian thought to himself. The difference between 50,000 and 500 million was 10,000 times. However, he was only a second-grade saint. The Yi clan leader and the Lin clan leader had hopes of breaking through to an advanced sacred spirit in their lifetime. Of course, he could not compare. In terms of wealth, the Lin clan could not compare to the Yi clan. However, the Lin clan leader happened to have a weapon that he liked this time. Even if he had to go bankrupt, he had to buy it. 700 million. The Lin clan leader reluctantly shouted the price. When the Yi clan leader heard this, he hesitated. He mainly cultivated his sword skills. The king-grade saint weapon was for others to use. Therefore, the Yi clan leader was a little reluctant to part with it. Yi clan leader, are you giving up? The auctioneer could not help but ask. If the Yi clan gave up, no one would bid against the Lin clan. Then the auctioneer would earn less money. If this king-grade saint tool was a sword-type weapon, I would have raised the price to the maximum. Unfortunately, it is a pair of gloves, so I will give it to the Lin family head, said the Yi family head, trying to give himself a way out. Haha, thank you, Yi clan leader. The Lin clan leader said with a smile. In this way, the king-grade saint weapon would belong to the Lin clan. However, at this moment, boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering loud sound attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned around and saw that a big hole had been blasted in one of the walls of the auctioneer's booth. Who was the one who did this? Who dared to do this in the auctioneer's booth? Didn't they know that it was owned by the city governor? However, this was just a pretense. The real show was yet to come. While everyone's attention was on the big hole, a strong wind blew on the auctioneer's booth. A black figure rushed up quickly. His target was the king-grade saint weapon. How dare you steal from my auction house? Chapter 1934. However, what happened next was something that even he did not expect. The black shadow was very fast, and when it got close to the old man, it suddenly burst out and snatched the gauntlet from the old man's hand. What? The old man was shocked. By the time he reacted, the glove was already in the hands of the black shadow. Since the glove was an auction item, there was an array on it that prevented it from being put into an interspatial ring. After all, the hardness of a king-grade saint artifact was much higher than an interspatial ring. However, no one expected that someone would snatch the king-grade saint artifact on the spot and put it on. If the glove was lost, it would be a great loss to the auction house. After all, they had bid 700 million saint stones for it. Most importantly, the glove was still in the hands of the auction house. They had not sold it to the Lin family yet. If the glove was lost, the Lin family would not be able to pay for it. You are courting death. The old man was furious. He threw a punch at the black shadow. However, the black shadow's combat strength increased tremendously after he put on the king-grade saint artifact. Bang! One punch. With just one punch, the old man, a 5th-grade saint spirit, was sent flying. So powerful. The crowd trembled. They could feel that the black shadow was only a 3rd-grade saint spirit. However, after he put on the king-grade saint artifact, he was able to send a 5th-grade saint spirit flying with one punch. Everyone was shocked. Was this the power of a king-grade saint artifact? Even if it was only 80% damaged, it was still much more powerful than a spiritual grade saint artifact. After the black shadow sent the old man flying, he quickly turned around and left at lightning speed. Stay here. The Lin family head had to make a move. He had his eyes on the king-grade saint artifact. If the black shadow took it away, where could he buy it? However, the black shadow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the auction house. There was no sign of him at all. Who on earth was that? Bastard! Search him! The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted angrily. Who on earth dared to steal the glove in front of a group of experts? Who had the guts? However, this was not the most shocking thing. Ah! Where is my interspatial ring? What? My interspatial ring is gone too? Damn it! Someone stole my interspatial ring. The entire venue was in an uproar again. Since the start of the shoot, there had been people leaving one after another, but at that time there had been no abnormalities. Now, the king-grade saint artifact had been snatched away on the spot. Then, more than 1,000 people discovered that they had lost their interspatial rings. This was definitely a premeditated incident. Who was it? Waiters, it's those waiters, the people who pour tea for us. Someone finally reacted. Unfortunately, they reacted too slowly. Not a single one of those attendants remained, all of them leaving. The old man realized the importance of this matter, and immediately took out a communication token to inform the Immortal Treasure City's city lord. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was hidden in the crowd, narrowed his eyes slightly. The person who had stolen the king-grade saint artifact had already been issued a death hunt order by the old man when he had clashed with him. Simply put, he could find that person. His opponent now had a king-grade saint artifact. With Heavenbreaker's current strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the old man who had sent a 5th-stage Holy Spirit flying with a single punch. However, he could give that person's position to the City Lord's mansion. He believed that the City Lord's mansion would definitely reward him handsomely. Let's go take a look first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and left the auction house. He was only a 2nd-stage saint, so no one would notice him. According to the Death Hunt Order's reaction, the other party's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the city gate and left the Immortal Treasure City. When the city lord heard about this, he immediately ordered the city gate to be closed. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. When Yi Xian arrived at the city gate, he realized that the city gate was already closed. However, this didn't affect him from leaving the city. Swoosh! The void gate opened and Yi Xian directly passed through it, arriving outside the Immortal Treasure City. There must be a tracking mark on that king-grade saint artifact, and it couldn't be stored in an interspatial ring. That thief had to break the seal, otherwise he would definitely be caught. Therefore, he quickly left the immortal treasure city. About a day later, the thief broke the seal and stored the king-grade saint artifact in his interspatial ring. This way, the city lord's mansion wouldn't be able to catch up with him. However, what he didn't know was that there was another person following in his footsteps. The seal is finally broken. I didn't expect to find the palace master of the purple gold palace's weapon. The heavens are really helping me. In a mountain some distance away from the immortal treasure city, a young man played with the gloves in his hands with a complacent look. He was the person who had stolen the king-grade saint artifact from the auction house. However, what he didn't know was that there was a hidden person nearby who heard his words. This person was Yi Xian, who wore the flowing light invisibility cloak and the death hunt order. The palace master of the purple gold palace? After Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Among the 12 divine beast palaces, the divine monkey palace's palace master was called the palace master of the broken sky palace, and the demon rat palace's palace master was called the palace master of the purple gold palace. Could it be that this young man in front of him was related to the demon rat palace? Thinking of this, Yi Xian had the urge to test it out. Anyway, he had the time reversal skill. Sir, is the palace master of the purple gold palace the one from the 12 divine beast palaces? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice fell into the young man's ears. Who is it? When the young man heard this, his body trembled violently. He was a third-grade saint spirit, but he didn't notice someone approaching him. What was going on? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled off the flowing light invisibility cloak and revealed his true appearance. A second-grade saint? The young man was very surprised. A second-grade saint could actually approach him silently. This was impossible, so there was only one explanation. This person's cultivation level was higher than his. Who are you? This time, the young man didn't run away immediately because Yi Xian said something that piqued his interest. Who I am is not important. What's important is the palace master of the purple gold palace the palace master of the demon rat palace of the 12 divine beast palaces? Yi Xian said. He knows about the 12 divine beast palaces? The young man was a little surprised because the 12 divine beast palaces had been destroyed a long time ago. He glanced at Yi Xian and said, What does it have to do with you? Of course it has to do with me. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly summoned Patian and said, It has the bloodline of the heaven-splitting divine ape. The bloodline of the heaven-splitting divine ape. The young man was naturally familiar with this bloodline because the palace master of the divine monkey palace was a heaven-splitting divine ape. In that case, this little monkey was the son of the palace master of the heaven-splitting divine ape? I remember that in that battle, the people of the divine monkey palace were scattered. Some even fled to other realms in order to survive. The young man thought to himself. Chapter 1935. Then what do you want to do? The youth asked. Do you know that the palace master of Shattering Heaven Palace is sealed in the Celestial Treasure Mountain? That's why I came here this time to rescue the palace master of Shattering Heaven Palace. I do know that Shattered Heaven Palace Master is sealed in the Immortal Treasure Mountain. But you want to break the seal? You're making me laugh. The youth suddenly laughed. What? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he was a second-rank saint, Shattered Heaven's strength had already reached the Holy Spirit realm. Do you know that the person who sealed Shattered Heaven Palace Master is a Saint King? You want to break the seal? The youth snorted. Then do you know that 20 years ago I wasn't even an immortal? Yi Xian retorted. As soon as he said this, the young man was stunned. 20 years ago he wasn't even an immortal, but 20 years later he was already a saint. How is this possible? If you don't believe me, then take a look. Yi Xian said and took out an age-testing crystal. Less than 100 years old. The youth suddenly didn't know what to say. After a long time he said, If that's the case, you might be able to become a Saint King. 20 years ago he wasn't even an immortal, and there were more than 30 realms between immortal and saint. It was impossible to go from an immortal to a saint in 20 years. However, Yi Xian was indeed less than 100 years old, which was even more inconceivable. In the current world, even 10,000 years old was considered young, let alone 30 years old. Since that's the case, then let's join forces. Yi Xian said. Join forces? The current you doesn't have the qualifications to join forces with me. The youth shook his head. Then forget it. Yixian didn't plan to say anything more to this youth, because he could see that the youth didn't take him seriously. If that was the case, he might as well act alone. The 12 divine beast palaces weren't so harmonious back then. The demonic dragon palace, demonic rat palace, demonic snake palace, demonic ox palace, and demonic tiger palace didn't have a good relationship with the other 7 palaces. Thus, when the bull-horned middle-aged man saw the heaven-breaking divine ape, he did not choose to take it away. However, due to the fact that Shattered Heaven Palace's palace master was once a member of the 12 divine beasts palaces, the other party told Yixian some things. Later on, Yixian searched Great Sage Startling Heaven and learned more about the 12 god beast palaces. At this moment, the young man in front of him was already someone from the Demon Rat Palace, so he had the speed of the wind. Moreover, what he used should be the Demon Rat Palace's Demon Shadow Hand. Back then, the palace master of the Palace of Purple Gold's demonic Shadow Hand was extremely powerful. He could unleash dozens of punches in an instant. His battle prowess could be ranked in the top 3 of the 12 divine beast palaces. Seeing Yixian turn around and leave, the young man quickly thought for a moment and reminded him, "You should find a place to cultivate. Come find me when you break through to the Holy Spirit realm." "I can't wait that long. I'll be entering the Immortal Treasure Mountain in a few days," said Yixian. "With your level, you're really courting death if you go in." The young man snorted. This time Yixian did not answer. He directly put on the flowing light invisibility cloak, then broke through the void and left. It seemed that this time he had misjudged. If the other party was someone from the other 6 palaces, it would be great. At that time they could definitely join forces. Unfortunately, this young man was from the Demon Rat Palace and did not seem to have much interest in breaking the seal on Shattered Heaven Palace's palace master. Soon Yixian returned to the Immortal Treasure City. At this time the Immortal Treasure City was already in an uproar. Many city guards were patrolling, trying to find the person who stole the King Grade Saint tool. However, at that time the young man was wearing a cloak and his speed was very fast. The patrolman did not see the young man's face clearly. Now it was not so easy to find him. This search took several days. Today was the opening day of the Immortal Treasure Mountain. Although a series of events had happened before, that was the patrolman's own business, so it could not be delayed. Yixian had an entry token, but this time, the one entering the Immortal Treasure Mountain was not him. Although he had broken through to the 3rd grade saint realm in these few days, his realm was very low. After all, even a 3rd grade great saint would not dare to enter. Therefore, while waiting, he used the soul-absorbing bell to forcibly capture a 9th grade great saint, using it to deceive others. At that time, this 9th grade great saint would enter the Immortal Treasure Mountain with the entry token and Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian could carry out a special void positioning. At that time, Yixian could break through the void and enter the Immortal Treasure Mountain. At this time, this 9th grade great saint had already entered the Immortal Treasure Mountain on the City Lord's Mansion's mount. Everyone, from today onwards, you can move freely in the Immortal Treasure Mountain for the next 30 days. After 30 days, the Immortal Treasure Mountain will be in chaos. At that time it will be very dangerous. Even high-level holy spirits may not be able to survive. Therefore, you should take advantage of the situation to leave the Immortal Treasure Mountain with the entry token. An expert from the City Lord's Mansion said loudly. Every time, the Immortal Treasure Mountain could only be explored for 1 month. After 1 month, something terrible would happen. This was the experience of countless years. As for why this was the case, no one knew. Soon these 500 people left together. Previously there were 500 spots in the auction, but that didn't mean that only 500 people could enter. After all, there were still experts from the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion was the power that controlled the Immortal Treasure Mountain, so they didn't need a spot to enter. However, they couldn't enter at any time. After all, there were 4 seasons in a year. Only this month would be like this, and the other 11 months would be in a state of chaos. The 9th grade great saint controlled by Yixian quickly left the team. Then Yixian broke through the void and sneaked in. Palace Master Patian is sealed in the Immortal Treasure Mountain, but I don't know where the seal is. I still have to find it slowly. After thinking about this, Yi Xian began to explore the immortal treasure mountain with the 9th grade great saint and Patian. There were many holy beasts in the immortal treasure mountain, and even high-level holy beasts, so it was very dangerous. In every exploration team, less than 1/5 of them could leave alive. In other words, there would be a lot of people dying every time. One must know that these people who entered were at least Holy Spirit realm, and the stronger ones were 5th grade Holy Spirits. So, the probability of dying was too high. Roar! Yi Xian hadn't gone far when a tiger-type holy beast pounced on him. 2nd grade Holy Spirit. In this case, the effect of using the myriad beast diagram wasn't as good as using the mystic divine battle armor. So Yi Xian directly let Patian wear the mystic divine battle armor. Heaven startling 9 stick strikes. 9 stick shadows fell on the holy beast's head, instantly smashing it into meat paste. Instant kill. Chapter 1936. However, every time Heaven Breaker attacked, he would go back to sleep for a while. Fortunately, he had the planting space, so Heaven Breaker quickly recovered and reappeared. Next, Yi Xian killed everyone he saw. However, they were still near the foot of the immortal treasure mountain. If they continued to climb, they would encounter even more powerful sacred beasts. I still have a month to explore, but I'm not strong enough now. Why don't I kill some sacred beasts near the foot of the mountain? Yi Xian thought to himself. His current strength was very awkward. Heaven Breaker could fight a 3rd-rank sacred spirit at most. It was not enough to survive in this place. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use half a month to improve his cultivation before climbing the mountain. At the same time, Wei Zhentian had a magic treasure called the 1,000 Beast Cauldron. This magic treasure could refine beast corpses into beast cores. This beast core was a great tonic for Zuyoists. Yi Xian did not lack cultivation resources now, so he did not need to devour beast corpses to level up. These corpses were all refined into beast cores by the 1,000 Beast Cauldron for Blackhorn and Luoluo to break through. Blackhorn and Luoluo's realms began to improve rapidly. About 10 days later, Blackhorn and Luoluo both reached the high great saint level. Yi Xian himself was a 5th-rank saint, and Heaven Breaker was a 9th-rank saint, only one step away from the great saint level. Their current strength was enough to survive in the immortal treasure mountain. There are more than 10 days left. Let's start climbing. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He began to move toward the peak of the immortal treasure mountain. The higher he went, the stronger the sacred beasts were. Wei Zhentian could not split himself, so he could not use the myriad beasts diagram and the mystic divine armor at the same time. Otherwise, their survival ability would be greatly improved. Hey, there's a 5th-rank Saint Brat here. How did he get in? A discordant voice sounded. Yi Xian took a look and found that it was a low-level sacred spirit. Not to mention other things, just calling Yi Xian a brat was enough to kill him several times. Before he could continue, an aura appeared out of thin air nearby. It was Black Horns. You dare to scold my boss? You're courting death. Black Horn didn't say anything. He turned into a stream of light and killed him instantly. Although Black Horn had not transformed into his true form, he had the support of the mystic divine armor. Moreover, he was a 7th-grade great saint. It was too easy for him to deal with a low-level holy spirit. After this person died, Yi Xian quickly went over and collected his interspatial ring. Heh! It's actually someone from the Yi clan. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. The Yi clan was one of the 3 great clans of the Immortal Treasure City. They were also the most generous one, directly obtaining 50 spots for the Immortal Treasure Mountain. However, there were only 49 left. However, what Yi Xian did not know was that the members of the Yi family were rather united. They could even sense the direction of their own people. When that person died, the other 49 people immediately knew. Yi Beihuang is dead. What happened? Let's go and take a look. Yi Beihuang was the one we were searching for at the foot of the mountain. There shouldn't be anyone who could threaten him there. How did he die? Immediately, the people of the Yi clan at the mountainside and the foot of the mountain rushed in the direction of Yi Beihuang's death. At this time, Yi Xian was moving toward the mountainside. It was inevitable that he would encounter the people of the Yi clan. Strange, why is there a saint here? Something is wrong. One of the people who encountered Yi Xian could not help but think. After all, those who entered were at least holy spirits. Yi Xian was just a saint. He was not even a great saint. How did he enter? Most people would be astonished. Immediately, the expert of the Yi clan charged toward Yixian, ready to capture Yixian. However, Yixian had already discovered him. Kill. Yixian did not give the opponent time to talk nonsense. He directly ordered Blackhorn to kill him. Among the 50 people of the Yi clan who entered this time, most of them were third-grade holy spirits. There were not many mid-grade holy spirits. Yixian now had the ability to contend with mid-grade holy spirits, so he was not afraid at all. Then, the people of the Yi clan came to their deaths one by one. Yixian took them all. These people had also killed many holy beasts. Once they died, all their belongings fell into Yixian's hands. I got a lot of Dharma treasures. Although they are all broken, they are not bad. Yixian nodded in satisfaction. He knew that these people thought that there was something fishy about him because of his cultivation level. They all wanted to capture him and search his soul. However, they did not expect that he would kill them all. From the beginning until now, he had killed more than 10 people of the Yi clan. In addition to the others, he had killed about 25 people. However, the mass death of the Yi clan's experts attracted the attention of the mid-grade holy spirits. What's going on? They all died on the same path. Did someone deliberately kill them? One of the mid-grade holy spirits wondered, then rushed in the same direction. At this time, Yixian was almost at the mountainside of the Immortal Treasure Mountain. He heard that there was a safe zone there that was opened up by the city lord of the Immortal Treasure City. There were several high-level Holy Spirit-level puppets, and no one was allowed to make a move there, even the people from the city lord's mansion. This place was originally meant for others to rest, but it was hard to say what would happen next. Yixian soon arrived at the safe zone. However, his appearance attracted the attention of everyone in the safe zone. More than 50 people? Yixian looked at the people in the safe zone and narrowed his eyes. The safe zone was established between the foot and mountainside of the mountain. Most people would search around here and would not move to the mountaintop. After all, high-level Holy Spirit's sacred beasts were entrenched there. It was very dangerous. However, the appearance of this Saint Yixian was a bit strange. Strange? Why is there a Holy Spirit here? I'm not sure. The hundreds of people who came in were all Holy Spirits. There can't be a Holy Spirit here. Does that mean he was originally in the Immortal Treasure Mountain? Quick, catch him. He might know something. Immediately, many people rushed out of the safe zone and rushed toward Yixian. Blackhorn Luo, it's time for you to show your skills. Yixian snorted. In the next moment, Luo, who was wearing the mystic divine armor, and Blackhorn, who was in his original form, appeared together. Their current strength had already surpassed that of a low-level Holy Spirit, reaching the level of a rank for Holy Spirit. These people were not to be feared at all. Suddenly, there was a bloody storm outside the safe zone. Countless severed limbs flew, and the living people were killed one by one, turning into corpses. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people nearby were killed. Even the corpses were taken by Yixian. Chapter 1937. However, there were still a few fourth-grade sacred spirits in the safe zone. They also felt that Yixian was very strange, so they walked out after looking at each other. The Lin family and the Wang family of the city lord's mansion? Yixian narrowed his eyes. He had searched many people's souls before, so he knew about the hundreds of people who had entered the Celestial Treasure Mountain this time. Luo and Blackhorn's combat power were equivalent to fourth-grade sacred spirits, but they were going to face 4 fourth-grade sacred spirits. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. In this case, they could only ask Heavenbreaker for help. Another little monkey has appeared. The group of people was very surprised when they saw Heavenbreaker. Whether it was Yixian, Blackhorn, or Luo, they were all very strange. Now that another little monkey had appeared, they had to be more cautious. Go! Suddenly, an expert from the Wang family of the city lord's mansion shouted in a low voice and immediately charged toward Yixian. The other 3 people heard him and immediately attacked. For 4th-grade sacred spirits together were enough to contend with a 5th-grade sacred spirit. Unfortunately, Heavenbreaker's current strength was extraordinary. Heaven startling 9 stick strikes. Heavenbreaker turned into a golden stream of light and instantly flashed to the side. Then he attacked with lightning speed. 9 stick shadows fell, and all of them hit a person's body. Bang! The Wang family expert who led the group was directly hit in the head and killed on the spot. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Everyone was shocked. A monkey that wasn't even a great sage had killed a 4th stage holy spirit in an instant. They must be dreaming. However, while they were still in shock, Heavenbreaker attacked again. Heaven startling 9 stick strikes. Boom! Another stick strike and another person died. At this time, only 2 of the 4 4th grade sacred spirits were left. Retreat! The other 2 were scared half to death. They quickly turned around and tried to rush into the safe zone. However, Wei Zhentian's attack was too fast, and another person was killed. However, the last one escaped into the safe zone. This time, 3 4th grade sacred spirits' bodies were a good harvest. There are quite a few Saint Beast corpses. Yixian grinned and glanced at the people in the safe zone. When the group of people saw Yixian looking at them like this, they immediately felt their hair stand on end. They suspected that Yixian should be the son of some powerful sacred beast from the immortal treasure mountain. Otherwise, how could he be so sharp? Who are you? The remaining 4th stage Saint Spirit couldn't help but ask. You don't need to know that, Yixian said as he walked towards the safe zone. Don't come any closer. There are 2 puppets in golden armor over there. Do you see them? Those are 7th rank Holy Spirit puppets. You'll be killed as soon as you enter. The Wang family expert reminded Huang Xiaolong. As long as we don't fight in the safe zone, they won't attack me. Yixian smiled as he stepped into the safe zone. As expected, the 2 puppets did not attack. These 2 puppets were obtained by the city lord of the immortal treasure city in a fortuitous encounter. They were extremely powerful. At that time, he had obtained a total of 5 puppets. 3 of them were in the city lord mansion, while the other 2 were in the immortal treasure mountain. However, only the city lord of the immortal treasure city could control them. Even the Wang family couldn't. That was why Yixian could enter the safe zone unharmed. Who are you? The Wang family expert couldn't help but ask. Cut the crap. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly. Heavenbreaker had attacked just now, so he took him back into the plantation space to rest. During this time, he would first stay in the safe zone. The Wang family expert hurriedly notified the 5th stage Saint Spirit of the City Lord Mansion. Not only that, but the others also did the same. Yixian's strange appearance in the immortal treasure mountain meant that he was very likely to have some secrets on him. Therefore, everyone rushed to the safe zone. However, Yixian had the plantation space. Before he arrived, Heavenbreaker would definitely recover. What's more, Yixian was still in the safe zone. Heavenbreaker recovered quickly. When Yixian summoned him, the others in the safe zone couldn't help but shrink to the side. In fact, if Yixian had ordered Heavenbreaker to attack, the 4th stage Saint Spirit and the others probably wouldn't have been able to escape. After all, Yixian wanted Heavenbreaker to use a suicidal method to kill everyone. After all, Heavenbreaker was also a treasure with the ability to resurrect infinitely. However, Yixian didn't order Heavenbreaker to do that because many experts would arrive soon. As expected, a powerful aura descended in less than half a day. It was a 5th stage Saint Spirit. The first to arrive wasn't from the Wang family, but the Yi family. Uncle, it should be him. In the safe zone, a Yi family expert pointed at Yixian. During this time, the Yi family experts had fallen one after another. Yixian probably had something to do with it. After all, even a 4th stage Saint Spirit had died at Yixian's feet. You're the one. The Yi family's 5th grade Holy Spirit walked into the safe zone and asked Yixian. Unexpectedly, Yixian had no intention of answering his question. There were 2 golden armored puppets on each side of the safe zone. If the 5th stage Saint Spirit attacked, he would be attacked by 2 golden armored puppets. At that time, even a 6th stage Saint Spirit wouldn't be able to escape death, let alone a 5th stage Saint Spirit. However, after so many years, only a few people dared to attack in the safe zone. Once they did, the 2 golden armored puppets would chase them to the ends of the earth. When that time came, the safe zone would no longer be a safe zone. The 5th stage Saint Spirit was thinking that when the other 5th stage Saint Spirit arrived, they might be able to lure the 2 golden armored puppets away first. Then the other person would capture Yixian. However, before the other person arrived, he didn't dare to do anything. Another half a day passed. The second fifth stage Saint Spirit to arrive was a member of the Lin family. Although the Yi family and the Lin family didn't have a good relationship, they could still work together in this situation. At most, they could share the information. However, there was another problem. Luring the two golden armored puppets away was a very dangerous task. Who would be willing to do it? Therefore, they hesitated again. At this time in the safe zone, Yixian looked at the two fifth stage Saint Spirits and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. They were biding their time, but he was also biding his time. Finally, on the third day after he entered the safe zone, the fifth stage Saint Spirits from the Wang family, the Yi family, and the Lin family all arrived. There were 2 from each family, so there were 6 of them in total. 6 fifth stage Saint Spirits. Even a 6th stage Saint Spirit could defeat 6 of them. This kid might be carrying the secret of the Celestial Treasure Mountain. We must capture him. A Wang family expert said telepathically. But how do we deal with the 2 golden armored puppets? If no one trusts him, why don't we each send one person to lure the golden armored puppets away and leave one behind? That's a good idea. Chapter 1938. The 3 parties immediately came up with a plan. The 3 rank 5 sacred spirits, who were relatively faster, would lure the 2 golden armored puppets away. At this point, the 3 of them had already left the safe zone and were ready to act. Tisk tsk. Are they going to attack? Yixian grinned. He too was already prepared. Attack! At this time, an expert from the Wang family shouted. In the next moment, the 3 people outside the safe zone all attacked Yixian. With their skills, there was no need to capture Yixian alive. They could just kill him. Whoosh! 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 3 bursts of sword chi attacked Yixian. When the 3 bursts of sword chi entered the safe zone, the 2 golden armored puppets finally moved. Fighting was not allowed in the safe zone. Even if they were outside the safe zone, as long as they entered the safe zone, it was still not allowed. The 2 golden armored puppets would analyze the sacred power and find the owner. Bang! Bang! The 2 golden armored puppets moved out and charged toward the 3 fifth rank holy spirits. The 3 of them were already prepared for this, and they immediately started running. However, just as they turned around, they heard a muffled sound behind them. Boom! The other 3 people, as well as the others in the safe zone, were shocked. The 3 bursts of powerful sword chi were actually dispersed by the little monkey. How powerful! Since Patian was passively defending, the 2 golden armored puppets still attacked the 3 people after identifying them. In the blink of an eye, the 2 golden armored puppets were lured away. Attack! When the other 3 saw the 2 golden armored puppets leave, they immediately attacked Yixian. Leave no one alive. Yixian's eyes flashed. He released Black Horn and Luo. After a few days of cultivation, Black Horn and Luo's strength had improved. After all, they had obtained a large number of sacred beast corpses. As for Patian, he was 1 level higher than before. It was not difficult for him to block 3 rank 5 sacred spirits. Heaven's startling 9 rod strikes. Patian, who was wearing the mystic divine armor, attacked the 3 people violently. On the other side, Black Horn and Luo were killing the rest of the people. They had originally thought that Yixian would die when the 3 great families gathered. Little did they know that Yixian was also waiting for them to gather. That way, he could catch them all in one fell swoop, saving him the trouble of looking for them. Rumble! A series of loud noises rang out. However, one had to admit that the strength of these 3 fifth grade holy spirits was still relatively strong compared to the 4th grade holy spirits from before. Previously, the 4 4th stage holy spirits had been beaten to a pulp by Heavenbreaker, a 9th stage saint. 3 had died and 1 had fled. Now that Heavenbreaker had broken through to the 1st grade great saint realm, he was facing 3 5th grade saint spirits, but he couldn't kill one of them in an instant. These 3 people were worthy of being the top experts of the 3 great clans. They still had some ability, but so what? Even when facing 3 people, Heavenbreaker still looked like he was handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. Every time he attacked, his opponents didn't dare to receive and could only dodge. As long as Black Horn and Luo finished off the other group of people and joined the battle with Heavenbreaker, these 3 people would definitely die. The 3 great clans are restraining each other. If only 2 people lured away the golden armored puppets, and 4 of them stayed behind to deal with Heavenbreaker, things wouldn't be so simple. Yixian thought to himself. However, what he thought came true. The 2 golden-armored puppets were indeed lured away, but there were only 2 golden-armored puppets, so one of them would be very relaxed. After the battle had progressed to a certain extent, the third person who lured away the golden-armored puppets actually turned back. This person was an expert from the Wang clan of the City Lord Manor of Immortal Treasure City. Although he couldn't control the 2 golden-armored puppets, he had a way to stop them from chasing after him. That was why he could turn back. In short, he had tricked the Yi and Lin clans. Come and help! Another Wang clan expert hurriedly shouted. In an instant, the 5th grade Holy Spirit who had turned back joined the battle. Now it was 4 5th grade Holy Spirits against Heavenbreaker, a 1st grade Great Saint. Chapter 1939. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Then he saw Heavenbreaker return with 2 corpses. I didn't expect you to be here too. Yixian could not help but say after seeing the youth. I didn't expect you to be able to come in either. What method did you use? The youth asked. This is a piece of cake for me. But why did you do it? Yixian asked. Faced with this question, the youth paused for a moment then said, At first, I thought you were just a person with high aptitude. But after seeing its strength just now, I realized that what you said was not empty talk. You mean to rescue the temple master of the Divine Monkey Palace? Yixian asked. That's right. The youth nodded and said, I'm Wei Jin. What about you? Yixian answered. The fact that the other party could reveal his name meant that he had already received the other party's approval. After seeing your strength, I decided to help you rescue the temple master of the Divine Monkey Palace. Wei Jin said. Then do you know where he is sealed? Yixian asked curiously. If he wanted to rescue the temple master of the Divine Monkey Palace, then he had to know the location of the seal. But now, he had no clue at all and was still searching blindly. Of course, Wei Jin nodded and said, The foot of the mountain and the mountainside have been explored countless times by the people of the Immortal Treasure City. Although they can find new treasures every time, the location of the seal is definitely not here. So, it can only be at the peak or the center of the Immortal Treasure Mountain. When he said this, Yixian helplessly rolled his eyes. He could also guess this kind of thing. Was there a need to say it? However, under normal circumstances, even if you reach the peak, you probably won't be able to find the location of the seal, Wei Jin suddenly said. Why? Yixian asked in surprise. Under normal circumstances, it refers to the current situation, which is when the Immortal Treasure Mountain is stable. As for the special circumstances, it refers to the remaining 11 months of chaos. According to my speculation, the seal will only appear at that time. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jin couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then he said, I've entered Immortal Treasure Mountain many times, and I've relied on the movement technique of my Devil Rat Palace to charge up to the peak of the mountain. At that time I heard a terrifying roar. What's that sound? Yixian frowned. At that time when I heard that voice, my body involuntarily followed the sound. Fortunately, I woke up and hurriedly left the Immortal Treasure Mountain. I reckon that should be Shattered Heaven Palace's Palace Master's roar, used to summon those holy beasts. Wei Jin said. Why are you summoning the holy beasts? Yixian asked in confusion. I'm not sure either, so I feel that if we want to find the seal, we have to wait for at least half a month, when the entire Immortal Treasure Mountain is in chaos. Wei Jin shook his head. Then let's wait. Yixian nodded. Wei Jin said. But during the chaos, those high-level Holy Spirit rank holy beasts occupying the mountainside will all be mobilized. At that time, the danger level will be at least 100 times higher than it is now. Don't worry, since I dared to stay, it means that I have confidence. After half a month, I can run amok in Immortal Treasure Mountain. Yixian smiled. After hearing this, Wei Jin was a little skeptical, but since he had decided to help Yixian, he couldn't leave. In that case, I want to see your ability. However, finding the seal is only the first step. Whether or not you can break the seal is the key. Wei Jin said. Just wait. Next, Yixian continued to find trouble with other people in Immortal Treasure Mountain. Almost all the experts from the 3 families who came this time were wiped out by Yixian. After all, the 6th 5th grade holy spirits were all dead, so who could stop Shattered Heaven? No, Blackhorn couldn't even find an opponent now, let alone Shattered Heaven. However, after learning about this, the city lords of Immortal Treasure City, Yi Clan and Lin Clan gathered to discuss countermeasures. Then, the city lord of Immortal Treasure City decided to reopen the formation of Immortal Treasure Mountain. This time they didn't need a slot, so all of them could enter. The city lords of Immortal Treasure City, Lin Clan, and Yi Clan were all 6th grade holy spirits, so they were very powerful. This time they brought almost all the experts from their clans because they had all received a message. 1. An imperial sacred artifact appeared in Immortal Treasure Mountain. Secondly, a saint with a monkey had appeared in the Immortal Treasure Mountain. This monkey had even killed a 5th grade saint spirit. Therefore, they felt that this time was no small matter, so they sent out all their forces. However, what they didn't know was that Yixian was already waiting for them at the foot of the mountain. Soon the 3 families entered Immortal Treasure Mountain. However, as soon as they set foot on Immortal Treasure Mountain, a loud noise came from both sides. What's that? Everyone turned around and saw that it was 2 golden armored puppets. How is this possible? The city lord of Immortal Treasure City was shocked. He was the one who sent these 2 golden armored puppets to Immortal Treasure Mountain. How did they appear at the foot of the mountain? Before he could react, the 2 golden armored puppets, which were comparable to 7th grade holy spirits, directly charged into their ranks. The 3 families' joint forces set off a bloody storm. However, this was not the point. The point was that after the golden armored puppets appeared, Yixian, who was waiting nearby, also made his move. Heaven-startling 9-stick strikes. Patian immediately charged out and smashed his stick at a 6th grade holy spirit. Bam! This unlucky person was the Lin Clan's clan leader. He was severely injured by a single stick strike, and with the help of a nearby golden armored puppet, he was instantly killed. A dignified 6th grade saint spirit had actually fallen. This was truly beyond everyone's expectations. Let's go. The city lord of Immortal Treasure City was decisive. After shouting in a low voice, he turned around and left. Unfortunately, his escape route was also blocked by someone. Demonic Shadow Hand. Wei Jin, who was carrying a king-grade sacred artifact, suddenly flashed behind the city lord of Immortal Treasure City. Then he threw out a punch, which instantly split into thousands of fist shadows. Because this punch was so sudden, even the city lord of Immortal Treasure City could not tell which were real and which were fake. Bam! The city lord of Immortal Treasure City was hit by hundreds of punches and was sent flying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wei Jin, Patian, and the 2 golden armored puppets quickly took the lives of the 3 families' experts. In a short while, these living people were all turned into corpses. Now there were only 2 people left. One was the city lord of Immortal Treasure City, and the other was the clan leader of Yi Clan. The 2 of them were back to back, and their faces were already very dark. The city lord of Immortal Treasure City could not help but ask, "How can you control my puppets? Is it very difficult?" Yixian slowly walked out. The 2 golden armored puppets were not weak, but Potion's defense was amazing. Yixian used Patian to attract the puppets' attention, while using the Immortal Grade Devouring system to control them. Although it took a lot of time, he finally succeeded. Otherwise, he would not have been able to destroy the 3 families' team so easily today. Chapter 1940. After that, the city lord of the Immortal Treasure City and the patriarch of the Yi clan didn't manage to hold on for much longer. In the end, they were still smashed to death by the Heaven Breaker staff. With the city lord dead, the city lord mansion of the Immortal Treasure City had become Yixian's property. However, now was not the time to go out. Rumble. Before the city lord's corpse could cool down, the entire Immortal Treasure Mountain suddenly shook violently. Then countless sacred beasts began to riot. What's going on? There should be 10 more days. Why did it happen earlier? Wei Jin asked in confusion. No matter what, let's go back to the mountainside and take a look. Yixian put all the corpses into his planting space, then broke through the void and arrived at the safe zone. At this time, the sacred beasts were in a riot. Almost all of them were attacking from below. Yixian originally planned to look for the seal 10 days later, but now it had been brought forward. Heavenbreaker was only a 6th grade sacred spirit. It was too dangerous for him to go up the mountain now. Should I go up and take a look? Yixian narrowed his eyes. Although he had the time reversal skill, it was very likely that he would trigger some kind of mission that prevented him from using it. If that was the case, it would not be good if something happened. Therefore, Yixian decided to wait for a while. It was better to return to the foot of the mountain first. The reason why he did not leave the Immortal Treasure Mountain directly was because he could hear the commotion here. However, during the riot, the Immortal Treasure Mountain was indeed terrifying. On the first day, all the sacred beasts returned from the mountain and began to wander around. Even the city lord of the Immortal Treasure City would probably only die once in the Immortal Treasure Mountain. Yixian waited at the foot of the mountain for 10 days. After 10 days, Heavenbreaker broke through to the 4th grade Great Saint. His current strength was almost at the 8th grade Sacred Spirit level. There were indeed many high-grade sacred spirits in the Immortal Treasure Mountain, but only a few had reached the 9th grade. Immediately, Yixian broke through the void again and returned to the safe zone. Then he began to walk to the mountaintop. Along the way, he encountered many mid-grade sacred beasts. There were even 7th grade sacred beasts. However, they were no longer a threat to Yixian. During this period of time, Yixian did not want to encounter 8th or 9th grade sacred beasts. Therefore, he left many void imprints on the way. When the time came, he could break through the void and avoid the sacred beasts. About 2 days later, he finally arrived at the peak of the mountain and saw the rift valley at the top of the mountain. Roar! Just then, a deafening sound reverberated in Yixian's ears. Actually, when he climbed up, he had also heard such a roar. At that time, Wei Jin was right beside him, but at that time Wei Jin's body actually started to move involuntarily, so Yixian stored him in the planting space. Not only that, but this roar was also effective on Blackhorn and Luoluo but not him. Therefore, he guesses that this roar is aimed at holy beasts and Zuyoists. With these factors, Yixian was sure that this roar came from the Palace Master of the Divine Monkey Palace. Palace Master Patian, is that you? After arriving at the mountaintop, Yixian immediately shouted at the valley. Then the roar stopped. Who is it? A strange voice came from the valley. I am Yixian. I've come specially to find Senior. I want to see if I can help Senior out. Yixian continued shouting. However, there was no sound in the canyon after that. After a long time, a voice was heard. You can leave. You can't break this seal of mine. Let's not talk about the seal for now. But Junior has brought someone Senior must want to see. Yixian deliberately kept him in suspense. Patian should not be considered a person, but Yixian did not know how to describe him. Who is the person I want to see? Yixian glanced at Patian on his shoulder and said, he's the same as Senior. He has the bloodline of the divine ape of heaven. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the canyon were shocked. Quick, bring him in. This impatient tone caused the corners of Yixian's mouth to slightly curl up. After that, he brought Heavenbreaker and Wei Jin into the canyon. The valley was very dark, but everyone could still see. However, there was nothing in the valley. Where did the sound come from? At this time, Yixian, who had the eye of revelation, suddenly saw a strange place. At the end of the valley was a stone wall, but this stone wall was a little strange. It emitted 4 different kinds of auras. Come, this seal blocks my perception. I can only see with my eyes. Come closer. A voice came from behind the stone wall. Yixian led Patian and Wei Jin closer. Finally, they saw a middle-aged ape in the stone wall. Little monkey, it's actually a little monkey. The middle-aged ape was very excited after seeing Patian. If not for the seal in front, he would have rushed out. Senior, you know it? Yixian's eyes lit up. Nonsense, I don't just know it. It's my youngest son. The middle-aged ape said. In that battle, my wife took him, who was still an infant, and fled. Although I am now isolated by the seal and can't sense the bloodline aura, I recognize its eyes. It can't be wrong. This answer shocked Yixian and the others. Yixian thought that Patian was only the descendant of the Divine Monkey Palace's palace master. He didn't expect that Patian was actually his son. Seemed that this time he was right. When I found Patian, we were in another space. Later, I happened to come to the Holy World. I didn't expect that he originally belonged here, Yixian said. Young man, thank you. I didn't expect that I would be able to see him again in this life. The middle-aged ape said and couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. He was indeed the Divine Monkey Palace's Palace Master Patian, but after being sealed for so many years, his strength kept falling and his lifespan was almost at its end. Gigi. At this time, Patian suddenly jumped in front of the seal and put his hand on it. Child, this seal isn't so easy to break. This is the 4 gods' heaven sealing array. I ordered those saint beasts to continuously attack the array for countless years, but it didn't shake at all. Patian Palace Master shook his head. Senior, is there no other way? Yixian frowned and asked. This 4 gods' heaven sealing array is very terrifying. If it is forcibly broken, the array will explode. In my current state, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive. Patian Palace Master shook his head. Originally, Yixian wanted to wait for a while before forcibly breaking the array, but now it seemed that it was impossible. Chapter 1941. What kind of blood? Wei Jin asked curiously. The Palace Master glanced at him. You should be from the Demon Snake Palace. Do you know why my 12 god beast palaces suffered such a great calamity? I heard that we provoked a great power, and then both sides started a war. Wei Jin replied. Correct. The Palace Master nodded. That power is called the 4 god beast clan. It consists of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise clans. That year, they took a fancy to the bloodlines of 3 of the 12 god beast palaces. 3 bloodlines, which 3 palaces? Yixian frowned, asking. The first is the Demon Dragon Palace, the second is the Demon Tiger Palace, and the third is the Divine Sparrow Palace. The Palace Master replied. The Azure Dragon Clan, White Tiger Clan, and Vermilion Bird Clan wanted to use the bloodlines of the 3 palaces to strengthen themselves, so that war broke out. Hearing this, Yixian and the other 2 were stunned. So it was like that. The Demon Dragon Palace's world-destroying Demon Dragon had a dragon bloodline. The Demon Tiger Palace's Netherworld Demon Tiger had a tiger bloodline. The Divine Sparrow Palace's 8 Desolate Divine Sparrow had a similar bloodline to the Vermilion Bird clan. So these 3 palaces were targeted by the 4 god beast clan. Senior, I heard that the 12 god beast palaces were about as strong as the 4 god beast clan. Why were we destroyed? Wei Jin asked. There are 2 reasons. First, it was because our 12 god beast palaces were not united. The Demon Dragon Palace, Demon Tiger Palace, Demon Snake Palace, Demon Ox Palace, and your Demon Rat Palace had a bad relationship with our 7 palaces. So when we fought, we were defeated one by one. At that time, if our 12 god beast palaces had united, it would have been hard to say how to deal with them. Yixian also knew this. Then the second reason? Wei Jin asked. Second, it was because there was a traitor in our 12 god beast palaces who leaked our secrets, so we were defeated one by one. The Palace Master replied. Wei Jin was shocked. Traitor? Who? I'm not very clear, but I'm sure that someone leaked the information. The Palace Master narrowed his eyes. If I find out, I won't let him off. Senior, let's not talk about this for now. Yixian suddenly said. For now, let's remove the seal of this 4 gods heaven sealing formation. This 4 gods heaven sealing array is jointly created by the 4 experts of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. If you want to break it, you need the blood of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, and it has to be the blood of a direct descendant. Shattered Heaven Palace Master said. Then what of the 4 Divine Beasts clan? Yixian turned to look at Wei Jin. Previously, he had searched the souls of many people, but he did not seem to have heard of this power. Could it be that they had moved away? The 4 Divine Beasts clan captured all of the descendants of the 3 palaces and raised them, then used them to strengthen their own bloodlines. Their current level of power should be much greater than before. They don't dare to be interested in my bloodline, so they probably forgot about me. After Palace Master Shattered Heaven finished speaking, he looked at Wei Jin and asked, Little Rat, what is the situation with the 4 Divine Beasts clan? They moved away a long time ago. I don't know where they are now. Wei Jin shook his head. Good, tell me the result of that battle, Shattered Heaven Palace's Palace Master said. Hearing this, Wei Jin recalled for a moment, then replied, That year, Shattered Heaven Palace Master, you were the first to be sealed. Then the other 6 palace masters all died in battle. In addition, there was also the Demon Tiger Palace Master and Demon Snake Palace Master. Then what about the Demon Dragon Palace, Demon Ox Palace, and your Demon Rat Palace? Shattered Heaven Palace Master asked. That year we fled together, but in the end we were still ambushed, so we split up and fled. I don't know what happened after that. Wei Jin shook his head. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something, and hastily took out a floating image crystal from the devouring space. This floating image crystal was something Wei Zhenqian had extracted from his memories. It was from the time in White Dragon Palace. At that time, the bull-horned middle-aged man had appeared and forcibly taken away the world-destroying ghost dragon, then told him about the 12 divine beasts' palace. This is the Demon Ox Palace's palace master Man Li. Shattered Heaven Palace Master's eyes lit up, saying, however, from what he said, he wanted to capture the world-destroying ghost dragon to undo the seal, but if he wanted to undo the seal of the 4 gods' heaven sealing formation, shouldn't he need the blood of a direct descendant of the 4 divine beasts clan? Regarding this, Yi Xian and Wei Jin also didn't know. Facing this question, Shattered Heaven Palace Master thought for a moment, then understood. The Palace Lord of the Fiend Dragon Palace, He Yao, was the #1 expert of our 12 God Beast palaces. Perhaps he wasn't sealed away by the 4 divine beasts clan, but rather chose to seal himself away and cut off his aura, which was why he was able to avoid being pursued. Shattered Heaven Palace Master said. Then Senior, do you know where he is? Yi Xian hastily asked. I don't know, the 4 divine beast clan's experts couldn't do anything to me, but in that battle my yin and yang ring was shattered by them, otherwise I could have sent a message to them. Speaking of this, Shattered Heaven Palace Master was somewhat angry. That Man Li, he knew I was sealed in the immortal treasure mountain, but he didn't even come to take a look. But, he said that as long as you could come out, you would be able to find him. Yi Xian suddenly said. Oh. Shattered Heaven Palace Master raised an eyebrow, saying, if that's the case, then perhaps he should be at Demon Ox Mountain Range, where he was born. Finished speaking, he told Yi Xian the location of Demon Ox Mountain Range. Good, Junior will go find him when the time comes. At that time, Senior may be able to escape. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. AI, even if you find him, he probably won't help you. Shattered Heaven Palace Master shook his head, saying, let's not talk about this. Little monkey, in your inherited memories, there should be a heaven-startling staff technique, right? How many staff techniques have you practiced? Gigi, heaven-startling 9 staff techniques. Shattered Heaven replied. Not bad, your aptitude is much better than your father's. In the past, I only practiced the heaven-startling staff technique, that's all. Of course, this heaven-startling staff technique is not the main point. If you continue to practice, you may be able to master the Shattered Heaven-startling staff technique. Shattered Heaven Palace Master said. Shattered Heaven-startling staff technique. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This thing sounded very awesome. Young man, I will teach little monkey now, you should also wait here. Shattered Heaven Palace Master said. Good. Yi Xian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Shattered Heaven Palace Master has begun to teach Shattered Heaven. Shattered Heaven will enter a learning state, temporarily breaking away from host's control. Hearing this, Yi Xian was startled. Fuck, now even Shattered Heaven was out of his control. Although it was only temporary, Yi Xian's sense of security sharply decreased. Shattered Heaven was his current trump card. If it was out of his control, what would he do if he encountered danger? However, fortunately, this was the immortal treasure mountain. Even if Shattered Heaven Palace Master was sealed, he could still command those Holy Spirit Great Holy Beasts, so he should not encounter any danger. But how long would this teaching process take? Chapter 1942. 10 days? Half a month? Or 1 year? For an expert of Shattered Heaven Palace Master's level, even 10,000 years was like a child's play. If this was the case, Yi Xian would probably cry to death. Fortunately, the progress of this guidance was related to Shattered Heaven's perception, and Yi Xian was confident in Shattered Heaven, so there should be no problem, right? For the next period of time, Yi Xian waited here, watching Shattered Heaven Palace Master guide Shattered Heaven. This wait lasted for half a month. Half a month later, Yi Xian had reached the 3rd grade Great Sage, and Heavenbreaker had successfully broken through to the 7th grade Great Sage. Now that the latter was wearing the Mystic God battle armor, he would probably be able to fight against a Saint King expert. At the same time, in this half a month, Shattered Heaven Palace Master guided Shattered Heaven Staff Art, allowing Shattered Heaven to practice the Heaven Shocking 9 Staff Art to the Heaven Shocking Single Staff Art, greatly increasing Shattered Heaven's attack power. I didn't expect your perception to be so good. Really beyond my expectations. Shattered Heaven Palace Master nodded with satisfaction. Ji. At this time Yixian stepped forward and said, Senior, shall we set off for Demon Ox Ridge? Alright, with Little Monkey's current strength, you shouldn't have much of a problem. Shattered Heaven Palace Master nodded. Farewell. At this time Yixian cupped his fists towards Shattered Heaven Palace Master, and then directly left. As for Wei Jin, he stayed here because Yixian wasn't looking for the Palace Master of the Demonic Snake Palace, but the Palace Master of the Demonic Bull Palace. Previously, Shattered Heaven Palace Master had told Yixian the location of the Immortal Treasure Mountain, so Yixian still had to hurry for a while. Of course, even without Shattered Heaven Palace Master's directions, Yixian could still find the ox-horned middle-aged man. After all, he had placed a death pursuit order on him. It took about 10 days to hurry, and after 10 days Yixian entered Demon Ox Ridge. Right now, Patian is a 9th grade Great Saint. He's only a step away from becoming a Holy Spirit. His strength is already stronger than an ordinary Holy King. Yixian thought to himself. With such strength, he could already do whatever he wanted in Demon Ox Ridge. However, he didn't come this time to sweep through Demon Ox Ridge. Instead, he was looking for the bull-horned middle-aged man. At this moment he saw the Scarlet Kill character not far in front of him. It was a mountain range and the bull-horned middle-aged man was there. Back then, the bull-horned middle-aged man had forcefully taken away the world-annihilating ghostly dragon. After searching for Yixian for so long, he had finally found it. If he isn't as strong as Patian, then I'll have to give him a good beating to vent the hatred in my heart. Yixian thought to himself as he entered the mountain range. At this time, in the middle of the mountain range there was a bullhorn mountain. The bullhorned middle-aged man whom Yixian had met once before was hiding here. Very soon, Yixian came looking for him. On Oxhorn Mountain, the bull-horned middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. Shortly after, he sensed a weak aura approaching. He narrowed his eyes and looked slightly surprised. I can't believe you actually found this place. The bull-horned middle-aged man looked at Yixian and could not help but exclaim. Where are the ribs? Yixian asked without hesitation. You go in and see for yourself. The bull-horned middle-aged man did not answer the question. Instead, he turned his head and looked at a huge cave behind him. Hearing this, Yixian could not help but frown and quickly walked in. After a while, he saw the huge body of the world-annihilating ghostly dragon at the end of the cave. He finally found it. As long as he signed a contract with the world-annihilating ghostly dragon, he would be able to complete the random mission. At that time, Yixian would be able to merge with the world-annihilating ghostly dragon again. However, at this moment, the sleeping world-annihilating ghostly dragon suddenly opened its eyes and said, Who are you? Yixian was shocked when he heard this. The world-annihilating ghostly dragon could actually speak? This was not the main point. The main point was, why did he not recognize Yixian? You don't recognize me? Yixian widened his eyes in shock. Coincidentally, the bull-horned middle-aged man walked in and sent a voice transmission to the world-annihilating ghostly dragon. It's you. The world-annihilating ghostly dragon suddenly got up and transformed into a dark-skinned man. I have already taken over the body of the world-annihilating ghostly dragon. I have to thank you. The dark-skinned man said. What? This sentence caught Yixian off guard. The world-annihilating ghostly dragon's body was taken over by him. Who is this guy? Let me introduce myself. I am He Yao, the strongest person in the 12 mythical beast palaces. The dark-skinned man said. He Yao. Yixian immediately reacted when he heard this name. Isn't he the palace master of the demonic dragon palace in the 12 mythical beast palaces? Bastard! Yixian cursed and immediately gave the order to Heavenbreaker, who was on his shoulder. Kill! How dare you take over the body of the world-annihilating ghostly dragon? You're courting death." In an instant, Heavenbreaker's aura surged and he raised his staff at the dark-skinned man. A shocking staff strike. Oh? The palace master of Heavenbreaker's shocking staff technique? Heiyao was a little surprised, but he did not move. At this time, although he was not even a holy king, he was not afraid of Heavenbreaker. This was because there was another person beside him. Pung! Heavenbreaker's staff was quickly blocked by the bull-horned middle-aged man who stood in front of Heiyao. This bull-horned middle-aged man was not sealed back then and was only seriously injured. Now that he had recovered to the level of a middle holy king, it was not a problem for him to block Heavenbreaker's staff. Not bad. The bull-horned middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. After praising, he actually raised his hand to counterattack. In an instant, he and Heavenbreaker exchanged blows. Heavenbreaker's current strength was equivalent to a 4th-rank holy king, while the bull-horned middle-aged man was a 5th-rank holy king. In addition, he was the palace master of the demonic bull palace of the 12 mythical beast palaces. His strength was not that simple. However, Heavenbreaker's mission was only to delay the bull-horned middle-aged man. Heiyao Luoluo, catch him! Yixian shouted angrily. During this time, Heiyao and Luoluo did not fall behind. Although they were not as strong as Heavenbreaker, it was not a problem for them to deal with a 9th-rank holy spirit like Heiyao. Heiyao obviously did not expect these two people to suddenly appear and hurriedly retreated. However, he was easily caught by Heiyao and Luoluo. At the same time, the palace master of the demonic bull palace, Manli, also stopped and looked at Yixian. Heiyao escaped from death and had no choice but to seal himself. In order to save him, I had to use this method, Manli said. So you can sacrifice others? Yixian said with narrowed eyes. Your black dragon is not dead. After all, I have occupied its body. Although I can't return it, I made it into a dragon fetus. Heiyao said and suddenly spat out a black ball that was only the size of a fist. Dragon fetus? What is that? Yixian looked at the ball and could not help but ask. Chapter 1943. You can think of it as being beaten back to its original form. If you can find a compatible dragon corpse in the future, you can use this dragon fetus to revive it. Darklight replied. Hearing this, Yixian could not help but scoff. Why don't I just kill you and use the dragon fetus to revive it? That way, the compatibility will be 100%. Darklight shuddered when he heard this. He hurriedly said, It's my descendant. That's why my body is more than 100% compatible with it. If you kill me and inject the dragon fetus into my body, you'll be digging your own grave. Yixian was silent. Darklight was the ancestor of the World Devastator Demon Dragon. The World Devastator Demon Dragon had evolved after obtaining the scales of the World Devastator Demon Dragon. Therefore, Darklight's compatibility with it might be higher. Even if it was not higher, it would be troublesome if it was 100% compatible. If Darklight died, Yixian would inject the dragon fetus into the body of the World Devastator Demon Dragon. The two would definitely fight and Darklight would devour Ribgu's dragon fetus. Then it would be a corpse with 2 lives. However, Yixian wanted to give it a try. After all, he had the time reversal skill. However, at this moment, ding! The random quest has been changed. Use the dragon fetus to revive the World Devastator Demon Dragon. The quest reward is that the revived World Devastator Demon Dragon has a 50% chance of mutating. A system notification suddenly rang. Yixian, who originally wanted to directly attack and kill Heiyao, suddenly stopped. The random quest had been changed. This was the first time it had happened. Perhaps it was because his speed was too slow that this was the case. I'll spare your life for now. You better cherish this body of yours. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Yixian said solemnly. Young man, you sure have a big mouth. Those who used to talk to me like that are all dead. Darklight snorted. Since it was in the past, why bring it up again? All I know is that the current me can easily crush you to death. Yixian replied. Although the palace master of the Demon Bull Palace was strong, Patian could hold him back. When the time came, Blackhorn and Luoluo could kill Darklight. Darklight was rendered speechless. He was indeed not at his peak. He was not even 1/10,000th of his peak. At that moment, Yixian took back Heavenbreaker and put away the ribs. The dragon fetus was placed in the planting space. If he wanted to, he could find a dragon corpse now, but whether the compatibility was high or not was another matter. Moreover, since Ribs had become like this, Yixian would naturally have to find a bloodline that was of a higher level than the apocalyptic demon dragon. That way, Ribs would be even more powerful with the random quest rewards. This time it could not be considered a scam. Instead, it was a fortuitous encounter. It was also because of this that Yixian chose to spare Dark Light. Otherwise, the latter would have died long ago. You've already been to the Immortal Treasure Mountain and seen that old monkey, right? Brute Force suddenly asked. Not bad. Yixian nodded. Sealing him is the Four Gods' Heaven Seal formation of the Four Divine Beasts clan. In order to undo the seal, one needs the blood of a direct descendant of the Four Divine Beasts clan. Brute Force said. You have news of the Four Divine Beasts clan? Yixian frowned and asked. Back then, because I had no use for the Four Divine Beasts clan, I narrowly escaped death. I only recently recovered from my injuries. However, during this period of time I haven't been idle. I've been diverting my attention to investigate the Four Divine Beasts clan. Brute Force paused and said. The Four Divine Beasts clan that destroyed my 12 Divine Beasts palaces has already moved away. However, they still left a branch behind. This branch is located in the distant north, in the Four Divine Valleys. However, I used these years to build a teleportation array that can reach nearby. If you want to go, I can send you there. That day, he had forcibly taken away the apocalyptic demon dragon, and then sacrificed it to Dark Light. Thus he felt that he owed Yixian and told Yixian this information. The Four Divine Valleys? Yixian narrowed his eyes. Heavenbreaker was the son of Palace Master Shattered Heaven, and the latter had been sealed by the Four Gods' Heaven Seal formation. Thus Yixian naturally had to rescue him. Thus he had to go to the Four Divine Valleys. However, the Four Divine Beasts clan has strengthened their bloodline and is much stronger than before. They might even have Saint Monarch level experts. I'm afraid your strength is not enough. Brute Force said. Saint Monarch. Yixian muttered in his heart and said. Then you don't have to worry about it. Tell me the location of the teleportation array, and we'll call it quits. You overestimate yourself. Brute Force thought in his heart and then directly told Yixian the location of the teleportation array. However, at this moment, Brute Force suddenly raised his eyebrows as if he had sensed something. Old bull, what's wrong? Dark Light saw Brute Force and couldn't help but ask. There are several auras approaching. Middle-level Saint Kings. Brute Force said. This is your territory. Why would there be middle-level Saint Kings approaching? Dark Light asked in confusion. I'm not sure. I'll go out and take a look. Brute Force said and directly left, heading towards the auras. Yixian and Dark Light quickly followed, but their speed was definitely not as fast as Brute Force. Brute Force instantly left them behind. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of battle came from afar. This made Yixian a little surprised. In the Demon Ox Ridge, at most there were low-level Saint Kings. How could there be several middle-level Saint Kings? Moreover, they could fight with Brute Force? This battle was not short. When Yixian arrived, he saw Brute Force being attacked by 4 young people. I was wondering who it was. So it's the dregs of the Four Divine Beasts clan. They should have followed my aura. Dark Light suddenly said. Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows. These 4 young people were from the Four Divine Beasts clan? If that was the case, then Palace Master Patian would be able to see the light of day again. Of course, this was under the condition that the 4 of them were direct descendants of the Four Divine Beasts clan. The Four Divine Beasts clan usually go out in groups of 4 to gain experience. When they work together, they can display a stronger strength. These 4 are only 4th-level Saint Kings, but they can fight with Palace Master Patian, a 5th-level Saint King. Their strength is indeed not bad. Yixian thought in his heart. At this moment, original form. The long-haired young man among the 4 suddenly roared, and in the next moment, he turned into a slender green heavenly dragon. In addition, the other 3 did the same. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were all here. Brute Force saw that they had turned into their original forms. With a thought, he quickly turned into a huge black bull. His body was bigger than the 4 of them combined. Patian, help! Immediately, Yixian said to Patian. Although Patian had fought with brute force earlier, he did not use much strength. After a period of recovery, he was able to fight again. Originally, when the 4 young people joined forces, they were evenly matched with brute force. Now that all 5 of them had turned into their original forms, they were still evenly matched. Chapter 1944. However, with Heavenbreaker's participation in the battle, the situation changed. Moreover, Yixian still had a trump card. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Manly. Then they found an opportunity to attack. Myriad Beasts diagram suppress. After receiving Yixian's order, the mystic divine armor on Heavenbreaker quickly transformed into the Myriad Beasts diagram. In an instant, the 4 youths of the 4 Divine Beasts clan and Manly all lost 70% of their combat strength. However, Manly had expected this, so he immediately returned to his human form. Soaring Demonic Bull. In human form, Manly punched the white tiger, causing its body to explode. It instantly died. The 4 Divine Beasts clan specialized in joint attacks. Now that their strongest attacker, the white tiger, had died, the strength they could unleash instantly decreased. That was not the point. The point was that now that one of them had died, the remaining 3 were no longer a threat. Let's go. The green heavenly dragon roared and quickly turned around to leave. Unfortunately, they did not know why their strength had decreased. After all, who had the time to think about that in such a critical moment? In the next moment they were caught by Manly. Then even the black tortoise with the strongest defense was smashed to death by Manly. Of the 4 divine beasts, only 2 were left. Hurry up and transform into human form. The long-haired youth hurriedly sent a voice transmission to another person. This moment he finally reacted. At first, Manly had also decreased his strength. However, after transforming into human form, there was no such restriction. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Soaring Demonic Bull. As soon as he sent the voice transmission, Manly punched out and directly blew his body apart. When he transformed into human form, only half of his body was left. Bastard! The last youth of the Vermilion Bird clan cursed angrily. He quickly took out a transmission token, wanting to report this matter. However, at this moment, Heavenbreaker suddenly rushed over and smashed down with his staff. Bang! This staff did not hit the opponent's body. Instead, it knocked the transmission token out of his hand. Then brute force rushed over and threw another punch. The youth of the Vermilion Bird clan had already transformed into human form. He used his extremely strong flames to weaken this punch and then took it head-on. However, Wei Zhentian had already transformed into the mystic divine armor again. He put it on Heavenbreaker. Heaven's startling strike. The staff landed on the young man's head and instantly exploded his body. All 4 of them had fallen. Although it was the first time Heavenbreaker and brute force worked well together. Of course, Wei Zhentian was the main contributor. Without it, brute force would not have been able to kill the 2 of them so easily. After these 4 people died, Yixian quickly swept over and unceremoniously collected their corpses. Soul search. Damn. These 4 aren't direct descendants of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Yixian cursed angrily. If these 4 people were his direct descendants, then Shattered Heaven Palace's palace master could undo the seal and come out. Brute force was very surprised. Yixian was only in the Great Sage realm, but he was able to search the souls of the 4 corpses so quickly. Even he was not as good as him. These 4 people should be from that branch of the 4 Divine Valleys. They came here following the world extermination aura. Brute force said. When Dark Light sacrificed himself, he released a powerful world extermination aura, which attracted the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Although countless years had passed, the 4 Divine Beasts clan still wanted to capture Dark Light. After all, Dark Light was the palace master of the Demon Dragon Palace, the ancestor of the world-exterminating demon dragons. Using his bloodline to strengthen the Azure Dragon clan's bloodline was the best. This time, Ding, the host, has obtained a dragon crystal. It can be used to nurture a dragon embryo. Do you wish to begin? Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows. Could the dragon crystal have been taken from the Azure Dragon clan youth's body? Yes. Immediately, he replied in his mind. He did not expect the dragon crystal to be able to nurture a dragon embryo. This meant that if he could find a suitable dragon embryo in the future, the compatibility would be higher and it would be easier to mutate. Since that was the case, then the Azure Dragon clan was doomed. There's no time to lose. I will take my leave. After Yixian finished speaking, he directly left. The branch of the Four Divine Beasts clan had most likely begun to move. Therefore, they could not stay in the Demon Ox Ridge any longer. Manli and Dark Light had to find another place to hide. After Yixian left, they quickly left the Demon Ox Ridge. At this time, Yixian was heading towards the long-distance teleportation array that Manli had built. This teleportation array could directly teleport him to the Four Divine Valleys, saving him a lot of time. Several days later, Ding, the host, has broken through. Currently at the 6th grade. Great Sage. Ding, Infernal Ghostly Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Skybreaking Ape God have broken through. Currently at the 1st grade Sacred Spirit Realm. The Skybreaking Ape God had finally broken through to the Sacred Spirit Realm. Its strength was much stronger than before. Not long after Yixian and the others broke through, he finally arrived at the teleportation array that Manli had built. Hua! The teleportation array began to operate. After a while, Yixian arrived at his destination. He turned his head and found that he was very far away from the teleportation array. If he had to travel by himself, he did not know how long it would take him to arrive. The Four Divine Valleys is north of this teleportation array. The Four Divine Beasts clan does not recognize me at all. This will make things easier for me. Yixian thought to himself as he continued on his journey. After about 2 days, he finally arrived at the Four Divine Valleys. The Four Divine Beasts clan of the Four Divine Valleys was a branch. However, there were many strong cultivators within. According to Manli, the strongest was a 7th grade Sacred King. This level of strength was not something that Patian could deal with now. However, Yixian did not intend to kill his way in. He wanted to take it slow. A group of people is coming out. At this time, Yixian suddenly focused his eyes and saw a group of people. The Four Divine Beasts clan. Generally speaking, the 4 clans would travel in groups of 4 or 8. This was much safer. At this time, the group that left the Four Divine Valleys was the same as before. They were all 4th grade Sacred Kings. Coincidentally, they had become Yixian's target. This group of people did not know where they were going. In any case, Yixian was following behind them. When they passed by, Yixian asked Patian to take action. Patian, who was wearing the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, ran wildly on the ground towards the 4 people. There's a strange little monkey. One of the people in the group noticed Patian. However, because Patian was only a 1st grade Sacred Spirit, he did not take him seriously. How much attack power could such a small thing have? The 4 of them were 4th grade Sacred Kings. Even if they stood there without moving, no ordinary person could break through their defense. Even a 2nd grade Sacred King could not, let alone a 1st grade Sacred Spirit like Patian. However, they were wrong. When Patian got close, he suddenly took out his weapon and smashed it towards the leader of the group. A shocking strike of the staff. This strike instantly killed the leader of the group. Instant kill. Chapter 1945. The other 3 stared blankly at their comrade, who had been smashed into minced meat. Before they could react, Heaven Splitter's 2nd strike had already landed. Boom! Another one had fallen. Only the Black Tortoise and White Tiger clansmen were left standing. When they saw the other 2 die, they quickly reverted to their true forms. Careful! At this moment, the Black Tortoise expert quickly moved in front of the other, just as Heaven Splitter's strike landed, smashing into the Black Tortoise expert's shell. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The Black Tortoise's shell had actually been shattered, and his body had been heavily injured. The White Tiger expert was stunned. The Black Tortoise was renowned for its defensive abilities. How could it have been smashed to death with a single strike? Moreover, it had been smashed to death by a 1st-rank Sacred Spirit monkey. This was too unreal. Of the 4, 3 had died at lightning speed. Although the remaining White Tiger expert was the strongest of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, he wasn't as strong as Heaven Splitter. Soon the 4th died as well, also smashed to death by Heaven Splitter's strike. No matter who it was, Heaven Splitter was able to finish them off with a single strike. This level of power was enough to cause Yixian's heart to palpitate. Beautifully done. After the 4 died, Yixian quickly tore through the air and collected their corpses into his planting space, then began to soul-search them. Unfortunately, these 4 weren't direct descendants either. There's actually no direct descendant in this branch of the 4 Divine Beasts clan in the 4 Divine Valleys. Yixian was somewhat disappointed, but it made sense. Direct descendants were usually in the main clan. Why would they be in a branch clan? However, that didn't matter. Yixian's current goal was the Dragon Crystal. In the following period of time, Yixian waited outside the 4 Divine Valleys, attacking anyone he found to be easy to bully. Although the 4 Divine Beasts clan was a branch clan, there were still quite a few of them. However, the deaths of such a large number of clan members would definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups. A few days later, the 4 Divine Valleys began to set up defenses. This was because those who had died had only just left the 4 Divine Valleys. However, this measure was of no use against Yixian. Instead, it was exactly what Yixian wanted. By now, Heavenbreaker had already broken through to the 2nd rank of the Sacred Spirit Realm. Given his current level of power, it wouldn't be a problem for him to directly attack the 4 Divine Beasts clan. The people who set up these defenses are at least 5th rank Holy Kings, and some are even 6th rank Holy Kings. The Saint Kings are patrolling, but so what? Yixian thought to himself as he ordered Heavenbreaker to continue moving. Just think about it. For an existence like the 4 Divine Beasts clan, if they were to encounter a low-level Saint Beast, would they be on guard? No. Therefore, these people became Yixian's targets. Hey, there's also a little monkey. Your daughter has been clamoring for a pet recently, so this is it. A 5th grade Holy King thought to himself, but in the next moment his smile froze. He saw a huge shadow of a rod descend, and he could only watch helplessly as the shadow of the rod smashed into his head. Poochie! The 5th rank Holy King's head exploded along with his body. Death. After this person died, Yixian quickly rushed over and collected the corpse. It was another dragon crystal, and it was a 5th stage Saint King crystal. This could make Ribgu's dragon fetus even stronger. Ribgu's dragon fetus has actually reached 10%. At this moment, Yixian suddenly discovered this change. Only when the dragon fetus reached 100% could it be injected into the dragon corpse. If it could reach 200%, then there would be a 50% chance of mutation. The higher the dragon fetus, the harder it was to increase the dragon fetus. Yixian did not know if he could increase it to 200% even if he destroyed the 4 Divine Beasts clan. However, as long as it reached 200%, then after Ribgu was revived there would be a 50% chance of mutation. In addition to the 50% chance given by the random mission, it would be a 100% chance of mutation. Therefore, even if the Azure Wind Dragon clan's dragon fetus did not reach 200% after they were destroyed, Yixian still had to continue and strive to maximize the dragon fetus. Speaking of which, this time, the 4 Divine Beasts clan did not send many 5th rank Holy Kings, only 4. Now that this 5th rank Holy King was dead, the 4 Divine Beasts clan would definitely notice, so Heavenbreaker had to act as soon as possible. However, no matter how fast Heavenbreaker was, he could not be faster than the transmission token. After Heavenbreaker killed the second 5th rank Holy King, the other 2 met up. However, this did not affect anything, as Heavenbreaker could still kill 2 5th rank Holy Kings by himself. After another great battle, the 4 5th rank Holy Kings sent by the 4 Divine Beasts clan were all dead. As for the 6th rank Holy King, because Yixian had issued a death hunt order, he did not see any trace of Heavenbreaker at all. At this moment, the 4 Divine Valleys was in an uproar. There were 4 Valley Masters in the 4 Divine Valleys, and they were the clan masters of the 4 major clans. Moreover, they were all 7th rank Holy Kings. Now that 4 5th rank Holy Kings had died, it was enough to make them take this seriously. After all, each clan only had about 10 5th rank Holy Kings. Therefore, they decided to send more people to patrol, and must find the murderer who killed their clansmen. However, this time Yixian had learned his lesson. For the sake of convenience, he waited outside for a few more days. They waited until Heavenbreaker broke through to the 3rd rank Holy Spirit before they made their move. After Heavenbreaker broke through, even a 6th rank Holy King would be smashed to death by his staff. However, he still did not charge into the 4 Divine Beasts clan, and instead killed the experts patrolling outside. The four Divine Beasts clan had sent people to be very cautious. Originally, the 5th-rank Holy Kings were patrolling alone, but now the 4 major clans had joined forces and formed teams of 5th-rank Holy Kings. This way, even if they encountered a 6th-rank Holy King, they would not be afraid. Unfortunately, this was still useless against Yixian. Heavenbreaker used his small body and his 3rd-rank Holy Spirit realm to quietly approach those teams, and then suddenly attack, quickly killing them. In addition to Yixian's death hunt order, he could skillfully avoid the 6th-rank Holy Spirits. In less than a day, the 4 Divine Beasts clan had suffered heavy losses, and a total of 25th-rank Holy Kings had died. Each clan had lost 5 Holy Kings. As a result, the 4 clan masters of the 4 Divine Beasts clan finally could not help but make their move. However, Yixian went into hiding again, and prepared to make his move after a period of time. Order all disciples not to go out. After a few more days, Heavenbreaker had already grown to the 4th-rank Holy Spirit realm. Now he already had the strength to destroy this 4 Divine Beasts clan's branch. Thus, this time, Yixian decided to directly kill his way into the 4 Divine Valleys. Before this, he had already made preparations, and that was to use the soul-absorbing bell to control a disciple of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. To be more precise, it was a 4th-rank Holy King of the Azure Wind Dragon clan. At this time, this 4th-rank Holy King brought Heavenbreaker into the 4 Divine Valleys. Heavenbreaker, act according to plan. Yixian's eyes flashed. When Heavenbreaker arrived at the Wind Dragon Valley, Yixian directly gave him the order. Some readers have mentioned that the planted space sounds bad, so here's a reminder. From now on, the planted space will be changed to devouring space, devouring space, devouring space. Chapter 1946. At this moment, the 4th-rank Holy King was leading Heavenbreaker toward the residence of the Green Dragon tribe leader. If he could kill the leader instantly, then things would be much easier. By then, even if the other 3 tribe leaders joined forces, they would not be able to do anything to Heavenbreaker. Soon, the 4th-rank Holy King and Heavenbreaker arrived near the residence of the Green Dragon tribe leader. Next, the 4th-rank Holy King could not get close and could only let Heavenbreaker move by himself. Hey, what a cute little monkey! Who tamed it? It wants to go in, let it go. Seeing that Heavenbreaker was only a holy spirit, the people of the Green Dragon tribe did not pay much attention to him. After all, even the young people of the Green Dragon tribe were higher than Heavenbreaker, who was a 4th-rank holy spirit. In the end, Heavenbreaker successfully arrived at the residence of the Green Dragon tribe leader. Today, the Green Dragon tribe leader had just returned from his patrol and was resting. He sensed Heavenbreaker's aura, but the latter's cultivation was too low, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, in the next moment there was a gust of wind. After receiving Yixian's order, Wei Zhantian, who had turned into a thin needle, turned back into the mystic divine armor. After putting on the mystic divine armor, Heavenbreaker's physique was greatly improved, and he aimed at the Green Dragon tribe leader and struck with his staff. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind howled. The Green Dragon tribe leader widened his eyes, and just as he reacted, the huge shadow of the staff came crashing down on him. Boom! The Green Dragon tribe leader was hit, and he was instantly on the verge of death. Although he was a 7th-rank Holy King, he was powerless against Heavenbreaker's sneak attack. Taking advantage of the Green Dragon tribe leader's injury, Heavenbreaker struck again, and this strike took away the Green Dragon tribe leader's life. Well done! Seeing this, Yixian quickly broke through the void and put away the Green Dragon tribe leader's body. Then Heavenbreaker struck again, and this time his target was the 2 6th-rank Holy Kings in the Green Dragon tribe. At this moment, the people in the Wind Dragon Valley did not know what was going on, and they only heard the rumbling sounds. Before the other tribe members could react, most of the higher-ups of the Green Dragon tribe were dead. After Heavenbreaker killed the 2 6th-rank Holy Kings, he killed the remaining few 5th-rank Holy Kings. Then the show began. Stage. Black Horn Devour. Yixian immediately released Black Horn. The latter was in his original form the moment he appeared. He opened his mouth and a strange energy enveloped the surroundings. Swallow. In the next moment, the area around Black Horn was directly devoured by him, and appeared in the devouring space. This was not the end. Now that the Green Wind Dragon tribe had no one to hold the fort, Blackhorn alone could take care of them all. Before the other 3 clans could react, the Wind Dragon clan in the Wind Dragon Valley were all devoured by the Blackhorn. Not a single one was left. Although the Azure Wind Dragon tribe was only a branch, there were still many of them. Now that they had all been swallowed into the devouring space, they had become Yixian's prisoners. Of course, Yixian was not so cruel as to kill so many people. He was only forcefully extracting the dragon crystals from these wind azure dragons to nurture the dragon fetus. At this moment, the dragon embryo nurturing degree of Ribribs had already exceeded 50%. Another half and it would be reborn. Tisk tsk tsk. The other 3 clans have finally appeared. After a while, Yixian looked at the group of figures in the sky and smiled to himself. Coincidentally, Heavenbreaker was also done resting and could fight again. How is this possible? The Wind Dragon Valley has become a wasteland. Not even a blade of grass is growing. What's going on? Where did they go? Someone just sent me a message saying that a huge black dragon was above the Wind Dragon Valley and had swallowed everyone. The other 3 clans were shocked. At this moment, they happened to see Yixian in the wasteland and immediately rushed over. Kid, who are you? A red-haired elder asked. So it's the leader of the Vermilion Bird tribe. It's an honor to meet you, Yixian said with a smile. You know me? The red-haired elder frowned. How can I not know you? Because I'm going to kill you. Yixian smiled and said, Go. In an instant, Heavenbreaker, who was wearing the mystic divine armor, was summoned out of the devouring space by Yixian and directly appeared in front of the red-haired elder. Heaven's startling strike. Heavenbreaker raised his hand and struck, directly smashing into the red-haired elder's face and instantly smashing his head. The vital point of an immortal was the immortal heart. However, after breaking through to the Saint Realm, the head and heart became vital points. This strike directly hit. Then the red-haired elder was instantly killed. There were 4 7th-rank Saint Kings in the 4 divine valleys. Just now, one had died and now another had died, so there were only 2 left. The leaders of the White Tiger tribe and the Black Tortoise tribe were left. One had the strongest attack while the other had the strongest defense. However, in front of Heavenbreaker they were all the same. Heaven's startling strike. Heavenbreaker attacked again. However, this time he didn't smash from top to bottom. Instead he swept across. A shadow of a strike swept through the crowd and directly blew up their bodies. Countless corpses fell from the sky. In addition, Blackhorn had unknowingly appeared at the side. He opened his mouth and swallowed the frightened disciples of the 4 divine beasts clan. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the people from the other 3 clans had died. What powerful strength! Quickly transform into your true form. The leader of the Black Tortoise tribe shouted angrily and transformed into his true form. He joined forces with the others and formed a defensive formation. Defensive formation? Will it work? Yixian sneered. Heavenbreaker attacked again. Bang! The first strike landed. Although the defensive formation wasn't broken, it was more or less broken. Heaven's startling strike. When the second strike landed on the defensive formation, it immediately collapsed. At the same time, the Black Tortoise tribe experts who had used their saint power to form the defensive formation all suffered a backlash. The leader of the Black Tortoise tribe was at the center of the defensive formation. After the formation was broken, his injuries were the most serious. His true form opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't be presumptuous. An explosive shout rang out from the side. All the White Tiger tribe experts who had transformed into their true forms charged towards Heavenbreaker. Although they couldn't form the 4 divine battle formation, the White Tiger tribe's attack power was not to be underestimated. They instantly surrounded Heavenbreaker. However, the next scene made them extremely shocked. White Tiger Skysplitter Claw. The White Tiger tribe patriarch clawed viciously at Heavenbreaker. But to his surprise, this claw attack wasn't able to injure Heavenbreaker at all. How can his defense be so powerful? The White Tiger tribe patriarch was extremely shocked. It must be understood that this claw attack of his was powerful enough to leave a mark on the shell of the Black Tortoise tribe experts. And yet, it was unable to injure this saint-level little monkey. Where did this little thing come from? Just as he was feeling astonished, Heavenbreaker attacked again. Chapter 1947. Heaven's startling stick strike. Heavenbreaker attacked again, hitting the White Tiger Patriarch. However, the latter was already prepared, so he was not killed in one hit. On the other side, Black Horn swallowed another group of people. At this moment, the White Tiger Patriarch was seriously injured. Even if he was not seriously injured, he could not break through Heavenbreaker's defense. There was no suspense at all in this battle. Catch that brat. However, the chief of the White Tiger tribe still felt that something was amiss, so he quickly said, "Catch me?" Too naive. Yixian narrowed his eyes and quickly entered the void door, disappearing from everyone's sight. Next, as Yixian expected, Heavenbreaker killed all the experts of the Black Tortoise clan and White Tiger clan, and the rest were swallowed by Black Horn. Now the 4 Divine Beasts clan was gathered in the devouring space. After the matter was over, Yixian once again broke through the void and returned. However, for him the Vermilion Bird clan, White Tiger clan, and Black Tortoise clan were useless. Only the Azure Dragon clan's dragon crystal could be used to nurture a dragon fetus. However, at this moment, boom! Suddenly, 3 powerful auras appeared above Yixian's head. Yixian looked up and found that it was 4 middle-aged men. So strong they are even stronger than the 4 clan patriarchs. They are at least 8th grade holy kings, maybe even 9th grade holy kings. Yixian was shocked. However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. Behind the 4 middle-aged men, there was a middle-aged man with golden hair. When Yixian saw the other person's face, he found that it was the palace master of Shattered Heaven Palace who was sealed in the Celestial Treasure Mountain. What happened? This branch was destroyed. What happened? Yixian raised his eyebrows. Before he could figure it out, the palace master of Shattered Heaven Palace said, "Quickly leave, they are from the 4 Divine Beasts clan." When the words came out, Yixian was shocked. Why would the Black Tortoise clan come here? The Black Tortoise clan caught one of my descendants and found that it could strengthen their bloodline, so they thought of me. Quickly leave, don't let them find the little monkey, Shattered Sky Palace's palace master said. Hearing this, Yixian began to understand. In the past, the 4 Divine Beasts clan had set their sights on the 12 God Beast palaces, resulting in a great war. To be more precise, they were targeting the Demonic Dragon Palace, Demonic Tiger Palace, and Divine Sparrow Palace of the 12 Divine Beast palaces. These 3 bloodlines could be used to strengthen the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger bloodlines. Then, the Black Tortoise clan suddenly discovered that the Heaven-breaking Divine Ape bloodline could also strengthen their Black Tortoise bloodline. So they thought of the Shattered Heaven Palace Master they had previously overlooked. Whether it was the Black Tortoise or the Heaven-breaking Divine Ape bloodline, they both had strong defensive abilities, so it was just nice. The bloodline aura in that little monkey's body seems to be the same as the old monkey behind me. It should also be the bloodline of the Heaven-breaking Divine Ape. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, thought to himself and ordered, "Capture them." Not good. Yixian's expression changed. Heavenbreaker had just fought a great battle. Although he had annihilated this branch of the 4 Divine Beasts clan by himself, he had done so through a sneak attack. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would be impossible. After all, the 4 Divine Beasts clan was skilled in 4-man battle formations. If the 4 clan leaders joined forces, Heavenbreaker would not be able to kill them with his current strength. Not to mention, the 4 middle-aged men in front of him were all experts of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. They were at least 8th rank Saint Kings. In a one-on-one situation, Heavenbreaker already did not have the strength to fight, let alone 4 of them joining forces. Go! Yixian made a prompt decision and directly used the time reversal ability, instantly returning to the past. The Shattered Heaven Palace Master also had a death warrant on him, so Yixian returned to the past. At this time, the 4 Divine Beasts clan had not yet been annihilated, so Yixian once again rushed in to annihilate them. Then, he quickly swallowed all the members of the 4 Divine Beasts clan into the devouring space and left. Soon, he saw the 4 middle-aged men again, as well as the captured Shattered Heaven Palace Master. With Wei Zhentian's eyes, Yixian could see that the 4 middle-aged men stayed in the air for a while, then shook the ground. It turned out that there was a transmission array under the 4 Divine Valleys. Although the 4 men did not know who destroyed the 4 Divine Beasts clan and why, it did not matter. In any case, the 4 Divine Beasts clan had already developed to dozens of branches. Soon, the four men left with the Shattered Heaven Palace Master. Then Yixian looked back and found that the Shattered Heaven Palace Master had already appeared in a place very far away from him. Fortunately, the other party did not destroy the transmission array, so Yixian prepared to go and take a look. About half a day later, Yixian felt that it was about time, so he walked into the transmission array and used some saint stones to activate it. Hua! The transmission array began to operate, and Yixian was sent to his destination. This time he wanted to test the array and see where it would send him. When he landed, he felt a powerful aura. He quickly turned his head to look and found that he was in a teleportation palace. However, he was not far from the Shattered Heaven Palace Master. "Boy, where did you come from?" Suddenly, a strange voice fell into Yixian's ears. "I was on my way and found a transmission array, so," Yixian said casually. "Is that a ruin?" A guard on the side asked. "Yes," Yixian nodded. "In that case, get lost." The guard saw that Yixian's cultivation was very low, so he did not want to say more. Hearing this, Yixian quickly left the transmission palace. He guessed that this was the base of the Four Divine Beasts clan, and the place where the Shattered Heaven Palace Master was now should be the headquarters of the Four Divine Beasts clan. Immediately, Yixian casually found a place to move forward and began to locate the Shattered Heaven Palace Master. There was actually a loophole in what he said just now. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the other party had not reacted and find a place to hide. He put on the flowing light in